Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're watching from, and welcome to Backfire Simsport TV. I'm Clyde Whiting, and today we bring you the 6 hours of Road America from the Intercontinental Sim Racing Challenge League. In the booth with me at the moment, I have Mr. Pete Bingham. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Clyde. Good afternoon, everybody watching.
We also have Mr. Happy Sam Boozin on the cameras.
I'm always happy, Clyde. Good.
I know you are. I know you're a happy person.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Later on, we will be joined by Mr. Bill Switzer and Mr. Tyler Newitt. But for the moment, you're stuck with me and Pete. So, Pete, 6 hours of Road America. So it's slightly shorter than the last round, which went on for 17 weeks, 4 days, and 13 hours. But we are just getting underway with P1 qualifying. Road America, another one of those tracks that I really, really enjoy, even though I'm really, really rubbish. What are you expecting from today's race, Pete?
Hopefully not a massive pile-up in turn 1, or rather turn 3, which is technically turn 2, because turn 2 doesn't really exist. And this track's made really for endurance racing. It's a rhythm track. You very much get into that zone and that tempo of knocking laps off and keeping the car safe, whilst also trying to be as competitive as you can. It's a great track for endurance racing. It's reasonably wide. There are some good overtaking opportunities in some very heavy braking zones at the end of the rain sweep, being probably the most attractive one to most racers. And then into Canada Corner, which we're approaching now with Tom Voss. Don't run too wide there. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting race, I think. We've seen from previous races that we don't know who will win anything until the final stints of fuel and pit stops are over. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting one to watch, I think.
Yeah, most definitely. So whilst we've got the P1s on track, let's just have a quick look at last time out. We only had 3 LMP1 cars. So the win was taken by Fuga Simsport LMP1, with Backmarker Racing Blue in second and Twisted LMP1 Blue in third. Now we've got at least one new team in the championship, and that's Mika Esports, who we know quite well because they've raced in one of our championships. But the standings at the moment for LMP1 are Twisted LMP1 Blue currently lead the way over Fuga Simsport LMP1, although they are both equal on points, so I'm assuming that Twisted are top on some sort of countback system. Third, we have Backmarker Racing Blue, Manatee Racing ISRC LMP1 are currently fourth, and Toyota Kazoo Racing in fifth. There are 2 other teams, but they are yet to score a point. So, I was watching some of the practice earlier, Pete, and Kevin Veermont, who we know well, driving for Mika Esports, was top of the pile in practice.
Right.
Is this going to be one of those things where we get a new team into the championship and they immediately start bagging wins?
I don't know. So Marius Danhausen and his team are very, very accomplished, aren't they? And who else is in there? Yeah, you got the Backmarker team. Sorry, they are also a very accomplished team. So anybody coming into this, leading in the practice session is one thing. Leading when you're making your way through traffic is another. And I know Kevin Veermont from the other leagues that we run is very accomplished, but I've never seen any of them drive a car as powerful and as technical and as complicated as this. It is not just foot to the floor, close your eyes and bomb it. There's all sorts of widgets, gadgets, and dials to be assisting boost and energy harvesting and all the other stuff that comes with driving these particular cars. So it'll be interesting to see, not just that they can, floor it and go in a straight line, but tactically use all those tools that are at their disposal to get to the top of the league in a race condition. So that will be a fascinating thing to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got 4 LMP1 cars this time. So a podium isn't guaranteed for everybody that finishes. And just as we say that, Kevin Beermont does pop his way to the top of the leaderboard with a 141 flat. Fantastic time, that.
Yeah, it's significant. That's nearly a second faster than the next car. But we've seen before that, particularly in the pit. Oh, and he's just been pipped. We've seen before that in the P1s, the very last laps are the fastest. It must be that they wait for the track to evolve and get the rubber down and get that super sticky contact for the tyres. And usually it's right at the very end of qualifying that you get the fastest time laid. So that was Matthias Drozda for Toyota, I think that is. Is that right?
It is, yeah.
So, that's going to be an interesting race and an interesting P1 qualifying if these guys keep swapping that lead. It was Marius Danhausen that we saw driving for Team, was it Gold Team Race?
Yeah, didn't they rebrand the team?
Yeah, I think they did, and we've seen them start from pit lane, end up laps down and still win races. So anything's to go for. It doesn't really mean that they're not going to be competitive just because they qualify last, I guess.
That's very true. So let's have a quick look at the P2 field. So Alex Gall for Chicane Online Racing currently sits in provisional pole with Yannick van der Zande. That name, that is good. Rolled off the tongue, doesn't it? Yeah. For Aquiver Motorsports Green, currently sits second. And Marianne Brabic, who we've seen race many, many times for R3T Racing, currently sits in third. So, with these LMP1s, I suppose their extremely quick lap will come if they manage to catch a couple of P2s in the right place on the track, Pete, and get a bit of boost going and a bit of tow.
Tow is going to be an important factor. Road America Straight is a huge straight and uphill, which is why I like it, because it adds that little difference to how you approach coming out of the last turn. And getting in someone's toe and stepping out at exactly the right moment is key, because once you crest that hill, it's amazing how fast turn 1 comes flying towards you, and those cones on the left, they're your Bible really, and you really need to allocate your braking point. So whichever cones you want, we're flying down it here with Voldemar Binder, or we were.
He's just bailed out of that one, hasn't he? So while we're looking at the P2s, last time out we had Team DRC Red took away the win, with World of Sim Racing Team in second and Stage 1 Racing Junior in third. And their championship currently looks like this. Wablo Velocity Racing are currently leading the way, with Team DRC Red in second and Stage 1 Racing Junior in third.
Yeah, that's. I don't see some of those teams listed at the minute. Team DRC Red are, so they'll pick up some points if the others don't show today. But there's a few teams not placed any laps in yet.
Yeah, and we also had some post-race penalties from the last round. So the WOSR iZone Performance Junior team have been reclassified as a GTE Pro car for the remainder of the season. Rita Engineering and Core Motorsports, they were not classified because they failed to get to the finish line under their own engine power. And then there was another 3 teams removed for failing to show up. So not too bad on the post-race penalties last time, Pete.
No, they're slightly more generic penalties, aren't they, really, as opposed to driving standard penalties. I'm interested about the one that didn't get over the line under their own power. They must have got pushed over.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
You never know, do you?
No, and it's this league, isn't it, where you only score if you cross the finish line.
You certainly do, yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if you're 17 laps down and in second place, you do not score any points. You've got to make it to the end.
So we've got a change, or we've got a change in both classes at the moment. So Rick Verbeesen for Fuga Simsport has got himself up into second provisionally over Kevin Viermont from Mika Esports. And in P2, Valdemar Binder for Manatee Racing ISRC has got himself into provisional pole ahead of Marian Brabic. So
yeah, I don't think
changes there.
I don't think that's Rick Verbiesen's time. I think that's Marius Danhausen's time because he slotted it into second before he boxed the car, and Rick took over that seat.
Okay, same team.
Yep.
So let's just have a quick look on the chat. Perry Punkinen, that name that we always get wrong. I love it when Bill tries that one. That is brilliant. Good afternoon, Perry. Good afternoon to Lucas De Vries. Both of those drivers we saw in the Next Level Lamborghini GT3 Cup last night. And good afternoon to Marco Luert.
Have World of Sim Racing changed their car colour again? That looks different to last time.
Yeah.
It's quite smart. Yeah, I quite like it. It's nice. So, Sam, is there any chance of doing a lap with someone that's not going to finish on the stint that they're on? Here we go. So on board with Mateus Drozda for Toyota Kazoo Racing.
So is there a child there picking its nose on that?
Either or smoking a cigar, I'm not really sure. But it is quite odd. And very well positioned for the camera. So trying to figure where we are. We're on Moraine Sweep at the moment, heading into turn 5. That translates to lots of curb there on the inside, not that much on the outside. Because there's dirt out there to disturb the car. Careful round here, you can run a bit wide, like that. This next one can be flat out once your tyres are in. And then this is Hurry Downs into one of the most lethal corners on the track, this one, because it dips in at the apex and it destabilises the car if you're not careful. And then we go around the carousel. Every track in America has a carousel. And then floor it basically. We're heading towards the kink now. This is another lethal corner if you get this wrong. Sometimes a little lift is required in a lot of cars. I don't know whether he's off the gas there, I'm not really sure. But we're now heading down towards Canada Corner. Lots of curb here and run off on the outside. Lots of gas coming through Thunder Valley. Top the crest of this little hill here, and we're on the last turn, and we're heading up Road America Straight. You'll see a lot of cars pitch off to the right and hit the barrier over there if they get their left-hand tyres on the dirt, and usually there's a big pile of car body parts over there because it happens a lot. And then into turn 1, you've got to carry speed through this turn, but don't get that wide. That will have been a 1X, I'm pretty sure, and he'll probably bail off this lap now. And this is turn 3, which should be 2. this is the view from one of the P2s, or it was. He's parking.
Yeah, very, very nearly got that very, very wrong.
Yeah, this is Tom Voss, Team DRC Red, who was third last time out, I think. Unless I wasn't paying attention to Clyde earlier.
Another driver that we watched last night.
Yeah, yeah. These guys can't get enough of this. That's very wide.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
it, or what? Oh, no. Oh.
There was a discussion in the chat earlier on about that, and it's not a 1X from iRacing, and therefore the organisers are allowing it. So
Wow.
You'll probably see a lot of cars doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people in official races go wide, in inverted commas there, but to take all four wheels over the rumble strip, that's exceptional, isn't it? Yeah, unquestionable, I think. But I suppose if iRacing are deeming that racing surface, I know you don't agree with things like that, do you?
No, I don't really want my opinions on that. I do, I think it's, it should be an iRacing 1X. But I do fully agree with the organisers. It's exactly the same as we run things. If iRacing doesn't ping you for it, then, we don't ping you for it. It's very hard to have a live steward sitting on that corner like you would in real life. The marshals would be keeping an eye on it. So, it's down to iRacing. I think it's wrong, but it is what it is. So I'm sure we'll see plenty of cars taking advantage of it.
These guys racing for half an hour each, as in
yes. Yeah, and then I would guess we've got all of the GTEs on track. We're currently watching Martin Pearson, one of the league organisers. He has been pre-warned that any crashes will be shown on numerous occasions and at slow motion as well. So let's hope he doesn't crash.
Yes, I've had that treatment recently, haven't I, Clyde?
And me.
And yeah, we got you. Yeah, several times. Excellent. So P1s at the moment. We have Toyota Kazoo Racing on the top of the pile, a 140.655. That's been there for a while now and not been topped. Fuga Simsport LMP1 in second. Not much in it, to be fair. What is that? That's 0.061 of a second behind. Then Mika Esport on their first time out in this. They're in third at the moment, 3/10 down, or nearly 3.5 down. And they've got a different driver in the car now to try and bridge that gap. So this is, I hope I get this right, because I butcher names constantly, as the guys will tell you. Nun Ivano, I'm going with. And then Backmarker Racing Blue are currently in fourth. Hang on, something just happened. That looks like Toyota Kazoo Racing just extended their time by half a second.
Yeah, we're being asked for an on-board with this car, Sam. There you go. There you go, Steph and Joe, if you ask. And you get good afternoon to Stefan, and good afternoon to another friend of ours, Double R, Romain Rabatu.
Yeah, so he's going to tuck it in there. It's quite a good line. He's kept that tidy. That's good, that. Sebastian took this corner in as well. Second gear normally in most cars, you can't tell what he's in at the minute. And then flat round here. Close drives don't lift, and then lots of heavy braking here. Don't let the back swing on you. Good line. Good line. I've just spotted that the gear count is a red number that keeps changing at the top. Oh dear.
What did you think that was? The microwave countdown?
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah. Oh, my IQ. Wouldn't be going up though, I don't think.
No, that's too high for your IQ.
Kept a high gear there, didn't he? Third gear from Canada corner. Through from the valley here. Very tidy lap this. Very tidy. This is looking good. This is crucial, this though. all your speed can be scrubbed on that corner. See how he goes over the stripe. No improvement.
No. And afternoon to Martin Brennan. We won't be talking to us after he's seen his iRacing messages. And afternoon to Celio Mendez. Apologies for getting your name wrong. You'll get used to it. Bill Switzer, our fellow commentator, is awake as well because he's on the chat. He'll be joining us at some point. Let's have a look. It's not really there's driver changes at the moment, but no really big changes in position. Some of the P2s have not even set a time.
That's what I was saying. There's quite a lot still in the stable, as it were.
Just to answer Martin on the chat, yes, if you log into iRacing, you should probably have a flashing green light.
I'll go one further and tell him that he will have a flashing green light.
So we're currently watching provisional second place in P2. There's about 8 minutes left for these guys in their qualifying.
Yeah, and Toyota Gazoo Racing have now got themselves a very tidy gap to Fuga Simsport. They've jumped out 7/10.
Yeah, it's a cracking time, isn't it? 140 dead.
That's eye-wateringly quick, isn't it? And then in the other class, in the P2s, Chicane Online Racing, 149.5. So that means there's 10 seconds difference around this track between these two fields. That's unreal. Because, am I right in saying, Sam, that the P2 is faster than the P1 in a dead straight line, even if it can't corner or boost?
Yeah.
Right, so...
even more because the P1 driver often likes to race with more downforce because you can go very quick at high speed even with the downforce because you have boost in the P1, where the P2 is like a regular car. You have to adjust the downforce to get more speed and things. So yeah, often like a track like Daytona, for example, I know a few P1 drivers like to use the high downforce setups for Daytona, and with this speed you go over 320 kilometers per hour, and that's significantly more than the P2. Even if, like Striver just said on the chat, they nerfed the LMP2 this week on the last iRacing update. But it's still quite fast, so yeah.
Right, okay. So that is significant. And then being 10 seconds a lap faster in the P1 than the P2, that's massive. And I was in a race the other day driving GTEs, and the P1 field was nearly on us before we'd finished the second lap. It was unreal. They did leave big gaps at the start for the field gaps, as you'll probably see at the start of this race. But yeah, it was beastly. And they do come out of nowhere at the start of a race when your relative's full of your own field, and then all of a sudden this winged missile comes hounding through. It really does catch you off guard. So, but these guys, Chicane Online Racing, as opposed to Mika Esport that we're watching at the minute, they've got a 0.2 of a second, a quarter of a second lead at the minute for their provisional pole. So interesting to see if anybody else can pip them.
Did you hear that from race control? We're going to start seeing these cars come in now for the end of their qualifying session.
Yep, they're allowed to finish the lap that they're on, but they must not properly start another flying lap. They will cross the line and reset to pit lane. And here come the Wasps. GTEs will pile out now, and there's quite a lot of them.
Yeah, and I must say, I have really enjoyed the GTE fields in this championship. It's been absolutely phenomenal with battles everywhere.
It's just continuous for the entire race, isn't it? That's why the last one. That's when Clyde was saying it went on for 17 days. It felt like that because it was constant. There was scrapping all over the track, all the way through the GTE field. And it didn't let up even when the other two fields came through them. It was just as competitive all the way around. It was brilliant.
Whoa, that's not how you want to go in the pit lane, Tom.
No, it's not. He's remodeled that car. I don't know whether he was attempting that or not.
Sam's giving him a slow-mo.
He is.
I'm sure the front of that car disappeared before it hit the wall then.
It's funny.
Let's just watch it again. Let me watch this on the replay. Did he? Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Perhaps that was just my dodgy eyes. But let's hope Tom has got his failed pit entrance out of the way now.
Yeah.
Car number 52, Marion Brabbich, is just getting a warning there from race control that he needs to enter the pits.
Which
and there he goes.
With, yeah.
Okay, so just before the GTEs fly out, we will give you our provisional starting grid for P1s and P2s. So that will be the top three in each field will be Matthias Drozda for Toyota Gazoo Racing on pole, Marius Danhausen for Fuga Simsport in second, and Kevin Viermont, Mika Esports third. In P2s, we have Ingmar Hamburg for Chicane Online Racing. I don't know if it's these guys that actually set the times. Valdemar Binder for Manti Racing in second, and Yannick van der Zande for Aquiver Motorsports Green in third. We will give you a full rundown of the grid before the race starts whilst we're on the pace lap, but we are currently waiting for the GTEs to get out on track. The guys currently lined up, waiting for the go from race control. And there it is. Pit exit is open. So what's going to happen here then, Pete? Surely they're just going to be slipstream with each other for half an hour.
Well, what was Isaac saying on the chat just then?
I didn't quite catch it, to be honest.
I heard something about slipstreaming of other vehicles won't be allowed, but I may have misheard that. I'm trying to find the rules at the minute. That was a wide line from Feder Coman there.
So Stefan has asked for another onboard from you, Sam, at some point once the cars are up to speed. And I'm sure Stefan can help us with the pronunciation of the driver in that car.
Yeah.
Egidigus? Sounds good.
Agadesius. I used to work with someone called Agadesius. And also someone called Remigius, which was weird. There you go.
That name sounds very biblical.
It does. I don't know that it is, though. It might be.
Okay, so I've just had a message that our race organisers are up for an interview, Pete.
Excellent. Always good.
So let me reply to their message, get them in the waiting room, and then we'll drag them in and give them a quiz in.
Meanwhile, we're on board with Agadesius Cookstis, and into turn 3, following this brightly yellow rear end of a Ferrari. Stacey will be happy about that. Although I think she's selected her car for the day, the bright yellow Porsche that's on track somewhere.
Now, why didn't we think of that, Pete?
Well, painting our cars yellow?
No, calling him Ed.
Yeah. Ed is letting the whole field go, so.
Yeah, we've been told not to bother with his first name, it's just Ed. And good, I'm going to say, is it good evening in Australia? I don't know. To Andrew Hoffman.
There's a good number of BMWs in this field at the minute.
There is. Right, we've got the organisers in the waiting room, Pete. Let's get them both in at the same time and give them a quiz in. Isaac Barkley and Martin Pearson, welcome to the booth.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello. Well, on the plus side, we haven't seen you crash yet, Martin, so we haven't had many slow-mo replays.
That's good, there's always time, yeah.
Yeah, well, we've got 6 hours to wait for that, so... 6 hours of Road America. Pete was saying at the start of the broadcast, absolutely fantastic track for endurance racing. Can be a little bit tricky at the start, but once the cars sort themselves out, we're expecting everything to go smoothly.
Yeah, I agree. You can get a little bit of a bottleneck at the start of races going into the first 3 corners, but once you get past those, everybody seems to settle down really nicely, and this is expecting this to be an absolutely banger of a race. Seems really close in practice. All the cars are close together, and I think it's going to be a really good race to watch. Lots of battles. It should be quite clean as well, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, Martin, you've got, there's at least a couple of new teams or teams that we haven't seen before. So you're still attracting new teams and new drivers.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. So Mecha Esport and LMP1 have turned up this week for this their first foray into our championship, which is really nice. And they've been setting some stunning lap times in LMP1 in practice. So that's really good to see, and should give hopefully the Fuga guys a really good race. And we're expecting this to be, as Isaac says, an absolute banger. We're always looking for more good racing and more good races. So everyone's welcome.
Yeah, and you're on a run of 6-hour races at the moment. So I think this is the first of 3. Which do tend to give good racing, don't they? Because they're long enough that people don't have to go, they don't have to treat them like a 6-hour sprint race, but they're short enough to keep people interested.
Yeah, I feel that's the danger when you start throwing longer races in there. People will slowly drift away because it gets a bit tedious after a while, but we've put a load of 6-hour races in here, hopefully, to keep the racing interesting and around a load of different variants of tracks as well. So hopefully we're going to see some really tight battling over the next 3 races, and I'm expecting to see the whole championship standings change up. It's all going to get really interesting, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm fascinated with the GTE battle. It was absolutely phenomenal last time out. We was just saying that, for the whole 17 days that broadcast went on, there was just battles everywhere. I would hate to have been Sam on the cameras trying to keep up with it all. But this track, it does tend to create on its own some large battle packs. So we're still expecting plenty of action around here, and there's so many places where this track can just spit you off, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting in practice how usually a corner with a track with a relatively long lap time and lots of corners, you'd end up with a lot of spread. But I mean, LMP2 in practice is covered by a second, maybe a second and a half, whereas at Sebring it was 2, maybe a bit more at times. So I think there's going to be a lot of battling this today, and it's going to be interesting to see how everybody manages the traffic. That's for sure. It's a very, very fun track to drive in any car.
Excellent. So before we let you guys go, and I know obviously Martin, you're racing. Isaac will probably be busy in race control. Any shout outs you'd like to give to anybody?
Just a shout out to you guys, really, just for taking the time today to come and do this all for us to sort the stream out. We've had a lot of new stewards come in as well since last race, so massive shout out to them. They're coming in, giving up their free time when they could be racing to help make the racing more clean here, which is awesome to see.
Martin, from you?
Shout out to my 2 teammates that haven't turned up yet. If you're out there, guys, it'd be nice to have a bit of company this race.
They're probably expecting you to crash in the first stint, to be honest, so they don't need to turn up.
That's probably what. Yeah, no, fair enough. It makes sense now. I get the logic.
Excellent. Well, thanks for joining us, guys. I'm sure we will talk to you during the race at some point, but for now, race organisers, Isaac Hartley and Martin Pearson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yep, nice blokes for race organisers. Clyde flushed himself out of this interview booth.
I was in the middle of flushing Martin, and then he moved himself, but because I'd already grabbed him in a nice way, wherever he moved himself to, I then moved him back to the waiting room, and he had to move again. So yeah. Right. So where are we in this GTE qualifying? So Mikel Dubois for Lithium Motorsports currently sits in provisional pole in GT Pro. Ricardo Duarte for Hashtag Racing currently second provisionally for GTE Pro. And Taj Edwards, and I have no idea what team he's in, because Sam's moved everything around for me. He's from Fuga Simsport GT, currently sits in provisional third. Fantastic qualifying at the moment for our GTE AM provisional pole sitter, Ed Kukstas. He's currently third overall, but obviously provisional pole for GTE AM. Second is Christian Furzi, who is racing for RSR Esports AM. And our provisional third place in GTE AM is, this is a good one, a multi-stump for Manatee Racing ISRC GTE, but I'm sure there is going to be, and there already has been, changes in that order, because I see Fredo Coman has got himself up into provisional second place for Team DRC Blue in GTE Pro.
Yeah, it's going to be a constant change. I still haven't found the rule on drafting. I've been looking for the last 10 minutes.
We just had the organisers in here. You could have asked them.
Well, you were already saying goodbye to them.
Well.
I'll get it later. Don't worry about it, folks.
You normally just butt in. It doesn't bother you.
No, I was busy reading.
Well, yeah. Less said about that, the better. You've got me frantically looking through.
I know. I can hear you clicking away. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell us what the rules are on drafting in qualifying, because some leagues just don't allow it, do they? They say it's an unfair advantage, and you're taking advantage of another team's car, and it's
I find it. I don't know. Maybe this may be just the way that my brain works, but I find it hard to see how you could
not get in a draft.
Marshal the steward the not drafting part.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Set someone watching every car on the track? It's a bit bonkers, isn't it? And I suppose you would lose your lap time if they deemed that you did get a tow. I don't know. I know that some leagues are absolutely paranoid about it. The cream does appear to be slowly rising to the top here, doesn't it? So the first 4 GTEs are now AM Pro class, sorry, and the AM class car of backmarker Racing Orange is sliding down to 5th overall, but obviously still leading the AM class of car. And that's still Agadesius, or Ed, at the wheel of that one.
Yeah, so Taj Edwards through the Simsport is top of the pile in GTE Pro.
Yeah, and his last lap was the pole lap, or provisional pole lap, I should say. Have you seen the times though? The first 3 of them.
20 seconds slower than the P1s.
That's unbelievable.
That means the P1s are going to lap them every 5 laps.
It's going to be a very, very busy track, isn't it? Very, very busy. Because by that same maths, I'm going to guess that every 8 laps, the P2s will come through as well.
So Ed's in the Corvette. Carl, you've been driving quite a lot here.
I have. The last update they did, they tried to balance it off somewhat. with the other cars. My own personal opinion at the moment, and there's not many of these in here, is that the Porsche, even though they've put more weight into it in the last update, I think they've put like 5 kilos worth of weight to slow it down. It's still an unbelievable launch off the corner, and the BMW is just phenomenal, and I think that's why you see so many of them at the moment still in here. I mean, you look at the first, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about the first 10 places or 11 places are either a BMW or a Vet.
Yeah, we've only got 2 Ferraris.
And 1 Porsche. So it does show that the balance of performance is heavily weighted towards the BMW for a start. I think the work that they did to balance the Corvette out, because it was getting absolutely mugged on all straights, particularly out of corners. It was good in, and it held the line through the corner. It turns very well, but it just lacked. It was a bit, towards the end of the last season, it was getting a bit, well, you felt dejected because you do a great lap, and this Porsche just go absolutely mullering past you, and you thought, well, what was the point of all that? It's better this season, but the Porsche is still a beast, and the BMW's still got a lot of punch power.
I must admit, Pete, you know, quite often when I watch you racing, I do think
Here we go.
Point of that.
Here we go. Isaac's responded on the chat. Penalties are only for slipstream in sister cars. So I'm guessing you can't pull your teammate round.
See, okay. Takes a bit of teamwork out of it.
It does. Not sure what the motivation behind that is, but we'll get him in later again when they've crashed, and or we can get Isaac in whenever. We'll just drag him in.
I did actually find another T-shirt for you the other day, Pete.
What was it?
On the front, it just said, that didn't quite go as planned.
All right, yeah, that does sound like me. And I have said that before. Here's Team Cursed by Stacey. Oh, sorry, these are called Aeropigs Racing, so, yeah. It looks like a New York taxi. Is it supposed to?
Possibly.
It's something to do with aeroplanes, though, isn't it? The F-01. Thought you'd know about that. I thought you were all things aero fighter.
I don't know what an F-01 is.
All right, okay. Cue everybody tapping away on Google.
Yeah. So Jackson Lowry on the Twitter, what am I on about? Twitch stream, has obviously just confirmed what Isaac was saying there, that it's slipstreaming is only penalised if it's a team car.
And yeah, you're right. It takes a bit of teamwork out of the equation, doesn't it? But I'm expecting that they're not allowing that because not everybody has a sister team.
Yeah, quite possibly.
So we're currently following Hugo Mendes around the track for Core Motorsport. They're a little way down at the minute. They're in 8th place in Pro Class, but 11th place overall in GTE. There's 3 AM class cars, all situated together in the time in there, right in the middle of the Pro field. And we've seen this before, haven't we, Clyde, where the AM drivers sometimes get close to or even succeed in outperforming the Pro cars.
Yes, and just to answer a quick question there on the chat, just had a look at my team information, and the Aeropigs guys are aerospace engineers.
Ah, right, okay.
So that's obviously where that name comes from. Yeah, in the GTE Pro and Am, if you remember, I think it was WOSR iZone that have been promoted up to the Pro class because they had 2 drivers over the I rating limit. But like you say, there's the AMs again are showing their strength, and they are currently 5th, 6th, and 7th overall, and ahead of quite a few of the pro cars. So
Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be a very tasty race if the field finishes the way it does now, with the mix of AM and Pro the way it is.
yeah. What have we got? We're nearly at the end of the qualifying session. We've got Fuga Simsport currently still sits on provisional pole with Team DRC Blue provisionally second, and Lithium Motorsports provisionally third, all in the pro class. And in the AM class, we've got Backmarker Racing Orange currently on provisional pole, Manatee Racing second, and RSR Esport AM in third. But still time to do more laps and lots of cars on the track.
The other thing with these cars, occasionally, when, or so I've found, so it's probably not accurate, you get your fastest laps not on the first few laps, even though they are preheated tyres. It takes not quite a few, but a number of laps to really get the tyres into a state where they get proper grip, especially in the vet. Having not driven the BMW very much at all, I don't know whether it fires up the same, as it were, or gets itself ready for racing in that same way. And that can be an interesting formula. It's interesting to see how many laps these guys put on each of their stints. A lot of them are running very, very low fuel, doing 2 laps and then stopping and going again, and then others are doing what I've just described and doing a number of laps and seeing if they can develop a lap time out of that.
Yeah, obviously there's a balance, isn't there? On obviously the car's going to get quicker as the fuel load goes down, but also the car's actually going to be slower as the tyres wear. So there's a sweet spot in there somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
It's going to be interesting as to what the session time is going to be for the race, because we're coming up to 2 o'clock in the afternoon sim time in this qualifying session. So we could be ending in darkness, Pete.
I think we definitely will. It's going to be a very interesting race, that's for sure. Especially if it starts to go dark. I don't know what the lighting's like around here in the dark. I can't remember. I don't think it's a lit track, is it?
It's not, no.
So it's not like going to be. It's not going to be like Sebring, for instance, where you've got cat's eyes to lead you around. This one will go fully dark. Where were we where that happened?
Yeah, I can't remember.
It was hilarious.
Yeah,
Nobody can see anything.
They need the Lamborghini, don't they, with its aircraft landing lights on it.
Yeah. Blind you.
So Stacey on the chat is now getting confused because she's liking a green and blue BMW. I suppose green and blue do make yellow.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
Yellow
they
and
do.
blue make green.
No, in Stacey's mind they do.
Oh, I see. Suzuka. Gary's on the chat. It was Suzuka where everything went pitch black, if you remember. Nobody could see the turning or anything until it was like beyond them. It was hilarious. So thanks, Gary.
The best night race ever was Ivan Batman's. When he lost the front end of his car and didn't have any headlights.
Yeah, that was at Le Mans.
That was brilliant. So we've got about 4 minutes left in this session.
Marcus wants a reminder of the LMP top 4, so I'll do that while we're here. I'm just going to bring up the results on iRacing. So Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red got the top time and are still technically provisional pole, but that'll be official soon. Maniti Racing LMP2 was second. Aquavert Motorsports Green were third, and Team DRC Red were fourth. If I didn't read out the team that you were after, they finished lower than that.
Then was he asking about qualifying or was he asking about the standings?
Oh, controversy.
Please say standings because then Peter's really knackered because he's got to go and find them. So, Mikel Dubois of Lithium Motorsport has got himself in front of Taj Edwards in the pro class. Those times are so close.
It is. There's not much in this. It has to be said. Look at that. 0.037 of a second between 1 and 2 in pro class.
And interestingly, it's a vet on provisional pole.
Yeah, on a track. Oh, there's a bit of damage on that vet.
Yeah, please, Bill.
Yeah, he's not going to like that, is he? So, yeah, on a powered track as well. That is unusual. You think the BMW would have an advantage around here, wouldn't you? But I suppose there's no substitute for individual skill.
Good. Hey, look who's just connected.
Vutu. Yeah, we'll try and get an interview with him later. Are they allowed? I'm not sure they're allowed, are they? I don't know.
It's always good fun when you interview him. So, yeah, we're into the last minute. Probably less than half the cars on track now. Taj Edwards still out there for Fuga Simsport, trying to reclaim that pole position.
Yeah, and there's nothing in it. Just needs to get. Well, this is Nuno Carvalho, or it was. This is Taj Edwards now in that Fuga Simsport car. He
has got a purple sector. but he's also got 3. Yeah, he's bailed.
Yeah. Pitted the car, and the session has just gone checkered.
Yeah, and Lucas De Vries has just popped himself into provisional third for
that's
BRC Orange.
Yeah, Braden Coates, I think, just ruined his own lap by getting a tyre off at turn 5. Because I think that'll be a 1X. It was pretty wide, it has to be said.
So 8 of the GT cars are on the 2-minute flat time. Yeah, if you'd have got up earlier, Gary, you would have seen it. Okay, so this is the only car on track.
And he's taken the checker there. Did he move up? I don't think he
I
did.
don't think he did. No, I think he remained in 10th position in Pro.
Yep, that'd be right. Really, he's just touring back around to the pits, or is he going to pull it up on Moraine's sweep and quit it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, right next to the driver retardation section.
Right then, I think that's the session ticked over.
Just wait for Sam to get the official starting grid up for us.
Yeah. And you can see the times on screen there on the broadcast. So 10 seconds between LMP1 and LMP2, and another 20 seconds between LMP1 and GTE.
Okay, so your starting grid for LMP1, we will have Toyota Gazoo Racing on pole with Fuga Simsport LMP1 in second, Mika Esports third, and Backmarker Racing Blue in fourth.
And your P2 starting grid will be Chicane Online Racing. Will go off from their pole. Manatee Racing LMP2 will go off second. Aquavan Motorsports Green will go off third. Team DRC Red will go off fourth. FTR Esports will go off fifth. R3T Racing will go off sixth. Seventh will be World of Sim Racing. Sapphire Simsport will go off eighth. And NSR Bronze will round out, I think. No, it won't. There's a few more stuck behind that, isn't there? Just waiting for the screen to update. NSR Bronze will be next in line. Don't know why my screen takes forever to update.
It's not just yours.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm still waiting, believe it or not. I'm sure the processor in my PC is about to absolutely die.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Team Bushfink Racing Blue go off 14th in line. I've forgotten where I am now. Stage 1 Racing Junior go off 15th in line. Stage 1 Racing Senior, surely that's the other way around, will go off 16th in line. And Verve Racing Team will go off 17th.
Okay, let's do the GTs in class order. So, Lithium Motorsports are on pole for Pro. Fuga Simsport are second. Team DRC Orange in third. Team DRC Blue in fourth. Hashtag Racing in fifth. Now it's my turn to wait for the screen to click over.
You want it in class, Clive.
Yes, please. There we go. Okay, so in sixth is 27 Motorsports. In seventh is Sam. Stop it. Is WOSRI Zone Performance. In eighth is Core Motorsports. Ninth is Core Motorsports number 2. Aeropigs Racing Team go off 10th, and Luxim 24 Esports Pro in 11th.
And I'll finish off this with the AM class once the screen transfers. So, Backmarker Racing Orange will go off their pole for AM. RSR Esports will go off second. Third will be Maniti Racing IRC GTE. Fourth will be 27 Motorsport. German Sim Racing Friends will go off fifth. And sixth will be Stage 1 Racing GTE.
I believe that is it for the AM.
Oh no, that is it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've
no
got-
waiting there.
Have we got one starting from pit lane? Car 54. Verve Racing Team there. I don't think they've joined the field.
Yeah, I don't think they set a quali time, did
No,
they?
they didn't. No. There was
Okay,
a few teams.
Lights are out on the pace car. We creep up to Canada corner. Around turn 13.
And there is a launch zone, is there, in this one? I can't remember.
There is, yes.
Yeah. Let's see if we can work that out. So around this corner, the pace car will peel off. There it goes. And now they're gone. Droster leads them away into turn 1.
Into the P2s. And they're gone.
That's a good launch there from Alex Gall for Chicane Online Racing. He's already got 2 car lengths, I think.
Yeah, I think the flag man was having a bit of a fit there. Here we go with your GTs. They've gone.
They've already gone. They need to get a wriggle on because the P1s are going to get them in a minute. The speed difference is immense around here. Look at that. Whole fleet of BMWs chasing one Porsche Chevrolet. Look at this. 7 wide.
Yeah, take it easy, guys. Sort yourselves out.
Somebody needs to tell them it's 6 hours
Yeah.
long. This race.
So by side. That's Martin Pearson. Doesn't want to be our first slow-mo.
No.
So Sebastian Bosch and Williams got in front of Kevin Viernont at the start in one, but we know what a canny driver Kevin is. He's now going for that position back again. Not going to get it done this time.
No. So he's been shuffled back since the start, just one position.
Just one, yeah. But he doesn't want to see Drozda disappearing into the distance for Toyota.
No, and it depends whether Kevin's going to fuel save as much as he can. I'm not sure how fuel saving would work around Road America. It is a high power track, isn't it?
Yeah, P2 still going at it.
Yeah, it's Martin Pearson right behind Kevin DeWale.
Yeah, I think Martin might have just lost that position.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's going to go for it again.
Yeah, this is a prime overtaking place.
Yeah, if you can get level, you've obviously got the next turn, you're on the inside as well. So if you don't get it done in the first left-hander, you should get it done in the second.
Yeah. Oh, that's painful. That's German sim racing.
Core Motorsports number 2.
I don't know who was to blame there. We'll have to see a replay.
Yeah,
we joined
there was 3 cars in it, wasn't there?
Yeah, so German sim racing.
Is it an accordion? No, he's gone for that wide line, hasn't he, and just lost it.
Yeah, and Stacey's bet just carried on to keep out of the way. Or did they outrate themselves? Hard to tell from here. So he zips to the inside and then gets on the gravel and spears into German Sim Racing Friends car. Or is that German Sim Racing Green? I can't remember. Friends. Thank you.
You have to put your thumbs up when you say that. So yeah, a little bit of a mess there at the back end of the GT field. Everybody else seems to have sorted themselves out.
Ooh.
No, yeah, that was a bit wiggly under brakes, wasn't it?
That was a worrying wiggle, that one. This is Petrovic Gomez for 27 Motorsports. Just butchered a new name there, Clyde.
Yes.
So, out front here, Matthias Drozda has got himself a 2-second gap over Marius Danhausen at the moment. Kevin Viernont needs to get a wriggle on because he needs to stay in the slipstream of that car in front.
And the P1s are already up to a couple of GT cars. There you go.
It's on the back of the GT field already.
Well, just up the road, they've got the whole of the rest of the GT field.
Yeah, these are the ones that got spat out the back after that incident, aren't they?
Yeah, this is those 3, but the rest of them are really close. It's going to be quite fun.
Oh, hang on. I'm pretty sure he's not supposed to be parked there.
quite know who that was, but we're now going to see it.
So it's at the other end of Hurry Downs at the minute, so we're a few cars ahead of this.
No, it's the BMW. It's the 138, which is that was the last car on track. Braden Coates.
Luxem 24 Esports. They didn't. Did they do any quali? I can't remember.
They did, but he was the last car on the track, wasn't he?
All right. He did well to reverse off track and stay there.
He
to be
did,
honest.
he got out of the way. Yeah.
That's off to him.
Afternoon to Martin Versluven on the chat.
I do like the paint job on that RSR Esports Chevy. It's nice. It's like the Matrix.
Yeah, a bit digital, isn't it?
It is.
So here we have the P1s. Up with the rest of the GT field.
Yeah, this is where it can get a bit tasty as they thread their way through. I mean, the leader of P1 has pretty much been caught by second place, and third place is now up with him as well. This is Kevin Veermont's opportunity to regain some of that lost ground. But these guys are back together pretty much, aren't they?
Yeah, it's amazing how the other classes to make that happen.
Just to get a better line through Canada Corner, but there's a car on his left-hand side, so what he gained on the entry, he lost on the exit. Needs to dive up the inside here, not lose ground. And that is the 3 P1 cars, line stern now. And he's got good drive here, I think. In fact, they both do. Look at this.
Yeah.
Has he got a slowdown?
That looks like it, doesn't it?
Where's he got that from? Canada Corner? Maybe not. I don't know. Why was he so slow? Why is he still so slow?
Trying to think if you can get a slowdown off that last corner.
If you can, even I've not managed that.
What about if you cut that inside curve too much?
Yeah.
Remember, there's also the boost that plays into the game of the P1s, and this was Porsche, so the other two guys were in a Audi.
Oh, that's true.
That could probably make a difference.
So Swiffer 18 says he doesn't think he got a slowdown. I think Sam's on it, like a car bonnet. This is right at the back of the P2 field. This is NSR Bronze Sim Performance, last P2, chasing down Mathieu Molinars, who we've seen in other leagues, I think. Stage 1 racing. Oh dear.
Oh,
And that
was
is
the battle
Martin
we were
Pearson.
just watching, wasn't it?
No, it's not Martin Pearson, is it?
No, this is the NSR bronze car again.
Oh, it is. Sorry. No.
Oh, that was weird.
It was. That was brake
He
fire.
lost it on it. Well, he lost it on his own, but then the NSR bronze car decided to take the racing line. knowing that there was a car crashing on it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see an onboard of that incident because, yeah, why didn't he just straight line it like the Porsche did that we saw earlier? He'd have had time to react. He's, a car and a half back? He's gone that way. Yeah, I don't think I'd have chosen that line.
Yeah, not me, but it's a split-second decision.
It is, yep.
Jim Bob Rivet is on the chat, saying that he's not racing today, he's stewarding, so good luck with that.
Yeah, he's the one that ended up with a whole load of new names, wasn't he?
Yes.
Jim Riv and Jimmy Rivet.
So this is Martin Pearson.
It's the stripes on the back of the car that threw me off. And oddly, on my paint download, Martin's car has got red stripes, and on the broadcast it's got yellow stripes, so I don't know what's gone on with my download.
No, something's gone a bit weird there.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it in yellow.
Cool.
User error.
Without a doubt.
So Marius Danhausen has got himself a little bit of a gap now, hasn't he, at the front end of the P1 field?
There's a run here though. I'm not sure why he didn't sit in the slipstream for a little longer, but this could end into it. And he's losing a position now. Yep. So that didn't work out at all well. Carlos Alvarez Benedi in the Wilder Sim Racing car. Lucas De Vries can't get enough of sim racing apparently. He was out last night, wasn't he? And now he's back in today. He probably did a 10-hour endurance race overnight just to fill in the gap.
So the P2 leaders are not far behind the GTE field now. And normally my favourite lap is when all the planets align. So you've got the P2s overtaking the GTs and the P1s overtaking the P2s.
Yeah.
And you've got all the classes on the same piece of track.
And then all the cars are on the same piece of grass.
It can end like that, yes.
So we're watching Mateusz Drozda in the Toyota Gazoo racing car, right on the rear bumper of the Backmarker Racing blue car, and that means that the Mika Esports car with Kevin Diamond has dropped off the back of this pair.
Yeah, well, Matthias has just lost that position to Sebastian.
Right.
So he's down 2 places from the start now. And I don't know whether the Mika Esport car got caught out in traffic.
Entirely possible. I could hear screeching tyres then. There we go. Yeah, that's that vent there. Who is that? Oh, it's Ed.
That's Ed, yeah.
So he's going to possibly lose another. He's on the right line for this corner, but that BMW's got some grunt and it might drive round him. Now the BMW's got the right line for the carousel, and the next BMW also. So So he's lost, I think, 3 places there. And that's how quickly your fortunes can change in these classes.
Yeah, sometimes you can start it yourself as well, can't you? You put a move on somebody else that doesn't go quite as planned, and you end up losing positions.
This is a bit busy. I think if I was in the vet there, I'd be the most worried car.
Good morning from the colonies.
Morning, Bill.
How you doing, man?
Not
All
too
good.
bad.
The attrition rate here so far is quite low, Bill, you'll be glad to know.
Oh yeah, I was tuned in kind of lap 6, and boy, it was nothing but a stream of cars. Wow.
Ah, right. Yep, Valdemar Binder has just taken over the lead of P2s, thanks to Sam's eagle eyes for pointing that out to us. Some serious attention being re-given by Alex Gall. Valdemar's got the excuse now of that Chevy to get back on the inside line legitimately.
Thank you, Sam. You're very unappreciated.
And this is the rest of the pile now for P2s, isn't it? 5 cars, minus nothing between them. 6 cars, sorry. Oh, is there a P1 battery? Oh, yes, there we go. Marius Danhausen in the Fuga Simsport P1 car. Leading the race overall. And in the background, we should see. That's 4 seconds back now to the next ones. He's got himself quite a tiny lead. We've seen this from Marius Danhausen before, haven't we, Clyde?
We certainly have, yes.
He's great at getting through the field.
I see Lucas DeVries came back for more punishment, huh?
Yeah, we've been talking about that. I was saying I think he's probably done a 10-hour endurance race overnight just to fill in the gap between races.
Yeah, wow. Well, he proved last night he's a pretty good pilot for sure.
Oh, very much so, yeah. He did a great job last night.
Boy, how lucky can we be? Two iconic tracks right in a row.
Road America's fantastic. 3 wide here, I think. 2 now. Is this going to get resolved by turn 1?
Oh, baby, look at this. Oh, my.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
No,
This should even be better, Pete.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Little
see that
side by-
BMW turn in there, and there was a car there.
Yeah, a little side to side there.
Little hip check, but I don't think that was the P2's fault. I don't think the BMW should have been still in the gas, if you know what I mean.
No, I think the P2 was already alongside.
Yeah.
Maybe the BMW got mesmerized by all the speed that was surrounding him there.
Yeah. This is busy here. Look at this. It looks like the whole field is in this 2 or 3 corners.
The M25 only curvy.
As I said, my favourite part of the race.
Yep. But if there's a track map available, it'll show masses of gap all the way around because
It
they're
is,
all here.
All the cars are pretty much on the same fifth of the track.
That's class. I love these races for that. I don't know which class is which now between the P1s and the P2s. I just see fins and spoilers and everything.
I heard Sam make a statement this morning when I was listening, drinking my first cup of coffee, trying to comprehend I was alive, that the P2s in the straightaway are faster than a P1. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, but the boost and the downforce on the P1s enables them to get round enormously quicker. They're 10 seconds a lap round here faster, Bill.
Wow.
Than the P2s. 10 seconds.
10? Wow.
And 20 odd seconds faster than these GTEs.
Century.
I I've just seen a message come up that Hugo Mendes has been black flagged.
Oh. I'll find out what that
If
was.
that's an official message or not.
Whoop. Maybe a re-entry, possibly. Let's see. Aren't you supposed to spin on the last corner? What the heck was wrong with that? Unless he cussed out somebody or something.
Well, it was all on his own, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I didn't see a bad re-entry. There's nobody around or anything.
Maybe that wasn't the incident. Maybe that's just
Yeah.
an after incident.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was just bad. Naughty. Track is a wonder of the new world. This is a great track.
It is fantastic. Such a flow to it and a rhythm to how you approach the laps once you get into it.
And I'll tell you, there's some places here. Areas here.
Don't forget, if you're watching, to give the stream a like, a thumbs up, or whatever you want to call it. All of that's of value to us.
You know, we're very fortunate. This is the second new league that we're broadcasting for. They put on a terrific show.
Yeah, these guys are very accomplished. And I'm going to say this now and hope I don't curse it, but this race has been really, really clean so far. Considering how busy we've seen the track, there's been very little that you could say was dubious.
It goes back, doesn't it, to, you hope the drivers realise it's a 6-hour endurance race and not a 6-hour sprint race. There is time to get the moves done.
Yes. Yeah. You can afford to be calm and you can afford to spend a few laps fuel saving behind somebody and just get yourself together. It's no sprint race for sure. 6 hours worth of racing. It's a challenge.
I was going to say it's a 4-hour track. There's a lot of places to spread out, not to get in trouble, but of course it gives you more racing to get in.
Yeah, and QWERTY has just acknowledged Pete's commentator's curse on the track.
Below the chaos comments. Well, we must be getting close to one of the fields' pit time, surely.
We're only 25 minutes in at the moment.
How long do we think a tank will last for? 40 or?
I'm guessing around the 40-minute mark.
Yeah.
Well, these P1s put a lot of laps in a hurry, don't they? Wow.
They do, and they have high fuel usage, don't they? So, what do they? Because they've got the electrical boost, haven't they, that goes with it?
And they're way too sophisticated for me. I have no clue.
Yeah, be interesting actually what the miles per gallon is.
Or gallon per mile.
Okay, information from race control guys. Incident number 2 car involved number 271 stage 1 racing GTE. It's a bit too short guys. Number 52 R3T racing team. Warning for the number 52 the RT3 racing team.
Okay. So that's a P2 warning. That's Marian Brabic's car. Well, he's driving it at the minute. The stewards are watching.
I gotta believe.
Go on, Bill.
I gotta believe that Martin Patterson is trying a little harder today after the last time we chastised the hell out of the guy.
That was funny.
Oh, I mean, even on the comments later, all the other teams are saying, "Did you see all the shots they have slow motion of him spinning?" And I'm thinking, "Oh boy, yeah, he'll want us back." Oh yeah.
So interesting fact on miles per gallon.
Go on.
The average human walks 900 miles per year and drinks 22 gallons of beer. So that means the average human gets 41 miles per gallon.
Bill, do you have any adrenaline shots? Just so I don't fall asleep.
Well, I was going to say Clyde probably gets about 21 gallons per mile or whatever it is. And a few chili dogs when he comes to the colonies. Yep.
Yeah. So I'll just remind you, Clyde, that there's cars on the screen. So LMP1 fuel mileage. Any idea?
I reckon about 40 minutes.
Right.
That's my best guess.
They'll be the first to pit, won't they? You can do a good amount of laps in the GTEs for a start. I have no idea on the P2s at all. Not got a clue.
Ryan Chevalier, highlighted here on the screen. Go Yank! Yeah.
They're not clear at the minute. They're in 8th place, FTR Esports. Sticking with the rest of the field. Is that a fast-moving Porsche or a slow-moving Audi? I don't know.
Oh my goodness. He went by him like I was parked on the side
here
of
we
the
go.
road.
Here we
Whoa,
go.
okay.
Oh, that's the
that
country route, that one.
That looked a little questionable.
He's got a good bounce on that car, though, hasn't he? He's got some good height there.
Yeah, but that's obviously lost him second place again.
And if he's done damage to the underside of that car, that won't get repaired. And they're very susceptible to damage on the underside of the car, aren't they, Sam?
Aren't we all?
Very much.
I'm sure Sam is very depressed about the HPD kind of putting out the pasture, but these P2s are pretty impressive. I have to say.
I love P2s, so
Do you? Okay, I'm glad to hear it because
I like the old one because you got this open cockpit.
Yeah, you got the wind in your face. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I could just get my air. Oh,
There's a car. Yeah, car off there. Oh, that's the one I like. Oh, why do I hurt these people?
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the RSR car, isn't it?
it is, yeah. Off screen left
There was
there.
a slow BMW there as well.
Oh, yeah. I'll have to watch that again at some point.
Well, your wish is your coming. No, it's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, this might be it. Yeah.
There we go.
No,
Oh
that's
yeah.
funny.
Oh boy, he really slowed down. I think I messed up the Porsche guy.
Lithium car, very, very wide with Michael Dubois behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's the position of the
Yeah. Oh yeah, Taj Edwards.
What's Mr. Dubois driving? Is that a plastic Ferrari?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
For those watching at home and don't know, Bill's love of the Corvette has no bounds.
I'd rather eat lint than own a Corvette.
Yes, Stacey, I am doing a far better job of cursing cars than that.
Whoa! You almost got the barbecue curse just then. Wow.
He did, yeah.
That's a bad place to go off. Trust me.
Yeah. Good recovery, though. It's very easy to do too much. Oh, slow-mo.
Wow.
You can over counter steer, if you know what I mean. And when the car comes back on track, it'll flick and spit you up in the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah.
So he did well to hold that one.
And those aren't marshmallow blocks. Those are concrete over there.
Yeah.
battle's been raging for a while.
Really? Yeah. I don't want to be lonely out here. Why don't we run together for a while? All right. Alex Gall? Gall?
Yeah, I think that is, yeah.
I saw another couple names I recognize here. Kevin DeWinter, huh? Or no? Yeah, Kevin DeWinter? Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely in it. There's another couple of names in this as well, Bill, that we know from last night. Tom Voss.
Oh yeah, and there's our friend Lucas Debris. We already mentioned him.
You've got Kevin Viermont and Romain Ratu in P1s.
Oh, no kidding. Hey, great.
Yeah, they've dropped back off the... or have they? My timing screen's just jumping all over the place at the minute.
No, they definitely have. I'm seeing
14
yeah, or more than that, in fact.
Oh, yeah, it is. 17.
What class did you say they're in? P2?
They're in the
P1.
P1s.
P1, wow. Oh, there they are. Mecca, yeah.
But I'm not quite sure what's happened to them because they were, again, they were setting the world on fire, weren't they, in practice?
They were. And this is what I was saying. When they get in the race, it's a different thing, isn't it? Ooh, that was a bit tough.
You had to give them some space there.
I mean, he left a car's width, so fair enough, but he didn't push him right over the track.
Yeah, it was a skinny car width.
It was, yeah. If they go on a diet,
Oh, look at
they
him
might make
wobbling,
it.
too. What the heck?
Yeah.
Try to get by, I dare you.
I'm sure Race Direction are taking a second look at that one just to be sure.
Let him go. Let's see what happens. Only kidding. Only kidding.
So just a name correction on the chat, guys. It is Alex Gall.
Gall, thank you. Sorry about that. Alex Gall.
Thanks to Simming Shady for that.
Is that the real Simming Shady?
Apparently it is, Pete.
And if he is, could he please stand up?
Yeah.
Warning, guys. If you don't want to reclaim on the video, don't do it.
Yeah.
Elvis didn't complain.
Oh dear. We'll have to wake him
Oh,
up there. He's been asleep for quite a while.
There's a Stacy Porsche right there. Hey, look at that.
Yeah, she's cursed it once already. It was, it took the long route at turn 5.
Oh, no.
You can see the damage on the front right of it just there. It's got
Oh,
a
and
bit-
he's going off
dear.
again. Wow. What'd you say, Pete?
Nothing. I never mentioned a yellow Porsche.
Wow.
And literally, Stacey
Yeah.
has just put on the chat, how are they doing?
Oh, dear.
Just as they go off.
That's so funny. So, lessons. Oh!
You can't just go across like that when there's a car there.
No, definitely not.
And besides, the green guy was boxed in as well.
He was, but this is weird. It's almost like he didn't acknowledge the car was there. Bang.
Wow. Yeah, that was a little dicey.
Yeah. And these cars are so prone to aero damage.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised if he drops right back now, because front end damage on these cars is lethal.
well, I'll tell you, he looked a little.
Oh!
Rasmus. Is he going to be stuck in those tyres?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
reset.
he is. Yeah. Because you do get stuck there, don't you?
You can do, yeah. I may have done several times.
Although Pete adds a little flare and goes halfway into the wall.
Yeah. Maybe half a job.
So if the Aero Pigs guys would like Stacey's home address to send a few horses' heads, just let me know.
Oh, here we go.
That's earlier than
So-
I thought.
Yeah, that's just coming up to the 36-minute mark. So
They are. There's quite a few piling in. The first 4 are in.
Mr.
Tom
Voss.
Voss. Yeah, he goes his own way, Fleetwood Mac style.
Oh, Pete's doing that like Clyde did Elvis last night. Good man, Pete.
Yeah. Anything you can do, I can do. Oh, that's a very ugly back end of that P2 that we were just watching. Can we go back to that? The back end of this thing is crabbing all over the place. The wheel's up in the air. Can't really see it from the camera angle I've got.
Yeah, it must admit, it looked okay to me, but... Okay, so we got our first P1 in the pits. That's Matthias Drozda.
It's funny, I look at that picture of Elkhart Lake, which is where Road America is, well, near there, and looking at the weather these guys are racing, and you wouldn't want to be there today, let me tell you.
Well, we've got snow today, Bill.
Whoa, really? I know she had cool weather last night. I was looking at your temperatures and wow, that's cold.
We do have snow as well where I live, which is
Really?
kind of funny. Yeah.
Why don't you just look out the window?
That involved him getting out of bed.
Yeah, because my window are
Oh,
closed
yeah,
because
true, yeah.
you know I live in the dark.
Because he hibernates. Yeah.
That's why I like you, Sam. I like it dark too.
Yeah, so just pointing out Stacey's self-admitted comment there. So we've got the yellow Porsche is in currently last place in GTE, and Martin Pearson is currently in third off last in P2. So good day all round then, yeah.
Here comes Martin.
Okay, leader's in. Leader in P1 is in the pits and second place as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Kevin Viamont does.
Yeah, has he been saving?
We're about
Here it comes now into
find
the
out.
coming down. I heard people
No.
at the Road
No,
America.
he
There he
hasn't.
goes.
His car doesn't look damaged, so I'm wondering what's going on there.
Maybe he went off. Maybe he went off road or something, and
Yeah,
you don't see any external damage. I heard your comments, Pete, about the P1s overtaking you in a race. That must feel awful intimidating. You know, you're going like hell, and they go by you like you're parked.
Yeah, but it makes you jump. Because on your relative, all you can see is your own field until right at the very last second. And then this thing just comes pounding through, and you're like, where on earth did that come from?
And it kind of looks like a missile, too, so...
Yeah. Oh!
My goodness!
So, is that
Who was
Sebastian's
that?
car? Was that Sebastian Will?
It was, yeah. He's just come out of the pits, so...
Wow.
You done
the
that on
front.
cold tyres?
I don't know. I think he's hit a car because the front of his car's got damage. Oh no!
He's avoiding action, hasn't he? I think he's
he-
hit another car.
Wow.
How are these guys missing him?
They must live with the Angels. Boy, he was a heck of a target right there.
Yeah.
Well, big overspeed there, and I think
And he went off in the
last
grass.
minute.
Yep. Yeah.
And of course, it's like you were saying in the last race commentary for this. The faster you go in these cars, the more downforce you get, and the more stable they are.
Yep.
And he won't have been going fast enough, if you know what I mean.
Everyone did well to take avoiding action.
Certainly did.
He's back circulating, but that's a lot of damage on the front right of that car.
And he's just pitted as well, so
Yeah.
you know he's going to have to carry that for the whole stint.
We've got another lame car here, that Corvette. Looks a bit dicey.
I rest my case.
Or maybe not. He was definitely going slow though.
Yeah,
That's right.
you're right.
Ah,
Bit of grass cutting.
Yeah. Gardner out of a job there.
Funny Clyde mentioned that. That's another nickname I used to have, was the landscaper. Good battle right there, though.
Yeah. Got his position back.
Alright, back in a second, guys. I'm just going to get myself another drink.
Cheers.
The outside of turn 1 is not the place to do overtaking as far as I'm concerned. So he's backed out of it.
Oh, I'm with you on that one, Pete.
Yeah. He backed out of that, and that's a wise move there from Malta Stump. Oh dear! Oh, that was a big wiggle. He was on his own for that. Was that brake bias?
Hard to say.
Oh, this is close now. So, yeah, here we go. This is Ed. Oh, he's just overturned it.
Yeah. Well, another
Hit
thing,
nothing, so-
the natural reaction when it starts to go like that, he got out of it, and that didn't help it any either.
Oh, right, you mean should have kept his toe in?
Well, maybe a little bit. Listen to me.
No, well, me and you are very good at crashing.
Yeah, build it nuts. I'm sure I could have collected it too.
Yeah.
These guys are having a little classic battle right here.
Ed in front, who's been off track. I think he may have succumbed to having red hot tyres after the previous incident he had.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And on liquid rubber, he's not been able to make turn 1 safely. So he didn't hit anything though, so that's fine, or as fine as it's gonna get.
As much as you drive, Pete, you know darn well when you do that kind of stuff, you kind of get back there and I got to make up that time, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't make it any better.
No, and the real Simon Shady has just pointed out that both of the backmarker racing teams are struggling, and he's absolutely right. Both having trouble in different places. So your P1 top 3 are currently Fugus Simsport. That's Marius Danhausen still. No driver changes at all in P1 so far. So he's got a 13-second lead. Is that right? Yeah,
Yep.
that's pretty beastly.
Another familiar name.
Oh yes, absolutely. Used to be
Yeah.
Gold Racing Team.
That's right. Yep.
They've rebranded and kept all the skill apparently. So second is Toyota Kazoo Racing. As I said, nearly 14 seconds back down the road, and that gap is growing. And here they are, still Matthias Droster at the moment, trying to thread the needle here between a P2 and a GTE car. And then further back will be Kevin Viemont in the Mika Esport P1 car. There he is. He's got quite a lot of time to make up. He's 30 seconds behind now. And then the back marker racing blue car of Sebastian Bosch-William is quite a way back now. I'm trying to see. He has been back into the pits, I think, for repairs or something. Yep. Cheers.
Thank you, Sam.
Because he's 1.5 minutes back now, and yeah, the damage is definitely repaired. Do these cars repair very quickly, Sam? The P1s?
Yep. As long as there's only the front or the very rear of the car, these are like in real life. You just unclip it and change it, so it's like about 30 seconds for each side.
Right,
it's
okay.
It's not that much. If there's further damage, that takes way longer. But if it's
right, okay. Right, brilliant. Thanks for that. And then, go on.
They kind of replace it in sections, right, Sam? Like at the nose cone and the back,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
That's right.
Okay.
My pit box would have to be several acres in size to hold all the replacement parts I would need.
There's not enough money at iRacing to remove and change all the parts you would destroy in a race.
Gonna have to harvest some more minerals off another planet to make up the parts for my car. So yeah, in P2, Alex Gal for Chicane Online Racing is currently their race leader on screen now, making his way through the GTE field. There's an RSRAM car that's in front of him. So doing a great job up to now. Behind him somewhere is the Maniti Racing car of Valdemar Binder. That's only 2-ish seconds behind. These guys were on the same bit of tarmac not that long ago, and that was the one where he chopped off the front of the car, really. Behind Valdemar is Yannick van der Zande in the Aquiver Motorsports green car. Those guys were on the chat before. Don't know whether they still are. And he's got... Sorry.
We've got entry number 3 from Race Control, involving number 22, the Backmarker Racing, the 61 of World of Sim Racing, and it's a warming for the car 69, the World of Sim Racing. I suppose it's the incident that we saw with Sebastian going off tracks and taking a lot of damage.
I'm back, guys.
Okay.
Hey.
I thought that would be... Hang on. Yeah, she'll be right then, of course. Yeah, turn 3.
Probably because people, that's my guess, the World of Sim Racing cars changed line while being passed by the P1. We saw a bit of a wiggle going on the right, and that made the P1 clip the grass. That's my guess, at least.
Sounds
agree with that.
reasonable, yep.
Yeah, just watching it on the stream at the minute. So yes, we were focused on Yannick van der Zande in the Aquiver Motorsports green car. Behind him is Marian Brabic somewhere. How far back is that? 13 seconds he's got to make up on Yannick. And this is the R3T racing team. Trying to get his way through some traffic there. Then we've got Tom Voss rounds out the top 5 in the Team DRC red car. Just making sure I've got the right team. And doing a stand-up job at the minute. Then we've got Ryan Chevalier, not far behind again in the FTR esports car. 6 seconds he's got to make up. And he's not going to do it like that. He's just been passed, actually, by Antoine Blancas, which I think is a driver change, unless I'm very wrong. I don't remember seeing that name at the start, that's all. I don't know how you identify the driver swaps at the minute.
I don't know how you remember
I
that.
think he was in the car already. I remember the name and he qualified the car, so I suppose it's the start.
He's just kept a quiet race then. So that's Team Bushfink, is that right? Yeah, Bushfink Racing. Then we've got Kevin DeVale, who is, how far back is he? 10 seconds-ish. And that's going to be the Stage 1 Racing Junior car. Number 72 on your screen now, making his way, up the hill and over the start-finish stripe. Then Charles Alvarez Benidi, I'm going to go with. So this is the 61 car, also coming over the stripe, so that shows you how far back from the car in front he is. And that's World of Sim Racing. Then we've got slow-mo champion Martin Pearson in the 55 car Sapphire Simsports, ever cursed by Stacey's car. Oh, very nice. Lovely slow-mo at turn 1. Hopefully he doesn't bin it or spin it or anything to do with that.
He hit the apex pretty good that time.
He did, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to find a better example of embarrassing driving. Then we've got Matthias Molnars in Stage 1 Racing Senior. who's got a lot to do to get a bit more forward. He's not in contention with the car in front, but he's going to get some attention from getting lapped in a second, I think. And then behind Matteo is Rasmus Kirkland Nielsen, who is in the NSR Bronze car. So that rounds out the P2s.
Yeah, just to butt in, guys, we've got a good morning from the colonies from Tony Kloosterman watching us on Facebook.
Good morning, Tony. He'll be no doubt eating maple syrup covered bacon or something like that.
I bet he hasn't got as much snow as I have.
Is yours an entire half an inch or something?
Oh, yeah, at least, maybe 3/4.
That shuts down your part of the country, doesn't it?
Well,
certainly
shut down the whole
does.
thing. Yeah. If anybody in London smells that there's snow anywhere in the UK, they stop.
I don't blame them. You're a lot smarter over there than a lot of people give you credit for, I have to say.
Some of us are.
A few of you in the booth there.
Right,
Well-
it's at this point that I'm going to leave you, boys.
We're gonna miss your melodic tones there, Peter.
I think you mean whining nasal tones, Bill, but I appreciate the sentiment either way. So, enjoy your race, everybody watching, everybody commentating, etc. And look forward to hearing Tyler Newitt on it if I can get it on my phone to play on my in-car TV screen whilst I'm driving. So,
Keep your mask on there, buddy.
yeah, totally right. Stay safe, everyone.
You too, Pete.
See
Take
you
care,
later.
man.
Okay, so let's have a look at our GT running order. So, in GT Pro,
I'm just gonna cut off Clyde. Another race
Sorry.
information. Involving 79 the Manic Racing and the 69 the Chicane Online Racing. Warning for the 69 the Chicane Online Racing.
that is the P2 leader, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
So, yes, your GTE Pro field. Currently, we have Lucas De Vries for Team DRC Orange leading the way. In second place, Taj Edwards for Fuga Simsport GT. And there he is. In third place, we have Mikel Dubois for Lithium Motorsports. Fourth place is Fredo Coman for Team DRC Blue. In fifth place, we have Ricardo Duarte for Hashtag Racing. In sixth is Jesus Montiel for WOSR iZone Performance Junior. In seventh, we have João Duarte for 27 Motorsport White. And in eighth place, we have Celio Mendes for Core Motorsports. Ninth place is Brandon Coates for Luxim 24 Esports Pro. 10th is Hugo Mendes for Core Motorsports number 2. And 11th is Francesc Fernandez for the Aero Racing Team. Into your GTE AM field. And currently leading the way is Petrovic Gomez. There's a wide one there for 27 Motorsport. He's literally just gone down into... Did he drop into second for that?
I don't know. He just kind of got knocked off track.
He
there.
certainly did, yes. So, Multi-Stump has taken the lead.
Somebody facing the wrong way. That's Mr. Benetti.
He's not going to get round there.
In his P2.
Wheel on the grass.
Whoa! That had to hurt.
Yeah,
He crunched the left front pretty good there.
well, he certainly did. So let's go back to your GTE and running order now that it's changed. So multi-stump is currently leading the way for Manatee Racing ISRC GTE. Dropping down into second is Petrovic Gomez for 27 Motorsport. We just see him go wide. In third position is Ed Kukstas for Backmarker Racing Orange. In fourth is David Van Slambrook for Stage 1 Racing GTE. Andre Geiger is in fifth for German Sim Racing. In sixth and last place at the moment is Christian Furs for RSR Esports. And that is your GTE field coming up to the 1 hour and 1/6 of the way through this race.
Whoa! Straight off at Canada Corner. Who's that?
That's Marion Rabbit. Yeah.
Stuck into the wall.
Sure.
Yeah,
Look
you
at the
can't
wall,
get out of
yeah.
there.
He did a Pete Bingham there.
Yeah, that's a tow back to the pits, unfortunately.
I'm gonna top off on water and we go back to the 2 minutes, guys.
Cheers.
Roger, Dodger.
I leave you on some battles. Why
Cool.
not wait?
Okay. Yeah, we got some GT cars coming into the pits.
Yeah, GTE field is definitely hitting the pit lane in force at the moment.
So they get about an hour out of their fuel load, huh?
They do, yes. Yeah. So the P1s came in started around the 35-minute mark.
Yeah. You predicted 40. You were pretty close.
Yes, and I was going to say sort of 45 to 50 for the P2s, but I don't think they put far behind the P1s.
Matter of a few laps, actually.
Yeah.
I've never been a prototype car, but I'm liking these P2s a lot more. I tell you, they're really neat.
So this may have happened. Oh no, sorry, that's my timing screen is playing up.
Well, things are a little quiet right now. A couple little goings on, but I noticed both Pete and you mentioned that the big spread out of time between the competitors, but we're a little more than an hour in. They still got 5 hours, and a lot of things can happen in that amount of time.
Oh, most definitely, yeah. And how many times do we see it with these races where you're sort of looking at the timing screen, trying to work out if you're going to get a battle, and then some pit stops happen, and all of a sudden everybody's on the same piece of track again.
Yeah. Watching Ryan Chevalier a little close there. He came out of the corner onto the Road America straight there and seemed to be going slow. He got blown by I'm not sure whether it was a P1 or P2, but he seems to be back up the street. He might have just had a little hiccup, or maybe it got loose coming out of that corner. He's currently in 5th place in P2.
Yeah, so the leaders, pretty much in all classes, have got themselves a little bit of a gap.
Okay. The Fugo guys are a well-established, really competent team. I'm not surprised they're out in front in P1.
And the broadcast chat has gone a little bit quiet lately as well.
Yep, everybody's kind of taking a breather right now. Marius Danhausen currently at the controls of the Fuga Simsport P1 car. Wow.
We see this with Marius, don't we? He's very patient when getting his way through traffic.
Yeah, well, at first I thought that was kind of a dicey move by that vet there, but I think you can't expect him to drive off the road there. I mean, that's a pretty high-speed corner, so Marius was smart enough not to push the issue because he had a big, long straightaway at him to get by, so he lost very little time there. Interesting paint on is that lithium? No, I can't read what that says. This one right here. This BMW, the green, kind of interesting color combination.
Lux Sims 24 Esports.
Sims 24 Esports Pro.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Yeah, it looks like he's going to duck into the pits. He got a little more mileage than the rest of the guys.
Yeah, so that's 1 minute and 3. Sorry, 1 hour and 3. Mr. Limited 15 Razor 88 is asking on the chat about Mika Esport. They seem off the pace, and yeah, we agree. They were lighting the screens up in practice, but Kevin Veermont just doesn't seem to have been on it at the moment. We wondered if he was fuel saving, but that wasn't the case. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens with them.
Very surprising, the exposure we've had to them before. They're Chargers, these guys, so I'm surprised as well. Something must have happened. They must have had a hiccup somewhere. Of course, I believe this car is a new car to them, but they're pretty competent. I'm sure they would adapt to it quickly.
Yeah, and it's weird because he was the fastest car on the last lap.
Mala Stump. Oh, lost him already. Lucas DeVries. Is he still our leader in...
He certainly is.
Yeah, he is. Doing a great job in the Team DRC orange BMW. He's got very little orange on it. Oh, there it is. Okay. I guess Lucas didn't beat himself up enough last night. He decided to come over to America here and race today in the GTE.
Very quiet on track at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, things have settled in. Guys are trying to find their pace and figuring out what they're going to do in the next hour. See if they can make up some of the time. Might be some strategy changes possible. beautiful lady to deliver me another cup of coffee.
So this battle, it's the GT Am leader trying to get past the 6th place GT Pro.
And AM here together. Got the Pro up front. The AM is giving us a little push right now. Don't say stop. Related to Roger Stump, who I used to know. Probably. Esports behind them.
I think that's Kevin DeWall.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry. God, their car looks the same.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's not taken. Okay.
Oh,
Flip. Oh, the side of that car is crumpled. Uh-oh. He's got suspension damage too, I think.
that looked like a big mess, that did.
Ah, he hit that pretty hard. Whoa! I'm glad the Stacy Porch was on his toes there to miss that.
Yeah, then just reversed into the wall to make sure.
Yeah, I gotta bend this side too. White fluffy snow or wet snow today?
Wet snow, really.
Yeah.
It did start to settle, but I think it's all disappearing now.
Thank you.
I like a bit of snow.
Do you really?
Yeah.
That could have been a barbecue special just then, man.
Oh, there's going to be a snap.
Wow, pretty good recovery. No, look out! Wow. Getting dicey now.
Yeah, we've only got a 93-degree Fahrenheit track, so it's not as bad as I've seen it,
Nope.
but not as good as it could be.
Lightly toasty. Martin newsreel Pearson. Behaving himself so far today. Actually, he's moved up a couple of positions. He was kind of near the bottom. He's in 8th position. Whoa!
Is that Lux Sim 24 car again?
Yep, Braden Coates.
Too much speed in.
Yeah. No damage. Oh, Matthew Molinaire.
Whoop.
Boy.
I thought it was going to get a Porsche rear end then.
Stacy Porsches had to do a lot of maneuvers today to
Oh,
Whoa, Kevin! Wow, good recovery. Hang in there.
oh,
Ouch.
oh dear.
Whoa!
That was a heavy hit.
Drozda really nailed that sucker. PPR commentating.
I think that's
a
yeah.
little-
That's yeah.
It's a little flatter in the front.
Martin.
Hey,
Oh, Martin!
slow
Slow
mo.
motion.
As we
You
have
gonna
all the
hold it, or is
P2s
it
in the
going to
pits.
snap? Well, he held on to that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, P2 leaders in the pit.
Is it that time again already? Wow. Okay. May shake things up a little bit depending how they get in and out. Tom Voss still circulating. Antoine Blankers. Kevin DeWall.
We've got a drive-through penalty for the 2-2-1 back marker racing orange. It's between them and the core motorsports 130.
P1's going to have to be very, very soon. could hear him, couldn't you? Feather in the throttle there.
Yep.
Doing the carousel. Yeah.
Okay, update on the pit stop from the P2s. The Chicken Online Racing is now P3 because they probably changed tire opening at the time of the pit stop.
Oh, okay.
Pit time, there we go. 55
They've
seconds.
changed
pit time.
drivers as well, haven't they?
I do think so, yeah. So that makes sense that they changed tire as well. And I think no, the FTR Sports as well have changed at least tires. I don't remember the driver. Same for the Bush Wings. Racing for the Stage 1 Racing Junior. And Martin Pearson has changed tire very soon.
Okay.
We use the term racing loosely.
The same way as I said for Pete. No, it's not fair to Martin. No. A bit more
Kevin
than that.
Viermont is in the pits in his P1. And a driver swapped for them.
Double R, huh? Getting in?
No, it is Nons Ivano.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Valdemir Bender is still at the controls of Manti Racing ISRC LMP2.
Yeah, so they haven't changed driver, have they? Nor of Aquiver, because Yannick van der Zande is still in that car.
Yeah. Oh, Fuga's in the pits, huh? Yeah. Missed that one.
Yeah, he's literally on his way out now.
Yeah, he is, yep.
And the backmarker racing blue car is going to be off strategy because we see them have that accident after their first pit stop when they
That's
came
true.
straight back in again. Although saying that, he's just come in the pit lane. Which, to be fair, isn't far off because that accident was, I think, the first lap out of the pit. So
Yeah, it was, yeah. So what do you think? You think Marius is going to finally stop this time? Or?
It shows has already 2 stops.
yeah, he's had 2 stops. Yeah,
Oh,
Apparently
that's
he's
right,
winning
he
the
was.
pits.
he
That's
literally pitted on lap 46. So
He was just in. Sorry.
what has happened? Oh no, sorry. They had a new leader in P2 for a little while. So there's Marius currently leading the way, and a very healthy lead as well. A little slow-mo from Sam.
He appears to be on cruise control right now. He had a lot of room there. He could have gone a lot faster. But
Yeah, this battle is for position.
Gil Subin. Oh, and he's going on by.
Wasn't a battle for very long, but
I noticed Clyde this morning when I was listening, having my first cup of coffee, trying to realize if I could still breathe, that you mentioned all the tracks in the United States have a carousel. That's very true. I never thought about it, but you're right.
yeah, it just seems to be one of those corner names that have stuck over there. Doesn't it?
Yeah. Carousel at Road America is very deceptive too. You really think you should be able to go faster around there, but you just can't. You just chew the tires up. It's unreal. You got to be very careful there. It's kind of a, what would you call it, a patience kind of corner. You have to.
Yeah, there's a point, isn't there, where you can hit the loud pedal again, and
Exactly.
like I say, you've got to be so patient until you get to that point.
That's right.
Otherwise, you just end up drifting off wide.
Exactly. There's another slow-mo of Valdemar Bender.
Sam's found his button. Stacey, definitely not. It's never too early. It is 5 o'clock somewhere.
Over in America, we'd have to call it the hair of the dog because it's a little early for that. But.
So that Toyota Kazoo Racing P1, obviously we see it had some big damage. It's currently been in the pits for over 11 minutes.
Wow. Well, he hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Well, Lucas DeVries is still picking them up and putting them down in slow motion, as Sam shows you. Doing a banner job at the moment.
Yeah, he's not the quickest car on track, but he's managing the traffic better.
Yes, he is. There's Malt Stump, the leader of the AM GTE class, who's had a lot of camera time today, not for doing anything wrong, for leading, which is the better way to do it. That was about perfect. Well done.
And big thanks to all of our new subscribers today.
Oh, great. More subscribers. Excellent.
Just want to mention, guys, despite the fact they are a bit off pace, the cables are phenomenal. They have no issue, and the goals can still finish in a good place.
Yeah, certainly can.
Well, the Mika boys, the other series that we covered them in the past, they really go after it. I mean, they don't really make any crazy mistakes. damn good drivers, so I'm not surprised. Especially Kevin being a really unsuspecting kind of guy. Hopefully outside you can feel the car.
There's a gaggle of cars here.
Two battle, one for 5th and 6th. GT Pro and the first GTM, and they just lapping the 6th GTM and 9, which is interesting.
Yeah. Board with Mr. Stump at the wheel. He just went around the corner and it's so easy to go off.
So he's currently the lead and car. Overall,
what happened there?
I think that's just lap job.
Yeah, just getting out of the way, wasn't he?
Oh, okay.
So we're coming up on the 1 hour 30-minute mark, which will be a quarter of the way through the race.
So he's getting a little toe there, doesn't it?
Yes.
Quite enough, though. On board with Martin Pearson. Coming down the Marine Straight. A nice camera view. Wow. We kid Martin a lot, but he's doing a pretty good job today, I have to say. Whoa! Oh no! Oh no. Marius Danhausen got, I don't know, came together in the back there.
Yeah, we
Oh!
see that again, don't we?
Almost looked like he didn't know he was there, but I find that hard to believe. Here it is again, another. Wow. You think he just spun and ran into him?
Yeah, I think the P2 just broke the grass. If you look from the top of view, here on the left, yeah, there's
Oh, yep,
just
yep,
a
he
small
sure was.
grass
Yeah.
mark.
Yep, you're right, Sam. He was off in the grass on the left side. Yep.
And that obviously was our P1 leader.
Oh,
and
that's
that
too bad.
is how easily it can go wrong in multi-class racing.
And he's in the pits at the moment, getting. Oh, he's got a Silverstone wing on there.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage. It's
It
gonna
is.
take a bit more time than the first 7 ones.
A little more than a nose cone change for sure.
And this is a
Yep.
change for P1.
And there he goes, Kevin Piedmont. Or nope, I'm sorry. Nani Abano. Banho.
Does one of you is around the track? Because you're zone from.
That's outside my window. See something having fun in the snow.
Duarte and Stump still going at it here. The Pro and the M doesn't make much difference here. These guys are really equal.
So it doesn't look like he had that much repairs to do.
Yeah,
Back
2
up.
minutes in the pits, which is
Yeah.
not too bad.
He's fallen to third place now.
Yeah, I think he's still on the lead lap though. The leader isn't actually that far behind him.
Yeah, Marius is into turn 5 now. I know where Kevin is. Kevin, I keep saying Kevin, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they are just entering the carousel.
Oh, okay. There he is right there. Is he a lap behind or is he just right behind him there? I'm not quite sure.
No, Marius is on the same lap as the leaders.
Okay.
But obviously, if the Mika car got past him, he would then be a lap down. But at the moment, he is still on the lead lap. But only just.
Gotcha.
This battle carries on. We just had a message on Twitch from Mr. Hart that Duarte has damage. Yeah, you can see it on the front left by the splitter.
Yeah, he sure does. Whoa, sounded like somebody went off there. Maybe not. Nope.
Look out. Look out.
Oh, no.
It's slow-mo time.
Oh, no.
That's bad, he's stuck in the wall.
Ooh, did he get out?
No, I don't think so. He
no.
reset it to the pit.
Yeah.
That's bad.
That hurts. Manuel, why not? Oh, almost. Good catch.
So backmarker racing in P1 are really getting close now to move to Simsport.
And we got Sebastian Boscher Williams at the control of that vehicle.
Yeah, I don't think... Have they had a driver change yet? They haven't they? Have you been in the car
No,
from the
yeah,
start?
I think it's the same driver since the start.
Yeah. Whoa, hello.
Oh, this one
Marius-
looks really bad. Oh, and
Marius
the
Danhausen, oh my goodness.
engine
That's
is
a
gone.
bit shorter than it
Wow,
should be.
that baby is hurt.
That looks like a Legends car.
Oh,
it's not his
Nice
fault
job from the
again.
V2.
Ouch. Whoa.
Just turned in on him.
That's twice for Marius.
I'm trying to find which P2 it was, but
Let's see if we can see the replay again. I'll see if I can pick up the car number. '76 was that?
70, 78?
78, 75?
75.
It is, yeah, 75. That is Gilles Hubin.
Wow.
And that is a Legends LMP1.
No kidding.
Actually looks quite smart. But that's done the engine and everything.
Wow. That was a herder.
and so drive-through penalty for car 69, the chicane and for the incident that happened with the Fuga Simsport LMP1. I think that's the previous incident.
That was, yeah.
The car.
I'm
That broke
pretty
into
sure
the
there'll be
grass.
another one coming.
And yeah, I do think that and it's soon by a few blocks.
Wow. 6-hour race. Things change quickly.
Yeah, not that long ago we was saying what a commanding lead Marius Danhausen had. And then, from what I can see, 2 incidents that had basically nothing to do with him, and it's all over.
Indeed.
And Martin Pearson is back on track. You can play that because he has been off track.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that'll be a bit of cold tyres.
Duarte and Stump still going at it.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I'm wondering if he's just fuel saving behind him because he's
Yeah.
not putting any moves on him, is he?
Yeah, once in a while he sticks his nose out, but not really in earnest, you know? Good question.
We'll see at the end of this race.
Yeah. He's definitely fuel saving.
Yeah.
So this one is for position.
Looks like it could happen too.
So that's Jackson Lowry trying to get past Henrik van der Peer.
Henrik van der Peer is driving the Make a Look-alike car, I see.
Yeah.
Stage 1 racing is actually a P2 car, where Mika is the P1 car.
He's going to have a go now.
Now we're going to swap positions.
Yeah.
Looks like another race information.
Yeah, warning for the Team TRC Orange incident with the 72 Stage 1 Racing Junior. I don't remember that one.
No.
Team Orange, is that
it's
DeVries? Look at
yeah,
DeVries?
it's the pro leader.
Is that it right there?
No, this is live, Bill. So,
I'm sorry.
yeah, no worry. I don't know why. Yep, that's the team.
Ooh, excuse me.
Sam, I'm sorry, I was distracted. What was the outcome for Lucas DeVries?
Sorry, Bill?
That was a warning, Bill.
A warning.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, Nan Zavano and the Mika team find themselves in first place now in LMP1.
Yeah, and without, I don't mean to take anything away from their first place. They haven't done it on pace. They've done it on being clever and keeping out of trouble.
Yeah, well, that's part of the game too in an endurance race, isn't it, Clyde?
It certainly is. And obviously not getting caught in anybody else's trouble either.
Exactly. I know, Clyde, you taught me a lesson once. We were in a V8 supercar race, and I crashed out, and I was did a rage quit, and he said, "Get back out there," you know, and picked up about 3 or 4 more positions, just running around crippled. Which you got to keep, you got to keep a cool head sometimes.
Yeah, and you know, especially the way this league is set up, if you don't finish, you don't score any points. So
Exactly. Yep.
it's you know, especially this early on, we're not even a third in yet.
That's
It's
right.
worth getting your repairs done, getting back out there, see what happens.
That's
'Cause
right.
we've just seen how easy it is for things to go wrong, even for the fastest cars.
Yeah, it really is amazing. You can be cruising around here on cruise control, have things going your way, and in a split second they can change on you.
A bit like being married.
Well, I'm not going to go there. All right. Yeah, probably true.
Okay, just heard from Tyler. He is alive.
Our young grasshopper says he'll be
Yeah.
here 30 to 45 minutes.
He's just got to run a few errands for his mum. Get some homework done.
Of course, it's only 8 p.m. at 8 a.m. in the morning where he is. So, he's 2 cars.
Whoa, that's blue
Whoa.
on blue, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
I don't
Wow.
think they've done that much damage because it was already a mess.
That's another car in the wall.
Sticky
Sorry about that.
tires.
Diego Ney's Parade put it into the wall big time.
Yeah, I don't actually think those two teammates touched. It just one frightened the life out of the other one.
Looked that way, yeah. Oh.
That first bit of contact looked very netcodey to me.
Yes,
if I'm
it did.
honest.
Yes, it did.
Okay, we've got a stop and hold of 10 minutes for the team Bush Things Racing Blue for the incident with the Fuga Simsport LMP1.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not surprised.
No, I was going to say that's not surprising.
You stop 10 minutes or you leave the car.
Although that is a massive penalty. That's 5 laps.
A massive accident. Wow. Of course, not to take anything away, that with the massive speed differential that you have between these classes, it's surprising more of those kind of things don't happen.
And that is this car here, isn't it? So this
Yeah.
battle is going to be over very shortly.
Yep.
There he goes.
Yep, here he comes in to get his hand slapped.
same time, field. Thuis Edwards closing on Newcastle Reese.
Yeah, we've seen in the past how fast Taj is.
It's been a while now. Because Lucas is first since a long time now.
Yeah, and there's not a massive difference in lap times. It's just slowly reeling him in.
Well, another Fuga Simsport team.
We've got some of the P2s have just been in for their latest stop. Oh! Oh, he got away with that with no damage, but he's going to lose the lead, yep.
Yep, back marker racing went by him.
Could you stop eating, please? Because I'm hungry right now. No, sorry.
I tried not to give it away, sorry. Up and Lucas DeBreeze is in the pits, which gives the lead to Taj Edwards.
Yeah, not sure Taj will be able to go much further. He did get on lap 29 last time round.
It's a heck of a save by Nan Solano with
It was, yeah, that could have been horrible.
Sure
We
could have.
could have been down to one LMP1 then.
Yep, for sure.
Oh,
Who was that?
that's Manuel Winant,
Oh.
Stage 1 Racing Senior, all on his own. Yeah, he's out on the grass. Kept it out of the wall.
He saved damage by not, whoop, uh-oh, and he's around again.
Has he got a puncture?
You would think so. Oh, he just overcooked it.
Yeah. That was a rage spin, wasn't it? I think he was angry with himself for the first one.
Yeah, well, you know, as I was saying to Pete before, it's like, you know, you lose that time and you go, oh crap, I gotta make up, you know, you start pushing, and at that point you shouldn't be doing that. Uh-oh, dog dispute.
Dog fight. Probably arguing over the same toy.
Sounds like Shelby doing most of the parking.
She's female, that's why.
Absolutely.
Probably the gobbiest dog I've ever had.
Perry Penyakin on the screen.
Yeah, and Mika Sports are in for their pit stop. So that's going to give the lead back to Backmarker Racing.
Might be for an underpants change after that little spin too.
It could be, yes.
Rutger Viznin in the Manti Racing SRC LMP2.
I reckon that could be a Vinen.
Vinen, okay.
Could be. I'm probably wrong, but
You're almost there. I think that's more whining.
Boy, okay.
Whining.
Jasper
Riken.
Is that like Kimi?
Go on, do this one, Bill. This is my favourite. Do this one.
Perry Pensnicken?
That's the one. Bang on.
I'm so sorry, Perry. Jeez. Yeah. I have a tough time with those kind of names. It's terrible. And he races for Team DRC Orange. Did he take over for Lucas? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and another driver that we was with last night.
Perry was there last night?
Certainly was.
Good God. Don't ever get old whenever you do. That's what happens. You know, like, zzz, gone. Fido,
Like 18 hours ago, Bill.
Fido, I know it. Well, you know, when you get up like I am, you can remember stuff 35, 40 years ago better than you can 20 minutes ago.
So we've got a few driver changes going on at the moment.
Fido Coleman's been driving the whole time somewhere. DRC Blue.
Good question. I think you might be right there, Bill.
No, get out of here.
I think you might be.
Okay,
For once.
one in a row.
Quit while you're ahead.
Okay. Some of the guys coming back out after their pit stop. Mikhail Dubois, he's been in the car the whole time, I know that.
Yeah, it's a triple stint on the tire, if I'm not mistaken. There are only 48 seconds pit stop. And
Wow.
the other cars are over 1 minute, 1 minute 1. For the Fuga Simsport and the Team DRC Ranch. And they both changed drivers.
Ah, okay. And you can't change drivers while you're doing that other stuff, can you?
You can. The thing is...
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
And when you change drivers, usually change tires, because it's...
Sure.
It's a bit weird to put a new driver in other tires. Even though I did it once in the Spa24 race we did this summer, and the driver was doing night. He was doing one stint, and I was doing the second one, but we did not change tires. It was just to make the night a bit easier for us and doing only one stint. But we were changing the tires. It was great fun. So in this situation you can, but on a 6-hour race, you just do 2 or 3 stints for the drivers and you change drivers and change tires at the same time.
Yeah, well, you're using that time anyway, right? So you might as well.
Yeah, exactly. You can even change drivers only when the fuel goes in, because it's over 30 seconds to fuel the car. Looking at the time, it's 48. It's a bit of a weird time for the lithium motorsports. I would like to know why is that long for only fuel, or it's very short. fuel and
Well-
tires, but I don't think they were tired there.
It might be. We've seen in the past possibly missed his pit box or took a little too long on pit road or whatever. You know, those things happen.
Yeah, the thing is that it's a standing time, so
Oh yeah, that's right. It is. Shelby's taking over the broadcast. Raymond Schiffers in the Team DRC Red, currently 4th in P2.
we are about to find out about Mikael. So he stopped. There we go.
Yep,
And we have the fueling time now. Maybe some damage and getting down on the car.
yeah, that could be too. That's right. I'm not that familiar. Oh, looks like the front's a little crumpled. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell.
You normally pick up the front damage, don't you, on the splitter? So
He's changing tires. Okay, so that's
Yes,
a
he
short
is.
fueling time. All the timing is completely wrong, and he did a 1 minute like all the other. That's it. But I've got 40. So.
We've got Joachim Lauridsen. He's in currently at the end of the P2 field. Still have plenty of time. We're just a little bit over, what does that say? 2 hours, a little over 2 hours.
yeah, we are 5 minutes past the 2 hour mark.
Uh-oh. Okay, no harm, no foul there. Larson and Winter are for position, aren't they? Yes, they are. Man, I'll be right back in a couple minutes.
So let's have a look where we are at the moment. So currently in P1 we have the backmarker Racing Blue leading Mika Esports, who are in second. And I believe that Marius Danhausen and Matthias Drodzer, I think they've both retired their cars because they got too much damage. So we've just got the two P1s left. In the
Marius
P2,
is still in the session, by the way, Klein. He's still in the car because we still see the car. We'll see if he
I
can go
can
back.
see it. He's on 28 minutes of repairs at the moment. So whether he's going to come back out or not, I don't know. He is currently 17 laps down, there or thereabouts. But if they get the car repaired and they get out and they finish, I'm sure they score some points. So into P2, we currently have Jasper Ryken, for Quiver Motorsports, currently leading the way. Rutger Wynan for Manatee Racing ISRC in second, and Hendrik van der Peer for Stage 1 Racing Junior in third. Team DRC Red are currently fourth. FTR Esports in fifth. Chicane Online Racing are in sixth. Sapphire Simsport Alpha in seventh. World of Sim Racing Team in eighth. Stage 1 Racing Senior in ninth. And I can't read the one that's in 12th. No, I'm going to have to give up on that one. In 10th, sorry. I know it's Wackett Frank Laurenston.
Yep. It's NSR Bronze Sim Performance.
Thank you very much. I've got a little bit of a connection issue somewhere. Into GTE Pro, we have Mikel Dubois leading the way for Lithium Motorsports. Mike Vice-Kopsika in second for Fuga Simsport GT. Just seeing somebody there having some issues. I believe that is the NSR Bronze car. In third, we have, I'm going to do this Bill's way, Perry for Team DRC Orange. Fourth, we have, who's in fourth, it's Team DRC Blue. In fifth, we have Hashtag Racing. In sixth, we have WOSR ISO Performance. In seventh, we have 27 Motorsport. And in eighth, we have Luxim 24. Now, let's see if any of the others are still circulating. I believe they are. Is that Marco Mendes for Core Motorsports number 2. He is currently in 9th place. In 10th place, we have... Are they still going? I don't think they're going, are they?
They don't, but we still have 11th place, the Aeropigs.
The Francesc Fernandez car of Aeropigs Racing Team. So into GTEM, we have Marius Janka for RSR Esport AM leading the way. Flavio Satorino.
I think you're missing something.
Oh, sorry, I've skipped one. Yeah, sorry. It's Flavio.
It's
Magellan.
Marius. No, it's Marius Janko for Manatee Racing. That's first.
What's going on with my timing screen?
I'm focused on him, and there's a race information warning for car 61, the World of Sim Racing Team, for an incident with Team DRC Ranch, and we've got new slippers crashed. Just past it.
Okay. Right, let's go back to the GTE AM because I'm having terrible troubles with my timing screen. But Marius Janka for Manatee Racing ISRC leads the way. In second, we have Fabio Magalas for 27 Motorsport. In third place, we have Ignacio Hortal for RSR Esports AM. In fourth place is Sam Helson for Stage 1 Racing GTE. In fifth place, we have Ed Kukstas for Backmarker Racing Orange. And in sixth place, who we just see around, is Nils Lepers for the German Sim Racing Friends team. So that's where we are with 2 hours and 12 minutes gone.
And Sebastian Bosher-Williams just spun there. Oh, no, that's a replay. Sorry. I'm so glad I missed the names. Thank you, Clyde. That was wonderful. Oh, my goodness.
I did do them in Bill style, though.
No, you did a heck of a lot better than I could have. I like how you said Ed instead of Ed Judicis or whatever it is.
Yeah, we had a tip off before you joined us, to be honest.
Oh, there's one. Flavio Saturnini. Nino. Oh, man.
I'm struggling to see that. I'm having some big technical issues at the moment.
No wonder he was off track, missing that car in the middle of the track there. Wow. Oh! There he goes.
Okay.
Looks like he gave the P1.
Whoa,
Oh.
yeah, that was shocking.
Whoa! Jeez.
It's a good job that BMW managed to get out of the way there, because I think there may have been another big penalty coming.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I will still handle unsafe region penalty if it was me, but I'm not race controlling, which is great.
Yeah, everybody would be in the doghouse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if race control works on protests or whether they are just trying to look at all the incidents.
They sure have a protest form, so I do think they work on protests. Maybe if they've spoken, or if it's shown on the broadcast, who knows?
Yeah, so
maybe
I think you're right. Yeah, if that does, would that get protested? I think yes, that would be a penalty if I was in race control anyway. And the weird thing is, the car was on the grass. Don't get me wrong, I'm no expert, but you know, left hand down, lots of right foot, and you could have spun the car around 180 degrees on the grass.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Uh-oh, that could be spoiler now.
1 liter.
Maybe you got away with it. Nope. Because it looks bent when I can't
Yeah,
tell.
it's bent on the right. Yeah.
It sure is. Yep.
Brought me
just
to
to
esports back into it.
get on what you said, like we are not all super impressive with penalty car, so we can do.
I am the bot at spinning cars.
Very good, Sam. That was very. That's funny.
And the Mecha Boys are back in the action now, and they will probably get back the lead because looking at the damage on the back marker. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not going to help them any for sure.
They will go a bit if the car is not handling fine enough for them, or they will lose time anyway because that's not for the car. And they're still running. Okay, so the damage are not too bad.
Oh, they're right together too. Look at that.
Yeah,
they're close to their pit time as well. They're probably waiting for that.
yeah, and they are pretty much on the same strategy at the moment as well. So Backmarker pitted on lap 67 and Mika on lap 66.
Board with Nines Avenue and at Ivano and then Mika Sport. P1 and P2. Never mind.
That's more
Yeah, I was saying P1 and P2.
I get it.
Trying to be clever, sound like an idiot.
Yeah, I just make it. That's right.
we missed everything.
I know some people that's probably happy that there's no flat tires.
Yeah, really.
Flat in tires, I should say. Because,
No kid. Yeah, having punctures would add a lot of dimension to this, I'll tell you. Ooh. Mika has not gotten by back marker racing yet.
No, I think they possibly could have done something on that lap, but back marker put some back markers between them.
Well, and of course,
drive-through penalty for the German sim racing friends. That's probably the
rejoin. Yeah. Yeah, that's not surprising, to be fair.
yeah. And look at the other side of the coin too. It's so easy to do. You know, you're kind of flustered. You're kind of, you know, all over the place. And it's easy to do.
No, the thing I always say with rejoins, though, the information that you need is there.
Yeah.
You've got your relative screen. You know what cars are coming up. Yeah.
Oh, totally agree.
It's easy to criticise, but on the other hand, you have got the information that you need.
Yep. Whoops. Who was that? Is that Mika up there that went off, or was that the other guy that kind of looks like it? What's his name? Team PR.
Yeah, I don't think it's Mika, because they're
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the
still not that far behind. Like the sound of the BMW.
Yeah.
Now, these two cars have been together for a long time, even though they've got different drivers in them now.
They have, yep. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was just going to ask, is this the same two vehicles that were going at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that the Manatee car got past that. I might have dreamt that. Whoa, look out.
Whoa. Uh-oh. That broke up the duo.
Yeah, there was one of those GTE turnings there with a P2 on the inside. But it just went out of shot. And it was one of them that you think, oh, that's going to happen. Oh, no, there was a nudge there. There was a nudge.
Yep. And his re-entry wasn't too cool either. Look out. Woo! Well, it wasn't quite as bad as it was. I think I just saw a message on there from Kevin, your buddy Kevin Vu.
Yeah. You too.
Igmar Hamburg.
I'm gonna print some flags for you live this game.
Over at Gaza.
Ah, okay. Never mind.
I've got me Vutu underpants on.
Sure, Kevin will be thrilled about that.
Well, he's got his face on the front.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God. No.
Well, not really his face.
Sam, any other things you can talk about?
I just want to let being ridiculous on stream. Funny. Yeah, we've got this battle for blazing dude, which
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. Still,
It is.
Yeah, that's only 3 times between them. Pretty interesting.
69 has certainly picked up a lot of rubber, hasn't it?
Yeah. Now, Martin Patterson just sent a message. Is somebody else driving his car now, I hope?
Yeah, I don't think he's in the car anymore, is he?
Okay, I was going to say, because it's a pretty long message to try to... You know, he's got enough difficulty with 2 hands on the wheel. You know? Sure.
Sounds good.
I just heard a weird song. And I heard a very weird song from the machine, which sometimes means that the water doesn't flow in the correct thing.
Ah.
And yeah, this is what processes me, but apparently it's fine. I want to.
Ah. So Sam, have you gotten any coffee from our sponsors to test or try or anything?
Sorry, Bill.
Have you gotten any coffee from our sponsors, you know, and
Yep.
the other leagues there to try out yet?
Nothing yet. I'm not sure that it has been done.
Oh dear.
See, just a message popping on the chat and apparently Team Jersey. Oh yeah, I saw that image on Discord and that's what happened. And
Wow.
yeah, I think that suspension is broken, guy. It's probably not the best spot to go.
Wow. That's a risky move.
From inside there. And it's second place. Let's go on this one. Yeah, that's second place.
I agree with that one. Yeah, the barbecue bill corner is not exactly the best place to pass.
Famous corner.
Oh, yeah. Was that for position? Flavio Santernino?
I think it was, yes.
Yes, it is.
Going past George Lera.
Wow. Schiffers in the number 71 P2 car in 5th place.
Yeah, busy track at the moment.
Sure is. Enberg, Schiffers, and Ritkin going at it. Sam, does the P2 have a KERS system on it? Or DRS thing?
No, the P2 have nothing. It's just a race car with a lot of
Okay.
numbers.
Just curious. Now the P1's got that energy business on it, doesn't it? Recovery.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
That's a technical.
Tell me about it.
No, I'm not. I know enough to share my knowledge about it. I know it's different from the Audi and the Porsche. Basically, one regenerate must raise. I think that's
Yeah,
the
yep.
braking. Well, there's a petrol engine for the Audi that makes things
Yeah.
yeah, it's for the P1s. The thing is that it's a battle to either go fast, manage the traffic, but you also think by braking properly, getting down on the proper space, on the proper spot on the track. Because if you do boost, like if Sebastian boosts now and get super fast speed in this race with it may be not worth it. You might wait until it gets to another GT, for example. Maybe in a short race where it can have it this spot.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then it back up the banner for Mega Esports. And maybe the Mega Esports guy stuck behind the GT for the next corner, and this way he can do 1 or 2. And you have to think about this. I'm really bad at planning these things. I didn't think ahead of my lap, and I just had to does it automatic by iRacing, because that's too much planification for me to race. Sit down and just turn the wheel, and that's basically it for me.
Yeah, I hear you. I think it's truly that kind of technology just blows my mind that you can gain horsepower by the brake heat that you generate out of your own vehicle. That's unbelievable. And of course, that regeneration, I'm not sure whether it uses a motor or what, but it also does require, it takes away horsepower, but unfortunately, it gives you more horsepower back when you need it, kind of like what you were mentioning. In certain conditions, you activate that boost or ESR, whatever you want to call it, at that point, and that's where you get that extra boost.
Yeah, P2 pit stops are happening again, guys.
Okay.
That was made by Jorge Lara. Whoops.
It's in the wrong direction. That's Alex Crater for Luxem 24. And
He
there
looks good
was
at spinning a car.
Yeah, that was the perfect way to do it.
Must have gone to the Clyde Whiting School of Spinning the Car.
There you go. I believe that may be Mr. Tyler Newitt joining us.
Ooh.
Good morning.
Tyler, good morning.
But it's actually good afternoon in the real world.
Well, I'll keep living in my.
It's not even 9 a.m. where he lives.
Yeah, give me a break, Clyde. Ooh.
Oh.
Here we go. See, Judas Newitt has arrived. All the cars are now going to start spinning off the track.
I guess Martin's not the only one that spins that car. Okay.
I don't want to be rude, but from what I was watching before, that doesn't seem like a new trend. Slippery out there today.
Well, we've seen worse. I think a guy is a safety car. From the car twice on a safety car lap. I'm not mentioning his name, but I think he's quite white. Oh, sorry, I did it. Yeah, the safety car lap.
We know who it is now.
I have no idea what
After guys, cars involved. Hashtag racing and Manitou Racing. Drive through penalty for the 79 Manitou Racing LMP2. That's the dive we saw into the king.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh, that's the leader as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's still, but I think it's gonna be Edward after the drive-through. Not quite sure. They've got quite a big gap. There's.
Well, we are in the middle of pit stops, I believe. I think everyone.
They pitted already
Okay.
for this stint. So they have 56 seconds. 46 seconds for the stage one waiting. So that's quite a big gap. They could stay in front of the stage one waiting. Close the gap, surely.
It is a long pit road here in America.
Yeah, that's true. It's long.
I haven't obviously been in, so I don't know what the true delta is, but it's quite a while trundling up that hill.
Well, the worst part about Road America Pit is that your slowdown zone is so far just at the base of just at the crest of that hill, and that's a long way to your pit bar.
Yes, it is. And it's a blind approach to the timing line, so you really have to know your
you
braking
sure
point.
do. Exactly.
Here is the drive-through.
Bet Rucker's not happy about that one.
Was it Rucker in the car at the time of the penalty, or was
Yeah.
it one of his teammates?
No, it was him.
Yeah, and he's still
By quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin is still on the previous lap, entering the last corner.
Yeah, I'm showing a 40-second pit lane time, so must have had more than that.
And there's our second place guy, Kevin DeVal, in P2. P2 and P2. I gotta stop that, sorry.
So how lucky was that? Sebastian Boscher Williams, who was in the Backmarker Racing P1 car, has literally just got out of the car, handed it over to Peter Elson, and then immediately got a connection error.
Are we sure that didn't bring them to the pits?
I don't know. You could be right.
Yeah, they could have been to the pit as well because the driver knew he had some issues. That could also be a thing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because they've been in the pits a little
They
while.
have, haven't
Yeah,
they?
that's
Yeah.
a long pit
Yeah.
stop. But they got damage, so they're probably repairing damage as well.
True.
Yeah, I've got it in this Peter in, yeah, in red, so that's a reset, sure, and not a unusual jump to the pits.
Yep.
Yeah, they were not existing at all, and jump to the pits, so that's a reset. So I'll doing.
So they'll lose probably about a lap here with the tow.
Right, guys, now that Tyler's here, I'm just going to go and grab myself a quick break, and I shall be back as soon as I can.
Cheers, matey.
Ooh,
Oh,
that is Alex Crater in the wall hard. Is that one of the Caport coffers? Still refamiliarizing myself with the paint. Lux Sim 24
that's
East
it.
Pro.
That's it. Yeah, that's the one.
So that's the pro entries.
Yeah, he's been having. I don't think that's the original driver that was in there, but they're having their moments today.
Yep. There's Rucker once again. Back out on track.
Still in
I'm
the
showing. Yeah, and I'm showing still with about a 30-second lead, so they must have built up a pretty substantial gap before that penalty. His lap times are pretty much in line with Kevin behind him, mid-50s. A little bit quicker, actually, that time. He was about a half second quicker than Kevin. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at best laps. Oops. So last time through, he had the penalty. So we will find out where his pace is in a moment.
He had a little traffic that time.
He did. You know, that's going to be the kind of ebbs and flows. So compared to Kevin's previous lap, he was about 4/10 quicker. So stretching that gap just a little bit, although they were slower, both slower than the next 3 cars in line behind them in the top 5. So.
Well, we're still less than halfway through, so
Yep.
as we found in the first half of the race, a lot of things can change in a hurry.
Yeah, I've just seen that at least in the running order, the GT AM lead has come back together. I know Manidi had some cars between themselves and the next best car a little while ago, so
Yep.
27 has closed that gap down, at least in track position. They're about 15 seconds behind on track.
27.
Yep, that's Fabio on screen.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit weird with number for our team name.
Yes, yeah, sorry. 218 is the team number.
Yeah.
27 Motorsport. Okay.
You should say Motorsport after 27.
Nah, that was.
Makes it
I should have caught that. I'm looking for number 27. To go, where the heck
Yeah.
is 27? All right, it's all good. No problem. I'm old. I don't have a hard time comprehending sometimes.
It's extra confusing because they're right in line with their team car, the 27 Motorsport white car on track. So.
Yeah. Nuno Carvalho, the 27 Motorsport white car. Which doesn't look white. But
I'm sure I could look and find this information, but I believe it was 27 who won GT AM pretty convincingly at Sebring, was it not?
was it? Ooh, got me.
It was.
Yeah, I think it was. As far as I remember, it was them. And they're still putting up a great show today.
Yeah.
Second place, and they are 7th in GT. Which is not a bad result at all. And even more important, they're in front of their sister car.
Yeah, the pro entry. I noticed as well we've got some crossover entries between the next level series and this one as well. I saw, ooh, that's Kevin blinking a bit. Not, have to say, from racing with him in GT4, that's not unusual for Kevin.
I was going to say, he's guilty of that before, isn't he?
And he must have just got in the car, because they had a slow lap time last time around, so they must have just made their stop. If that's the case, then that's some slight consolation for the backmarker team.
How do you like that? Fuju Simsport LMP1's back on track.
Yeah.
They're going to finish this race hell or high water.
Yeah, they're quite a bit delayed, obviously, showing 30 laps down from the race leader, but oh, there it is. Thank you, Sam.
And I'll tell you, they both incidents that they had were definitely not their fault either. It's really too bad.
I'm seeing, sorry, Bill, a 2-minute stop and hold for Stage 1 Racing Junior. Don't know, I missed that incident, but something with Team DRC Blue, which is one of the GT cars.
Yeah, that's the dive into the GT.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, yep, I remember that one.
So that is the current second place car in LMP2 now with a penalty, so Maniti can grow their gap back out again.
Yeah, so the incident with the Maniti was another one.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure now which one is which. So yeah, maybe someone tell us more about which incident is which. Because I'm a bit confused right now, but I do think I remember it was the stage 1 racing that made the jump on the inside.
Gotcha. Yeah, not ever wise to pass somebody in the kink.
I'm just on the Discord, the general chat. We've got a picture from the incident, so that's definitely the stage 1 racing car. I recognize the livery.
Yeah, that is. Just from that picture, I can tell you that's not a place to overtake. Anyway, the point I was making a little while ago is we do have some crossover between our friends at Next Level Racing, or the Next Level Racing E-Series that we broadcasted yesterday, and the race here today. I saw Perry Pinekin is on track at the moment. I saw Tom Boss was in here, as well as was
Lucas DeFries is here.
Lucas
also.
DeFries, that was the other one, yeah. Good to see some cross proliferation.
Yeah, Lucas is in this car that Perry's driving, actually, the
Team DRC car. Yep.
Yeah, you pronounce Perry's name really well. I slaughtered the heck out of it, and I feel terrible. God. How'd you pronounce it? Paginen?
I think Pinekin.
Heineken.
So you don't use the J, is my understanding with Dutch names.
So it's like Heineken, but with a P.
Right.
Okay, cool.
I think there's a little more. I think generally you try and say the J like a Y, but I think for our purposes, Heineken will work.
Yeah, IGA. Yeah, that's a bit weird, but you got it pretty wrong, pretty right.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, I've done 4 years of Dutch, and all I can say is
Hello.
So the true form would be more like Heineken, right?
Yeah, I
Heineken.
think so.
Yeah. We could always ask Perry.
Well, you know what's sad is if you haven't been brought up there, they can explain it to you, tell you 100 times. For some reason, some people like me, I just can't do it. I don't know why. Whoa, here we go.
Synchronized spinning there.
Dun, 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 dun.
That was I believe, the second place GT Ham car. Following the Lux Sim car there. Let's get another shot of their synchronized spinning.
That's the pro
Nuno
car.
Carvalho, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry. Thank you, Sam. That is the pro car. So, different laps there. I think the Lux Sim car is a bit, as you had mentioned, has been a bit delayed through the race already. But yeah, so Nuno had a lap up on Alex there, but both going for a spin.
Kevin
turn
Duval
three.
in the pits.
Yep, that'll be for his 2-minute stop and hold penalty, which should promote Raymond Sheffers back into 3rd place, Ryan Chevalier into 2nd, who's already gone through actually in the 66 car.
And it's probably gonna bring this battle in front of Kevin Duval.
Look at this little lineup here we got on.
Oh yeah.
Because, yeah, the 2 seconds old, and they were past him before he stopped. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, I do think that's gonna be more or less the thing.
So this is 8th and 9th, am I
6 and,
correct?
6 and 7.
6th and 7th,
Yeah,
sorry.
and, oh, yeah, Thomas won.
Oh, I was looking at overall positions. And then there is a lap car in there as well, I believe, right? Okay.
No, in
Oh,
fact,
that's Ryan, who's a lap up
Ryan.
on
Yeah.
them. So that's the 2nd place. The new 2nd place car, he's about 50 seconds behind our P2 leader, Rutger Weinen. A lot of nice liveries in this field, I tell you what.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm glad they got the paint pack sorted for us this time, so we're not relying on whatever they've put into trading paints. It's resulted in some-
And Kevin Duval's back underway again after his for being a bad boy and his timeout.
Yeah, and Sam's guess was pretty close. He's going to come out a bit behind this group, but not too far back down the road.
Nah, and he's got plenty of time to catch up if he's got the guts, the stuff to do it.
Well, we know he has pace enough to be
Yeah.
fighting for the lead, or at least P2. So this is for position. This is the Sapphire car, driving it up the inside of the Chicane Racing car.
Oh, he's gonna lose it here, though, I think.
Ooh,
No!
yeah,
Wow.
lots of respect there, which was good.
Yeah. Yep.
But, I mean, these P2 cars do make quite a bit of downforce. You can definitely hold those lines. You'll lose time for sure, as we've seen the FTR car kind of scamper away up the road, but you can definitely make that side-by-side happen in these cars. They've got plenty of room for it.
I guess that's why I get nervous, because I'm not used to that. In most tin tops, you can't get away with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like in any car, going side-by-side through a corner like that takes cooperation from both drivers. Obviously, a lot of respect here between the two, Thomas
sure.
Johnson and Alex Gall, but they're that is Sapphire Simsport Alpha into 5th place, Thomas Johnson, just ahead of Alex Gall in the Chicane Online Racing. There is the Fuga Simsport GT entry, not as delayed as the LP1 entry from that team. That was somebody moving wide there.
I think, it's Lumpkin again.
Luxem.
Luxem, that's, Jesus.
Yes.
Die.
Alex Crater still behind the wheel of that car, so they are. I don't know if they are just unhappy with their car setup or they feel like get to know the grass a little bit better, but
Well,
they certainly are.
Almost 3 hours into this race, and they've had a lot of adventures so far.
Yeah, plenty of time to get to know
The
the
landscape
perimeters of this circuit. Yeah, it's a beautiful track, so
It is.
can't say I blame them. But
Oh, somebody's in.
that is the GT leader, Lithium Motorsports, Mikel Dubois, in
Okay.
2 minutes, followed by the 3rd place Team DRC orange car, so Fuga going the extra lap here, and will inherit the lead at least for 1 lap. See if hashtag racing follows them in. Have we seen much deviation on the pit strategy so far, or are we everyone pretty much in line? for the most part?
Unless the only thing that's happened is because somebody had to go in early or something because
Right,
of other
for
things.
damage.
So, yeah.
Yep. So hashtag is well behind that kind of lead trio. So
Yeah.
I think the only difference I saw in pit stop is the first 2 pits in P2 as well. Was only on the first in. Some guys went on early, 1 lap early, and I think the other
Gotcha.
one just could save enough fuel to get 1 more lap with the formation
Thanks,
lap.
Sam.
And
Yeah, that's
since-
probably what it is. It looks like
Yeah,
hashtag
yeah.
is staying out here.
Yep.
Yeah, because the formation lap, if you're not thinking about it, will definitely eat quite a bit of fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's such a long lap here, and it's so flat out that if you're not thinking about it, you can definitely use more fuel.
Yeah,
than your
and if I'm
competitors.
not mistaken, that's the only for this pit stop. But of course, there have been bids for repairs and things like that, so some of them are a bit delayed.
So Lithium came out Team DRC Orange, who was behind coming into the pits, came out well ahead of our previous leader, Lithium Sports. So did Lithium take tires and
Take
I think
tires
that's
and
the
change
case.
drivers. The last time they did 3 stints. No, we saw the last stint was very short from them.
Gotcha.
In the pits, they did change tires.
Yeah, 'cause they were-
48 seconds in the pits.
Yeah, they were in the pits about 30 seconds longer than the Team DRC car. So
Yeah, and the driver did have 3 stints now.
Gotcha.
And now it's Kevin with you, and probably sad not to be there.
I'm
Giving
pretty
them the
sure. I'm pretty sure I was in an official race with a Corvette that looked just like that. I don't remember if it was one of the drivers. I was in the P2 around Daytona, just getting some practice for the 24. So, but it is a smart-looking livery on that car.
I'll tell you, Tyler, before you got here, for the first hour and a half or so, Team DRC Orange, which is a GTE Pro car, absolutely had it in control. It was, matter of fact, our Lucas DeFries from last night actually, he held the lead for a long, long time.
Yeah, and Perry Pineken, as Sam mentioned, is in that car now.
Yep.
Also from the Next Level Lamborghini E-Series. Probably, well, I guess we'll see if the Fuga Simsport car takes tires or not. But if they do, they were all kind of in a clump there, so presumably they would inherit the lead.
As they all did took tires last time back, I'm expecting all the GTs now to not take tires. Actually, the leader ones, except
Well,
for
the Lithium
Motorsport did, because they did that the last time.
Gotcha. Okay.
See that? Well, maybe they change only 2 sides. This is probably why they got only a 40 to the pit stop.
They might have changed left sides only or something.
48 seconds. I'm showing a minute and 2 seconds stopped.
Yeah, not this time, the time before.
Yeah, that was last
time before.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Or it's
I was
possible.
wondering why it took them on the 48 to change tires and get fuel. That was too short to be full fuel, but they did a full stint, so that's probably two side tires.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, you
One
certainly abuse the left sides a bit more, especially with that carousel. Ooh, that is a blinking GT car and a clump of LMP2 cars. Yeah, it would make a little bit of sense to change just left sides, as you certainly use them more than anything else here. As this group is getting all sorts of hectic. So this is a battle for position for 9th and 10th in P2 between NSR Bronze, SimPerformance.com, and Aquiver Motorsports Green, and that is about to change hands. I believe that is the same. Is that FTR behind them? Yes, it is. No. Who is that behind them? Get through the whole field till we find it. Okay, so it's Alex Gall.
Alex Gall.
We saw battling with Thomas Johnson, but Thomas Johnson is now 48 seconds behind Alex Gall. So did he make a pit stop? He made a pit stop on lap 90. He's currently on lap 91. Yeah. So Thomas Johnson, who had gotten by this Chicane Online Racing LMP2 car for 5th place, has made a pit stop and put himself back in 7th place in the Sapphire Simsport car. That's a bit wide. Ooh, and a clip of the barrier. More than a clip. That will delay the NSR Bronze car even further. So, good position. Yeah, he just, that's so tough around that corner because it just, it's such a difficult corner to take, you know, by yourself. And then when you get side by side with somebody, it's really, really tough to judge just by the way the camber falls off and falls away from you. You really, the smart thing to do there would have been to back out of it and try and tuck in behind the lapping Chicane Online Racing car.
Sometimes your competitive juices don't allow that, though, Tyler. You know that.
For sure. Yep. Yep.
We got a couple GTs in the pits. 27 Motorsport. Nope, they're leaving. Sorry.
Kevin's got the headlights going.
Yeah, he loves that little lever.
That is the long delayed Fuga LMP1 car in front of them. So
yeah. We covered races in a previous competition where they were the gold racing team, and I'll tell you, even though they were the only LMP1 car there, they continued on and did the whole race, which they didn't really have to do. They could have run the first lap and the last lap, got the same thing. But yet, that's the kind of guys they are. They just keep charging.
Yep.
We got Rick Verbezen now at the controls.
Yeah. Presumably, it will be important for them to maintain this 3rd spot for points.
Definitely.
They've got to keep their advantage over the Toyota Kazoo Racing team.
I love that name.
Who I guess didn't take the start. Is that correct?
Or
is that just my timing?
They did, but they had massive incidents and
okay.
they just reloaded the car. And
Gotcha.
they're back now. I think it was the first of the race.
Have you guys?
42 laps.
Sorry, have you guys seen the new Toyota hypercar?
No.
Oh man, I think it looks fantastic. It doesn't look all that different from the LMP1. Kind of more of an evolution than a totally new car, but I think it looks just absolutely fantastic. It's less of the kind of like sharp angular lines of the LMP1 car and more. It doesn't look like a road car, but it at least has more hints that it, you know, is somewhat road derived. Obviously, there's no requirement for the hypercar class to have road car styling, but I just think it looks excellent. Let's see if I can find a picture. You know, I'm really hopeful for this kind of next era of endurance racing. You know, because the peak years of the LMP1 era were so good, because you also had kind of the peak of GTE at the same time. But with the new hypercar and LMDH rules, I think we're gonna see some good racing.
sadly, with a lot of vehicles like what you just mentioned, I mean, tremendous expense for those kind of cars, and
for sure.
for teams to race them and maintain those for any kind of a period, it's got to be what your return on investment has to be there, and that's usually what happens to these kind of series. That the less than super affluent guys, after a while, they run out of steam or money, one or the other. So.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's kind of the idea that they're trying to fix with the LMDH category, is to give, privateers a chance.
Yeah.
By making, essentially, it's not as though the cars are cost capped, but because they're all based on the same chassis platform in LMP2.
Yeah.
It's functionally cost capped, or
right.
At least everything's going to be within the same reasonable range. So it's not all that different from the DPI class as it stands right now, but hopefully, obviously Audi and Porsche have already said they're getting involved. Acura is potentially going to be involved as well. Ooh, that's wide for the leading LMP2 car.
Well, he's still got his damage on his right front fender there.
Yeah, I don't know how much that all will be affecting him. I think he just sailed it into Canada corner a bit too hard there.
Yeah, no, I don't think that caused that, but he's had that for a while, and I'm trying to remember how he got that. Don't remember. But it's not too much of a hit, basically.
Yep.
What's really weird, in some cases, it can kind of help your downforce, too. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing quite a bit of practice for the Daytona 24 in that car, and you do get, well, I've been fortunate not to pick up damage in any of the official races I've done, but just in practice for myself, you can certainly get delayed, and I've done races in the car where you pick up some floor damage and it really slows you down. But as far as it's interesting, because when you compare it to the HPD LMP2 car that preceded this Dallara, you would get damage in that car that you would come into the pits and it would be 40 seconds of repairs, and then you'd go out and still be ridiculously slow.
Yeah.
But it seems with the P2 car that if you repair the fender damage, first of all, it doesn't take as long as it did in the HPD. And once it's fixed, it's fixed. So whatever damage they've got, if they're riding with it, it must not be affecting them too much.
Right, exactly.
As long as it's not floor damage, from my experience with that car, you can get it fixed and the car will go as quick as you like.
Yeah. Well, the Fuga Simsport. Uh-oh.
That's the German sim racing friends AM entry. Already pretty delayed. They're 6th in class.
Yeah.
Ooh, dear. It does get slick when you get off turn 3.
I'm back, gentlemen.
Hello there.
Hello, Clyde. Yeah, Road America has some of the worst corner numbering I think I've ever seen.
Or like turn 2.
Yeah. Particularly turn 2.
Well, here's the thing. It's a 4-mile course, and it's got 14 turns. That's what they say it's got, but it really doesn't.
Yeah. No, I think if you ever want to, talk up your skill level to somebody who doesn't really know all that much, you can just say that, you're flat out through Road America turn 2. That's how talented you are. Not only that, but you're flat out through both Road America turn 2 and turn 4.
Yeah, turn 4. There's a beauty. Yeah. Well, even a very unskilled person like me can go flat out through turn 4.
So I see Kevin Veermont is back in the Mika Esports P1.
He is.
Yeah, he had some blinking earlier on, and then had some headlight flashing as well. So we can be sure it's Kevin.
We're very familiar with that.
And my
Kevin's-
favourite Kevin is in the GTE as well on screen.
Kevin Vu.
Kevin Voodoo.
I give Kevin a hard time, but I have to say, when he was racing with me in the GT4 series, he was one of the friendliest guys I raced with.
Oh, wow.
That is big damage for...
Yeah, that's the NSR bronze car, isn't it?
Yes, it is, who had already had a off in turn number 6.
There, somebody
That's
lost
the
it.
Yeah, that's the
Ah,
DR blue car with wheels on the grass.
Yep, he lost it. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That was a hard hit.
Goodness gracious.
Ugh.
He got saved a bit by that LMP2 car, though. His damage would have been a lot worse.
Well,
He's gone to the pits. Whoa!
Oh my goodness.
That looked like some sort of
That looked like a hardware failure. Yeah.
didn't it? Yeah.
Wow. Well, look at that thing hobbling around. Oh,
Could we get another shot of that one, Sam? Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if he just braked on the grass. No, that was a hardware failure. Yeah, the wheels went fully to the left there
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
and stayed locked. Yeah. Almost like the steering wheel slipped out of his hands.
yeah, surprise. That just guts me when somebody gets taken out by a hardware failure. That bugs me. It's one thing to make a boo-boo out there, but boy, you have no control.
Oh,
when
and
you're-
more trouble for one of the 27
Whoa.
motorsport cars. Good
Fabio-
job keeping it out of.
Fabio says, "Let me out of here."
I think that was the pro class car. No, it was the M class car, Fabio. So that will
27 Motorsport.
Yeah, that'll increase his gap to Marius in the Maniti leading AM class car.
Looks like we're at that stage of the race, doesn't it? Just over 3 hours in.
Like changing in the guard. Marius Jonke, who leads the GTE AM series.
Yeah, we've had an immediate apology on Discord from Giovanni Overbeek for getting 2 wheels on the grass and taking out Rasmus Kirkland Nielsen.
Yeah, Mr. Nielsen was in the wrong place at the wrong time there.
Yeah, hard to. And I've just seen Rasmus's reply of understanding, but being terrified from the car coming across his nose all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of those incidents where you certainly can't blame Giovanni because we've all done something like that at one point or another.
We have, haven't we?
Many times, yes. And here comes Blinky, Kevin Viamat. But I don't know if you realize it, but while you were gone, Fubu LMP1 is back on track. Making laps.
Okey-dokey. Excellent. Yeah, see Rick Beeson's in the car.
Correct.
That's the Luxem car nearly having another trip through the
another
grass.
adventure.
Yeah.
I'm not a big Toyota lover, Tyler, but that's a pretty cool looking car. gotta
Isn't it?
say.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
it
just
is.
think it's a really excellent.
Yeah, they've almost like streamlined it a little bit or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Interesting. Huh, okay. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
My love for Toyota is almost about as high as Corvettes, so you know.
Says a lot.
I'll tell you, in America, basically, years ago, not anymore, but years ago, any series that Toyota got into, they absolutely ruined it because, you know, all the other companies that were involved, Toyota's got deep pockets, if you don't know, and you know, they just absolutely dominated everything and just ruined it, turned it into like spec series rather than
Like the old Gurney Eagles and IMSA. Those are some beautiful cars, though.
Yeah. The one I can think of is what we used to call Formula Atlantic in this country. It used to be basically twin cam Fords from England, those kind of engines, the BDAs and BDVs. Toyota came along with their pushrod engine, just absolutely killed them. So
Yeah, what is essentially Indy Lights now.
yeah,
but
yeah,
much
exactly.
less prestigious.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think the light is starting to fade, guys.
Does seem that way, doesn't it?
5:30 p.m. sim time.
Clyde's favorite times, night racing.
It gets dark pretty early in Wisconsin in the winter. Although I guess the date is set as April, so it'll be a bit later.
I was going to say, Tyler, in Wisconsin right now, these guys would have to have snow chains on their cars. I'll tell you.
Yeah, probably so.
That's a good mixture. Whoa!
Oh, goodness. That was impressive by Kevin.
Wow, you're not
That's
kidding.
one way to get past, isn't it?
Yeah,
That was amazing. Oh,
so that was the lithium
oh, we're on
car.
board with it.
No, I'm sorry, it wasn't the lithium car. It was
Whoa!
Great reaction.
Oh, Kevin, that was magnificent.
that was me. I would have been in the pit wall, I think.
Oh, you!
I'd have joined you, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Bill would have been having a barbecue.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
Kevin is a talented guy for sure.
He really is. That's what I said before. He's a very unsuspecting guy, I have to say.
On board with Kevin Wheeler.
Approaching the carousel. Into barbecue corner. The section that Kevin just went through, back in, I forget what kind of racing it was, BMW had these prototype cars that they used to race, and I can't remember all the drivers. Davy Jones was one of the drivers. He was coming through that section one time, crashed the BMW prototype, and it caught on fire. It was pretty famous for catching on fire. So I called the VP of my division. I said, hey, you know, BMW ought to get Charm Glow as a sponsor. He didn't like that one. Let me tell you. Ah, Blinky.
Come on,
Slow-mo
Kevin.
blinking.
Come on.
Oh, there he is.
Just threw my effect.
Just about to ask why he was going so slow.
He's got to match the cool look with the sunglasses to the cool slow motion shot. Which driver? It's not Rutger behind the wheel anymore, is it? Tom Zwire's driving the Maniti
yeah.
car. He's not blinking, which makes that shot a little bit better.
It looks like when the car comes back, it almost looks like a...
Ooh.
Whoa,
That's a little
hold on
He
there. Oh, you held on to it.
nearly disappeared there, didn't he? in a different kind of way. Oh, he's certainly hanging that out.
He's really far ahead, too. I don't know, he's pushing very hard.
Just seen in the YouTube chat, Roman asking for no safety car, please.
Oh, so that's Double R giving me abuse, is it? Has he been in the car yet?
Not since I've been
Don't
here.
think he has he? Yeah. Right. I'll remember that one.
Yeah, they're going to use him as anchor man, Clyde, so he can slow the team down.
Huh.
But sorry, Double R. Only kidding, man.
Okay,
I mean,
Sam,
if Double R is your anchor, your team's in pretty good shape, I have to say.
Yeah, for sure.
oh, when Double R gets in the car, Sam, I want eyes on him at all times, and any slight mistake, I'd like a slow-mo, please.
We're gonna switch to the double screen if you want, and you will be
Oh, there you
focusing.
go.
And we have double R all the time on your screen, and you can make all the slow-mo you want.
So we're
If
going to
that
have a
works.
split screen. RR and everybody else on the other side, huh? Okay.
Mika is in the pits, by the way. But it looks
Yes,
like Kevin
they
is
are,
staying
yeah.
in the car.
Just coming out now, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got about... looks to be about a half a lap lead over the second place backmarker racing car now. After their unfortunate disconnect for... who was it? I'm forgetting who it was at the wheel now.
It was, yes, who was it? It was... I don't know. Was it Sebastian?
Yeah.
Yep, Sebastian Buescher-Williams. Who got the disconnect. So they've done well to hang on to the lead lap, I have to say.
Sure
Although they'll
have.
probably do a pit stop here in a short while.
Yeah. They last.
Oh, no,
pitted on
I'm
lap-
sorry.
They
Yeah.
last pitted on 110. So
Yeah, so they have made their stop.
yeah.
That's right, because the disconnect did happen right in their pit window. So.
Yeah.
Almost had a coming together between Tom's wires and that that's behind him. I'm not sure if that's lithium or who that is, but that was pretty close. Fortunately, they saw each other at the last minute. Yeah, it is lithium. Okay.
It's Vutu.
Boo-too. Kevin the blinker.
Yeah, Kevin's blinking again as he works his way. That's the same group of cars he was working past when he had his on the grass moment. So, kind of gives you an impression of how quickly these LMP1 cars lap the field.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it doesn't, because Kevin's been in the pits. So, never mind.
When
Ignore me.
When Kevin reappears from his blinking, it looks like a scene from Back to the Future.
Just missing the trails of fire behind his wheels.
Could help them post-production.
Do the slow-mo shot with the...
Yeah. Fire tracks and then the car disappears.
You're gonna need an After Effects license.
Maybe that's what our sponsors are for, right?
Change his name to Marty Vmont.
Or Doc Vima.
Kevin with his aviator glasses.
Okay, so what do we say? Let me try and get Isaac Barkley into the waiting room.
All right, behave, everybody.
And we shall, once he's in there, we'll drag him in and we'll let Tyler loose on him.
I love it. Okay. Our over-educated guy. Let him talk to him.
Yeah.
What am I talking to him about? This is news to me.
So Isaac is one of the two organisers of the league.
Right.
Currently running race control. So plenty of things you can ask him about.
Ah, yes. What's his favorite penalty to give him?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yes.
Do you pick on only green cars?
Can we report someone for being rude in the chat?
Yeah. If Double R gets in the car, can he have a 20-minute penalty for abusing the broadcasters?
Boy, the Minetti Racing ISRC LMP2 is picking them up and putting them down. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, they sure are.
Okay, so gents, let's grab Isaac Barkley, series organiser of race control. Tyler, we'll leave him in your hands.
Hi, Isaac.
Hello, how are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing fine, perfectly great.
Yeah, it seems you guys have been fairly busy today, but I guess that's kind of what you're here for. So not too overwhelmed, hopefully, in the race control bars.
Yeah, it was quite steady at the start of the race. We didn't have many. It started to pick up a little bit as I'm guessing a little bit of fatigue started to set in, and a couple of battles started to gaps started to spread, so cars started to push a bit more to try and gain up ground. So we've had a fair few incidents in the past hour or so, but it's again starting to settle down again now, which is quite nice.
Yeah, we are obviously happy to be back here broadcasting another round of your really excellent series, and I think having the kind of live race control adds a pretty great element to it over the kind of standard official endurance races. I should ask, are you looking for safety car drivers, because Clyde is open for
Don't do it, Isaac.
For hire.
for hire? Yes.
I mean, if you want to put it in your application in my pigeonhole, I'm sure we could work something out.
Lose it.
To be honest, the standard of this safety driver, I'm not sure you can afford it.
If you're looking for a safety car driver / mid-race stunt performer, then Clyde is your man.
I think you need a bit of that to liven up the race.
Yeah. So we're back to serious mode. We're happy to be back. Obviously, we're really looking forward to the rest of the season. It's shaping up to be some really excellent racing. Obviously, we got some more entries this time out. Unfortunately, it seems the larger LMP1 field has thinned rather quickly, but good to see you guys picking up entries. Do you expect we're going to see similar growth, or at least a maintaining of this next time out?
First of all, we're very happy to have you guys on board as well. We love the work which you all do, and are very grateful that you're willing to put up with us lot and commentate on these races. As for the growth of the series, we're planning on trying to get a couple more entries in the future. We're looking to maybe hit a solid 45 entries is what we'd like to hit race by race. So we're going to start from next round working forward on bringing a couple more cars into the series, just so that it's a bit more lively out on track, and hopefully nullify the skill gaps as much as we've got between the different cars out on track. So yeah, you can expect to see hopefully some bigger grids coming in the final 3 rounds.
Fair enough. And you talk about nullifying the skill gaps, but really I think we've seen some pretty excellent racing all the way through here today, and certainly at Sebring as well. So as far as getting the field closer together. I think more depth is only going to be a good thing because it's already a pretty solid foundation you've got here. But yeah, do you foresee any more incidents coming your way through this as we head into the night hours, or do you think it's going to kind of stay pretty steady now that the field's a bit more spread out?
I'm expecting the next hour or two to be fairly quiet, and then settling down into rhythm, trying to work on the gaps that they've got and close up to the cars around them. And then I imagine once we start to see night falling, I think it's about 7 o'clock in game, we'll start to see more incidents coming in. We might have a little bit more work to do, but I guess that's all fun of the game. And yeah, I think we're just going to enjoy the peace while it lasts.
Yeah, fair enough. It does look like you did. I saw you were looking for race control applications. Is that group a bit bigger than it was last time out?
Yes. We started off the first race of the series at Spa with 2 stewards on average in the stewarding box. And it's slowly been growing, and we've done a load of advertising recently, and we've currently got 8 stewards sat in the stewarding box right now, which is it's almost too many at this point. So, but yeah, once again, I can't thank these guys enough for taking up their free time becoming stewarding for us. I think it's awesome, and we've got some really big plans in the future which we're going to work on, and hopefully we'll be able to get a really good solid team together.
Fantastic. Yeah, as I've said, the racing has been excellent, and I do think the live stewarding adds a really great element to this series. I think that's all I've got. We'll send Clyde's stunt driver safety car application your way, unless anyone else wanted to interject something.
Can I ask Isaac a question? I have to mirror Tyler's comments. I think this is terrifically good. And like you said, in general, the guys are doing a really great job. But I have one suggestion. Maybe you can get enough funds to get Martin your colleague Martin some driving lessons, because he still doesn't know how to stay on the dark stuff. But oh well, you know.
No, I was going to think the planning. I was going to contact his girlfriend. I'm going to get him a driving coach, a full-time driving coach.
There you go.
That's what we can do. Get him full-time driving coach.
I'm glad you were thinking about it. I thought I didn't want to be mean, but I thought
it's natural. It's only natural. He's a horrendous driver, and I think he needs to work on it.
I'll tell you, he's got a lot of courage going out there. Good for him.
I think on that note, we better end this interview before any of us getting into any more trouble. So, Isaac, thanks again for joining us, and hopefully we'll grab a quick chat with you at the end of the race after the driver interviews.
Excellent. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. That ought to go over well. Okay, good.
That was Kevin Doyle spinning while we were in the interview. He was at one point running P2 and P2 before he had a 2-minute stop and hold penalty.
Did you see who he nearly took out?
It was the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh my goodness. They're like a target today.
But yeah, race control is a very difficult job. I've done it in Sam's League, and sometimes you just can't do right for wrong, and there are some drivers that will just argue for hours and hours and hours. But the drivers have to remember, these guys in race control are calling it as they see it. And using the information that is available to them. So they're doing the best job that they can. And the best advice is don't get caught up in a 50-50 incident, and then you've got nothing to complain about.
I was just going to say, Clyde, I don't know what you're talking about. In my experience, penalties are always very clear-cut. Nobody is ever upset.
Yeah. Protests about you, Tyler, which is weird. So you must have a rather thick wallet, or used to have a thick wallet.
Well, I'll tell you.
I basically begged Paul to protest me after the last GT4 race, and he was unfortunately unwilling to do so, although he may have changed his mind. I may have, attempted to bribe him to protest me with cookies. So,
to be fair, there's two different types of drivers, aren't there? There's the driver that will protest every little love tap going, and then there's the drivers that will have a conversation with you and go, all right, fair enough, mate. Learn from it and don't do it again.
Yep. Yeah, I tend to fall into the second category, but I kind of understand the first category as well, because in a way you want to keep standards to a certain level, right? So one avenue you have of doing that is protesting, but I think most drivers I find kind of fall in the middle there.
Well, there is another category as well that we've come up against since we've been broadcasting. The ones that protest, and then when the stewards look at it, they were actually in the wrong, so they end up protesting and getting a penalty for it, which is always funny.
Well, Tyler, as far as the standards, I agree with you, but there's some guys out there, that have a feeling that cars should never come together. Well, that's a real big dream, because you know darn well that there's guys going way beyond their limits fast over a place that shouldn't be going that fast, trying to fit 5 cars into a spot that are good for 1 or 2 cars. So, if you can have some coming together, and of course it depends on the severity and what the application, I guess you might say, of that particular act.
Yeah, I think you run into that a lot in the official races as well. You get people who, will protest and then will go to the iRacing forum. Ooh, who is that? Oh, that's still the NSR bronze car.
Yep.
Yeah, without a front again.
Well, they didn't have a front after their contact here.
Yeah, it looks like they've got one now, but not for long. Oh, it's nothing to do with that.
Oh my
goodness!
It's Mr. Nielsen again.
Talk about luck. And not having any.
Almost the same spot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost that on the way in, didn't he?
Oh my!
That accident was happening a long time before it happened.
Yeah.
That was Marco Mendes. Wow.
That's a real shame for the NSR bronze car.
I mean, Rasmus must feel like possessed or something in the same spot. God. Well, he's having a heck of a time driving it right now, too.
Yeah, I'll have to be careful trying to get to pit lane. He's waiting for this group of cars to go by, and they have, so he's got a gap.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, very well done. Yep.
It looked unorthodox, but it was totally the right thing to do.
He's having trouble keeping on pit road. That thing is really damaged.
Anyway, as I was saying about iRacing protests, you get people who will, file a protest for the slightest incident that took them out, and then go in iRacing forums and complain that nothing ever happens because to their protests, and nobody ever gets punished. And they don't understand that, if the iRacing stewards didn't have leniency, there would be a lot less people on this service.
For sure.
Because everybody makes mistakes, and that's a foreign concept to some people.
Yep.
So, what battles are we likely to get? Not a great deal going on in P1. P2 leader has got a bit of a lead.
About 10 seconds.
Yeah, just having a look down. They're not really that close. GT Pro, there's a battle going on there for GT Pro
Yeah, the gaps are about 10 seconds first to second in every class except
Yeah.
LMP1 at the moment. So not unreasonable, but not exactly together on track right now.
There's the third place person, Raymond Schaefer's in Team DRC Red, third place in LMP2. And there's our LMP1 leader, Kevin Flashy Vemont.
Yeah, it seems to be sorted out, doesn't it?
Yep.
For now. I don't know what I've got for dinner, guys, but it smells good.
Whoa. Would imagine you have an assortment of cake today as well.
Well, there could be cake afterwards, yes. Okay, I've got Flavio Saturnino has been black flagged for something.
Unfortunately, Sam has disappeared. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Drive-through penalty for the 111.
which is hashtag racing.
Oh, I think that was the contact we saw in Canada Corner that sent the Lux Sim
Okay,
esports car into the wall.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, we picked on Luxem a lot today. That one they were on the receiving end. Was not their fault.
Yep.
Yeah, Sam put a note up. He'd be back in a minute.
So 3 hours 41 in. That gives us 2 hours and 19 minutes to go. So much can still change.
Absolutely.
Somebody's getting a call.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that sound.
That'll probably be somebody emailing me wanting to hire me as a safety car driver.
Phone's ringing off.
I don't think so. A lot of Discord chat about that, I gotta tell you. That little escapade you had there. Why?
Well, got to keep the fans happy.
Oh, you did. That's hilarious. I didn't think we'd get Pete back. He was laughing so hard. Oh my god. Our director, producer, camera person is back.
That was terrifying.
I'm not your father.
So, Lucas DeVries on the chat, thanking us for a great stream again.
Our pleasure, Lucas. Good to see you. Did a nice job out there.
Charlie's just nipped off to do some homework.
Yep. We'll get Elizabeth her tea or whatever, coffee.
Somebody's just picked up on our renaming of a driver last night to Starbucks Costa.
Whoa. Oh, I got close to the back of that GTE. Whew. I guess, I'm used to driving these really well-handling vehicles, and when I see them in close quarters make a maneuver like that, I think to myself, there's no way that would happen to anything I've ever driven. Whoa, he misjudged the push. He held on to it, though.
Yeah, and that is the P2 leader. Very popular at the moment.
Make Waste Cup Seeker, okay. In Fuga Simsport GT. He's a GTE Pro. So Vice Cop Seeker's been in this vehicle for a while. Ryan Chevalier, FTR Esports. He's currently in second place in P2s. Ryan's been at the controls for a while as well. Huh.
Yeah, I've just been going through the leaderboard, and at the moment I'm struggling to find where the battles are going to come from. But we know that it can change so rapidly.
Sure can. Yeah, it looks like the leaders of each division seem to be way out there, with the exception of. Let's see, Mika and Backmarker look a little close now.
There's still nearly a minute between them.
Oh, it's a minute. Oh, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. That is quite a while. Yeah.
P2 leader has got about 11.5 seconds. GT Pro leader's got 12.5 seconds.
Yep.
And
almost
got
10.
about 9. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
One lap difference in P1, top 2 in P2, there's a 1 lap difference. Interesting in GTE Pro, second and third place cars stopped on lap 84 and the leader stopped on 87.
We have one of the P2 cars just enter in. I believe that was Sapphire Simsport.
Yeah, that's Yannick van der Zande. My favourite name at the moment.
And Marius Janaki, the leader of the AM series in GTE. Surrounded by little flat cars going by.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. That BMW M8 GTE looks like a large car, doesn't it? For some reason, I don't know. It just looks so big.
I think it is.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw not the GT version, but the M8 for road. And
Yeah.
It's massive. I mean, I've got the Sierras, the first, the one, the normal one.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like a bicycle. If you put it against the M8, it's just massive. And when I went to last time to the BMW dealer, it was so massive. Well, yeah, it's
It
a
does.
cool
It
looking
looks-
car in a race car, but for road,
It looks so huge. I can't believe it. Speaking of BMWs, I was looking at YouTube last night and I saw an article. I didn't get to look at it yet, but I don't know if you guys know who Chip Foose is. He's a kind of a customizer, redesigner type guy in California in the States here, and does tremendous work. But anyway, he's redesigning the front of a BMW a GT4 M4, whatever they call those things, the new one. With the big mammoth opening in the front. I'm curious to see what he comes up with.
I actually laughed on Friday because I think on Thursday my boss took his BMW for its first MOT, which is like a government test over here, Bill, that you have to do every year once your car is 3 years old.
Oh, okay.
And it failed because the indicators didn't work. And he was astonished, and we was like, well, it's a BMW. They've never been used before.
Yeah, really. Well, many people in the United States that own a BMW think they're race car drivers. And I highlight the word think.
Yeah, that always makes me laugh when we come away from Daytona. Every car driver is a race car driver.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
on
yeah.
the way home. It is hilarious.
If there weren't so
See,
many, if there weren't so many cars exiting Daytona International Speedway after that event, Clyde, the Florida Highway Patrol would have a field day stopping people.
I was gonna say I drive like a race car driver, which is to say I drive like an LMP1 driver who is aggressively fuel saving. So I drive a hybrid, so I'm generally lifting, coasting aggressively into any and all stop signs, traffic lights, hard corners.
Tyler, I'm sure I picture you as knowing every little detail and how everything works on that car and how to maximize everything.
You shouldn't, because I'm not. Yeah, I'm very much in the camp of I'm a racing person, not a car person, which is a camp that's a lot bigger than I thought it was originally.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you know, like I obviously have a baseline understanding of cars, and you know, having worked in racing and worked on cars a bit, you know, I know mostly how they function. But I'm very, you know, I couldn't tell you what, you know, engine model number and capacity was in a, you know, 1990 Chevy Camaro. Like,
Well,
that's not.
I have to tell you, my automotive experience, and I've had a lot of mechanical experience in cars, but when you started tuning them up with a laptop, you know, and you had to put a chip in the computer, that's when it left me. I mean, that was the end of it.
Yeah, my family has always been. They were early in the the Prius craze.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I've always been kind of fascinated by hybrid cars. Everybody laughs when you say, "Oh, my family car was a Prius," but like in a lot of ways, the Prius was a really cool car to have as a kid because it was so different than everything else,
Yeah.
Because my dad was, big into maximizing fuel economy, and it's so,
Is that a nice way of saying tight git?
If you met my dad, you'd know that no, that is not at all. Not at
looks
all.
like Lithium Motorsports is in the pits.
Yeah,
Kevin
indeed.
Voodoo.
Voodoo.
But yeah, a lot of my fascination with cars is not in the performance aspect, or rather it is in the performance aspect, but most of it has to do with fuel economy.
Well-
mine has changed as I've got older. Mine always used to be about speed, and now I just go for comfort.
Yep.
I
That's
don't
pretty
care if
fair.
it does
Yeah.
5 miles to the gallon as long as it does it comfortably.
What'd you say, Sam?
I'm so old already because I choose my car only for comfort. But I had back surgery 4 years ago. Already
You need.
Makes sense.
Oh, is that when you had your spine removed?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Evil, I gotta tell you. Oh my god. That was... What a shot.
Stacey's started on Tyler.
Yeah, but Tyler,
You got another fight.
I think your thing with hybrid and fuel consumption and things make you pretty good at fuel save in a race car.
Yeah, I mean,
you're going longer in races, so
it's all about maximizing, or I should say optimizing performance with efficiency in mind for me. I love fuel economy races because it's a way for me to extract an advantage over everybody. And obviously, I also love, racing flat out, don't get me wrong, but there's something about maximizing performance in a different kind of avenue than, the traditional racing that is just so fascinating to me. I love
an extra strategy element, isn't it?
Yeah, and I love these LMP1. I mean, I loved watching them in the real world. I think, possibly the height of my racing fandom was kind of the 2014-2015 World Endurance Championship seasons, because just the battles between these cars and how they use their hybrid boost and the different fuel economies they got was so fascinating. And I'm probably one of like 10 people in the world who feels that way. Well, I mean, everybody loved the peak of the LMP1 era, but as far as why, I think I'm a bit in the minority. But it's I'm a racing fan first, and a hybrid fan second, I guess. But when it comes to street cars, it's all about fuel economy for me.
Tyler, now let me ask you something. The people that design these LMP1 cars, don't you feature them as somebody that looks like Dr. Strangelove with a white coat on with blood dripping out of their ear? I mean, these things are really advanced, I mean.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, they're. I mean, I've worked with people who.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't design the LMP1 cars, but they, design these super advanced race cars, and there's definitely that Dr. Strangelove element to them. But I think it's the whole getting the hybrid system to work in tandem, or getting the electric system to work in tandem with the ICE is fascinating and easy to get wrong. You see, I knew some people who worked on the Nissan LMP1 program that was kind of abject failure, and they're not dumb people.
Yeah.
They're really talented race engineers, but when stuff isn't, when parts aren't cooperating, there's not much you can do.
No, that's for sure.
A couple of Maniti racing cars, one overtaking the other here. Both.
Yeah,
And wide berth too.
Yeah, both of our P1s have been in. Kevin Veermont's still in at the moment.
Yep. That gap's kind of been hovering around about, well, just under a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, W2. There were a lot of scary, smart people that I ran into too.
I have to say to Stacy in the chat that concerning myself with being cool has never been a problem for me.
Whoa! Listen to him. Joe Cool.
No, the opposite. I might have phrased that wrong, but it has never been my intention to be cool.
Yeah, looks like we got some GTEs coming into the pits.
Yeah,
There's our leader.
in the pro class.
That's correct.
And no, that's not the second place Sam. That's the
Is that
the other.
WOSR? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no, I thought that was one of the 27 cars who was also in the pits, but
WOSR
pit exit.
High
Yep.
Zone Performance Junior car. Looks like we're closing in on, what is that, 4 hours, huh?
Certainly is. I was going to do a quick rundown, but as the GT cars have started to pit, I think I'll leave that a little while, because that's just going to change as I talk through it.
You'll have to read through that about 5 times, yeah. That happened to you last time, Clyde. You were in the
It
middle
certainly
of
did, didn't it? Yeah. So
Yeah, that's
tell you what we'll do. We'll do P1 and P2s, because I don't think they're going to be pitting anytime soon. So with the help of Sam, we have currently got Kevin Veermont for Mika Esports in and out with his Bingham cloak on, leading the way. Peter Elson is in second place for Backmarker Racing Blue. Both of these guys have just pitted. And in third place and still running is Rick Verbeesen for Fugger Simsport. I've got a target on my car.
They do today.
Into two P2s. Currently leading the way is Tom Zviers for Manatee Racing ISRC LMP2. In second place is Jackson Lowry for FTR Esports. In third place, driver that we saw last night driving the Lamborghini, it's Tom Voss for Team DRC Red. In fourth place, we have Thomas Johnson for Sapphire Simsport Alpha. In fifth position, we have Carlos Hernandez Garcia for the World of Sim Racing team. In sixth place, we have Hendrik van der Peer for Stage 1 Racing Junior. Seventh is Hans Blanquart for Stage 1 Racing Senior. And my favourite name of the day, it's Yannick van der Zande in 8th position for Activa Motorsport Green. So that is your P1 and P2 field at the 4-hour mark. The GTM leader is in the mix now. Is Stefan Kurzman for Manatee Racing GTE. I think the top 3 in GT Pro are going to give us a good race to the finish.
Does seem that way. Now everyone's kind of on the same tire strategy because we saw Lithium drop back from the race lead the last time they stopped because they took tires and others didn't. But now I think, at least this time around, everyone took tires.
Not lithium.
Not Lithium?
Not lithium. 34 seconds.
Oh yeah, sorry, I missed that one. So they're kind of on the alternate strategy from everybody else. So Sam, is that... Oh, sorry, Clyde.
Go on, Tyler. Bring it up.
I was just going to ask Sam, does that mean that everyone is double stinting except Lithium who are triple stinting? Is that right?
That's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I do think that everyone is double thinking and lithium is double canal thinking in a way that they are, I think they did only the left tire.
Oh, right, okay.
On the last, on the third driver. Yeah, they probably just tire why they can afford to. Oh, this is a big dive on the inside.
Yeah, Lucas was trying to follow through that P2 car there because he knew that the Lithium car would be forced wide into Canada. And he wasn't able to make the pass stick, but that was a smart play to try and make that overtake happen there from Lucas.
Yeah, and I think even smarter causing a collision.
Yes. Yeah.
So the one of you two battling each other lets Taj Edwards get further up the road.
I think that's the first time we've seen Taj in the Fuga car, is it not? Today? We've seen it earlier.
No,
It's the first time I've seen him in the car.
yeah, he's not been there.
He was in earlier. Probably we're still leaping there.
Well, he's got about 10 seconds on these two, so he's pretty comfortable right now, as comfortable as he might be in a race with 2 hours to go, but he's got a pretty decent lead, and he knows that the car in second place is on older tires than he is. It does seem Lucas would really like to get by here, perhaps with a little more pace than the Lithium car. They're both being held up a little bit by that WOSR car in front of them, which is 4th place, or 5th place rather, but a lap down on this group here. Lucas gonna have another try into Canada corner. He got a good run through the cake. The tough thing here, though, is if you can't make that pass stick, you're on the wrong side for this really one-line corner. But he's really holding it around the outside, and good on Lithium. Kevin there to give him quite a bit of room. This is a great battle. And there is the... I guess that's the Fuga car coming through, but look at it shoot down the... Oh, I love the LMP cars.
Boy, I'll tell you, Kevin Boo did one heck of a job there.
That was mighty impressive. Yeah, for both of these drivers, really.
I think Lucas expected him to get pinned in behind the back marker.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great battling from both of these, and actually they closed on Taj Edwards that lap, so not costing them all that much, surprisingly.
And look at how much the back marker. Who was that? Is that Taj Everett? That's not Taj Everett. I don't think.
That is the WOSR car, Ariel Pacho.
Yeah, okay, well, look how far he got down the road when these two guys battled.
Yep.
They were on top of him before. Oh.
Yes, so Taj must be in some pretty heavy traffic, as there now finally Lucas makes the pass stick in turn 5.
That was a nice move.
have to say, between yesterday and today, Lucas has been mighty impressive.
Well, he did a great job yesterday too. Here comes our. Oh. Okay, there's Taj Edwards in the Fuga.
Fuga on Fuga.
Fuga, yep. Fuga. Whoa.
Oh,
no, come on.
Blocks him again. And Emerson behind the wheel now. Did he get help? Nope.
No.
Oh,
Ooh.
you got a
Well,
little.
it snapped and then he got finished off.
But then he spun again at turn
He
6,
did,
didn't
yeah,
he?
all on his own.
It must have some damage.
Yeah.
That's not normal under braking. Or else they're running 100% rear brake bias.
Yeah.
He's had his adventures today.
So Lucas now will set off to chase down Taj Edwards. And it looks like he has been just a little bit quicker in that Team DRC car. The gap is down to 9 seconds where it was 10 before. I think the Fuga car was held up a bit by that BMW behind him there.
Yeah, he was 8/10 quicker on the last lap.
Yep. Lucas using all of the track on exit at turn 5.
Certainly did.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Kevin Vutu can stick with him and they can hunt down Taj Edwards as the pack.
Yeah, remember that Kevin is on older tires. He's the only
Yeah.
driver or the only team that didn't take tires that last sequence of stops. So would expect him to fall back a little bit on this stint. And then, presuming he takes tires next time, make up the ground on the next stint. But I think Lithium's strategy is not going to play out super favorably as far as going for the win for them, given they're already due a tire stop where the others aren't. And they are...
It's falling back quite a bit, Lithium.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Well, he was stuck behind the WOSR car just a little bit.
Okay, that's probably it. Okay.
And I think Ben Emerson has had another crash as well.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
Yeah, safety rating isn't the end-all be-all for sure, but Ben is the only B-class license on track right now. Everyone else is A-class.
There we go. Let's just see if it snaps again.
Yeah, that car's not right. I don't think that's a... Like I said, unless he's got the bias dialed back to minus 100 for some reason, there's no reason for the car to be snapping like that.
I agree with you, Tyler. That looked a little suspicious.
Is the battle for the lead in AM heating up between the Maniti Racing car and the 27 Motorsports car. Stefan Kurtzman behind the wheel of the Maniti car, Petrovic Gomez behind the wheel of the 27 Motorsport car. They've got I think that's the Sapphire LMP2 car going through.
And evening to Kevin Cassim on the chat. Nice to have you with us. So, as we were saying a little while ago, everything was spread out. Everything's spread out, and now all of a sudden, we've got battles everywhere again.
Yeah, the Sam class battle I didn't really see coming. The Maniti Racing cars had it pretty well in hand, and as you mentioned, some big damage on the front end of the 27 Motorsport car, but he's closed that gap right up.
Yeah, that's certainly not slowing him down, is it? It looks like it's got the shark nose. What was the BMW that had the shark nose?
About the BMW, it was one of the old Formula One Ferraris that had it, but
There was definitely a BMW.
But Petrovic was some 7/10 faster than Stefan Kurtzman last time around, so he is really putting the pressure on here. Thomas Johnson in the pits. That is the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car that we saw working his way past this pair not too long ago. He pits from 4th place in LMP2, which is better than he was doing. I think he might be a little bit off of pit sequence when it comes to the field, or else he's just an early stopper here. But yeah, they were in a battle for 5th and 6th not long ago, so pitting from 4th means that they have definitely made some ground up in that car.
Why, could the Shark Nose BMW be a 3.0 CS coupe, one of those?
Possibly, yeah. I think it was a bigger one than that.
Yeah, okay.
I can remember having a poster when I was a kid, and it was white and it had the blue stripes on it. I can't remember what it was. Something from the 70s or early 80s.
Okay. Couldn't have been an M1 because those were kind of flat.
Yeah, I think this was actually built as a race car rather than a converted road car.
Yeah.
GTM battle. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the GT Pro gap between 1st and 2nd. That is definitely coming down. Just noticed that the Team DRC Orange GTE car has a pretty respectable I rating. Wow. As well as Fuga Simsport GTE as well.
Yeah, some really talented drivers in this field for sure. We've got quite a few over the 3K mark and even several over the 4K.
Yeah.
Alex Gall in the... is the 69 LMP2 car. Oh, that's the Chicane Online Racing car who's out of this race. He has 6,000 iRate, 6,400. So, are we getting a replay of Kevin?
This is Kevin. What has Kevin done? Oh, the grass!
no.
Oh,
God, he turned it into a helicopter.
Well, that'll certainly bring the LMP1 battle back into play.
Yeah, happy birthday, Peter Elson.
Wow.
He's still working his way back to the pits, and Peter is about a minute back now, so
Yeah.
that's gonna take quite a bit to repair, I have to believe, for Kevin.
It looks,
Yeah.
like,
Front and rear, isn't it?
Yeah.
looks like a real snazzy dirt racer in the United States right now.
Yeah, and that gap is coming down quite rapidly, as you would expect. If the P2 car is going by then.
It's Thomas Ross that passed him.
Okay, yep. Friend from the Lamborghini race as well, Team
Yep.
DRC Red.
Well, Clyde, for a while you said it was getting dark, and I didn't see it. Now all of a sudden it's beginning to get dark again. We had a little, had a little blast of sun there for a while, I guess, or something.
Is this the move?
Looks like it.
Whoa!
Hang on to it. And the team cars. Oh, okay, yeah, that is the team car that's right in behind there. The pro car. Ooh, and that is a...
A gutsy move.
It was indeed, and that is for position.
Why is he flashing?
Letting his teammate know that he
Yeah.
is in behind him, I guess.
Or maybe thanking the other guy for giving him the move. I don't
Could
know.
be. What's happened to Taj? Oh, that's... Oh, just a little nudge.
Just a kiss, but that's a
the lead has
lose the
changed.
lead.
And there goes Lucas DeVries. Salem by says thank you very much.
So now Lucas needs to get up and go and stretch that gap as much as he can. It's about 5 seconds now.
So in less than a minute there, we had a change in LMP1 leader, a change in GT Pro leader, and a change in GT Am leader.
That's right.
Yeah, the Maniti Racing LMP2 car's got to be looking over their shoulder wondering what's going to happen to them.
But we do
Tom-
have a comfortable lead at the moment.
Yeah, they've pulled that gap out quite a bit because it was as low as about 10 seconds at one point. Tom's Wires in the car right now has been putting in some good laps.
It's up to 40 seconds now. You're talking about LMP2, right?
Yep. Yeah. Although that last time through, Jackson Lowry was a second and a half quicker. So
Oh yeah, now he's down to 37.
Yeah, that must have been traffic.
yeah,
Could be.
and that lap for Jackson Lowry in the FTR Esports car was just a fraction off of the best lap of the race for that car.
Speaking of Jackson, he's coming into Canada corner.
Yeah, both of these cars should be due a pit stop at the next few laps. We've seen the kind of slow proliferation of LMP2 pit stops.
Joao Duarte goes
Yeah.
by his teammate.
Yeah, so
A
that...
very well managed multi-21, that one.
Yeah, and it puts
Definitely.
the top 5 in GTAM all in a line on track, or as far as position goes, and the top 6 in GT Pro all together. It actually, there are all 5 GTAM cars on the lap at the moment, and a the battle for fourth is about a minute back of the leaders, but with how quickly things can change here, that's pretty negligible.
Sure is.
Yeah, I think, as we said at the start, the nature of this track is you don't get away with many mistakes. So it's certainly not over till it's over.
I'd say there's marginally more leniency than at Brands Hatch we saw yesterday, but
Yeah,
just a bit.
but then it is about 17 times wider.
Oh, that's true.
And before you came on, Tyler, this morning, I said to Clyde and Pete and Sam, I said, we're very fortunate going to two iconic tracks, one for the old country, one for the new country, really, right in a row. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than Road America.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think.
No way.
I'm partial to Watkins Glen, but beyond that.
Oh, I love Watkins Glen, too. It's got a lot of history at Watkins Glen. It's changed so many times. I mean, I've seen, in my lifetime, 5 or 6 changes there in the track. I mean, like, especially the 90 turn 1 used to be totally different. I mean, the turn was identical, but things around it were totally different.
Yes.
Bill went there for his 50th birthday when they was building it.
Back when they drove the old Grand Prix circuit down through downtown Watkins Glen.
Oh boy, that if you read the history of that, they finally had some fatalities and they had to change that in a hurry. So
Yeah, I think the best tracks are the ones where they basically just drove a road paver over some hills and saw what happened.
yep, exactly. I'm so old, I remember Watkins Glen before they put the boot in, so there you go.
Bill remembers it before Glenn joined.
Oh, that's Ben Emerson in trouble again.
Well, they've had their adventures today.
Good on him waiting for the traffic to get by before. Oh,
He had that so under control.
he did.
There's something wrong with that car. I gotta tell you.
Yes. At this point, I think there's a few things wrong with that car.
But give them their due, they're still going.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
Kevin's back out. Or, sorry, Nons is back in that car.
Nons who took over.
They are...
Only 1 minute.
So pretty much the positions have swapped. So now they've come out about a minute behind the back marker racing
Yeah.
car.
But that's totally thrown the strategy out of the window, hasn't it? Because there's now 13 laps difference between their pit stops.
Yep.
Yeah, the tables have turned. There was a while that Mika was ahead for over a minute. Now it's the other way around.
Yeah, there was another endurance race I was watching a while ago. It was at Le Mans, but basically over the span of a few hours, I think it was 5 different LMP1 teams crashed out of the lead or had some issue take them out of the race lead.
Wow.
So it was pretty ridiculous. It just seemed like the lead was cursed. And it wound up having, I think, the final results come down to within about a second or so between the survivors. So maybe we'll get lucky and see it come down to a tight gap here between the back marker racing and the PE Sport as the P2 leaders in the pits.
I won a race like that in the Skip Barber. I was about a second slower than everybody else. But every time somebody got in the lead, they threw their car off the track. Right, I've just been told that my dinner is ready, gents, so I'm just going to go and shovel that down my neck, and I shall be back.
Alrighty.
Good.
And Tyler, I'm just going to leave for one short situation, which I won't announce on the air. I'll be right back.
All right. Just me and Sam.
Yeah, we're between professionals, no?
Surely the viewing numbers will jump up by the hundreds.
Yeah, probably. Because, well, if they can understand me, because that's probably the main issue.
Yep. What's this? No, I thought that was the 27 Motorsports car going slow, but it was just the approach up to turn 6, which is quite slow.
Yeah.
Yep. Camera angle made it look slower than it was. But yeah, those two cars are kind of flying in formation there, the team cars for 27 Motorsport. One 6th in class and one leading.
Yeah, that makes sense to get together and try to close the gap for the pro and extend the gap for the AM, because they've got the second place. They're just less than 2 seconds behind. I think. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, we saw them both go by the Maniti car not all that long ago. And the pro car is not all that far off of WOSR for a top 5 in class. They're about 25 seconds
25
back.
seconds,
So, meanwhile, we've had 2nd and 3rd in LMP2 in the pits. And Tom Voss has jumped Jackson Lowry in that process. Oh no, sorry, Tom hasn't been in the pits yet. So Jackson pit out of 2nd place in the FTR Esports car. We're still waiting on a pit stop for the Team DRC red car.
Which is the last one due to the pits in the P2.
Yep.
I think.
Yeah, right you are.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Them and the Stage 1 racing car have not made stops yet, Sam, so.
Which one?
The junior car. The car currently in 4th place, I'm showing last stop on 120, which is the same as the Team DRC red
yeah,
car.
true. I think they got a drive-through or something. Otherwise, pit stops.
Additional stop, yep.
Yeah. That makes sense. As we're watching the...
Yes, they did. They got the 2-minute stop and hold, did they not, for the contact in the kink?
Right. I remember.
Yep.
I don't.
Yeah, this is the battle for 4th in AM, GTM that is, between Backmarker Racing Orange, Stage 1 Racing GTE. I do love the Stage 1 Racing livery. That's something.
The red and black one, you mean?
Yeah. They also have a yellow and black car as well.
Oh, do they?
In the LMP2, which I think looks fantastic. But this is getting quite intense here. I think the Stage 1 racing car of Timothy Vanderbroek wants through, and they've got an LMP2 car coming up on them pretty rapidly. Smartly, it's the Maniti car, the class leader, giving them some space. That is Waldemar Binder behind the wheel of that car. Oh!
Whoa!
I think there was a nudge there. Oh, and they've come together. So Waldemar got clear of the Stage 1 racing car, and then just gave a little nudge. Oh yeah, there was definitely contact there between the 221 and the 79.
Valdemar should have backed out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it did look as though the 221 was taking a wide entry to turn 6. I don't know if we can see from further back there, Sam, but I would have, if I was in that P2 car, I might have assumed he was leaving the door open.
Well, could be, yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to say. We'll have to get a look here. This looks like
they're coming down the Moraine Straight
lap,
right now.
because they were right side by side.
It's going to be right after this, Sam. They got to take the 90 and then up.
No, this is. I think this is the wrong lap.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no PC.
Oh yeah, he's not in the rearview mirror. That's all right.
That's all right. So, who's that? Who's that?
And it said Lowry, I think, didn't it?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So this is that battle working its way down through turn 4, and on board with Valdemar Binder. So he backs off into turn 5, which is smart. You know, you can get at least one of these cars on the exit here, which he does. The Stage 1 racing car runs a bit. No, I take that back. That wasn't a particularly wide line. That's just kind of the line you run into turn 6. So yes, Valdemar probably should have backed out of that one.
Yeah, it was a tough call still.
Yep, and here is the
look
two
at that.
cars now with some damage.
Whoa!
Oh, and the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car is right in there as well.
The Fuga Simsport LMP1, I have a target on me today car. Yeah.
Oh. He's about 8 laps behind these cars at the moment.
Still soldiering on. Good for him.
Yeah. They'll probably work their way through the GTE field before the end of this race, I have to believe.
You think so?
Yeah, so the GTE leader is 30 laps off of the leading LMP1 car, and the Fuga car is 10 laps off of the GTE leader.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah, maybe.
assuming they're not delayed any further, I would imagine they are able to work their way through the GT field before all this is over.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's possible.
Yeah, this battle is not done for sure. The Stage 1 racing car, Timothy Vanderbroek, able to catch back up to Kees. Oh boy, Kees Eiserman. We'll go with in the backmarker racing orange car. This definitely seems like Timothy has the pace right now. But obviously he has some damage as well from the contact in turn 6.
Nothing's changed much in the LMP1 battle. There's still about a minute's separation there between backmarker racing. Blue
Yeah,
and Mika.
Nance has been a little quicker because that gap was over a minute. Now down to 51 seconds. So yeah, just that last time through, Nance was 1.2 seconds quicker than Peter Elson in the backmarker racing blue car. So the gap is coming down. And presumably we will see it down to 0 before this race is over.
Yeah, that would be exciting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, all of the LMP2 cars have now made their pit stop, and it's FTR Esports back into second, about 35 seconds back from the Manini car, who we saw getting involved with these cars. The penalty might be coming their way from race control, but at the moment, Valdemar Binder leads by 35 seconds over Jackson Lowry.
They've been kicking it quite a while here. They've been in total command for a long time today.
They sure have, yeah. Despite a drive-through penalty
That's
we
right.
saw earlier in the race as well. So
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that was a drive-through, and they still had when they came out, they still have 20 seconds or something. Wow.
yes, and then the car in second got a 2-minute penalty.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that was payback. Yeah, that's
Yep.
terrible.
worked out all right for him. Well, that time through, the backmarker racing car was quicker than the Mika car by about a second, so that gap would have gone back out. So kind of ebbing and flowing with traffic at the moment, but it does seem as if Nance has been just a little quicker the last few laps.
Now, do you think Nance and Kevin Piedmont had a group buy on sunglasses? They got the identical sunglasses.
I think it was more a group Photoshop session.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why Double R doesn't have his picture set up like that. Maybe he does now, but he didn't last season in GT4.
He's such a rebel. You know?
So at the moment, Backmarker Racing holding on to that. The 27 Motorsports cars, meanwhile, have swapped positions again, so the AM car is ahead of the Pro car.
Now I'm seeing Mika's down by 1.4 now minutes. What the heck happened there?
Yes, good question. Nope,
Oh,
I think it was just timing and scoring.
Okay.
Being glitchy. So,
Racing.
drive-through penalty for Maniti Racing. That is the LMP2 class leader for that incident we saw in turn 6. So that is going to shrink that lead for sure, which has already shrunk. Have they already done that drive-through penalty, Sam?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see any pit.
Or do they have an issue? Because that gap, which was 35 seconds, is now 17 seconds. So they must have had some trouble on track. We'll get a replay here in a second.
They've been in the pits recently.
Okay. So we see some blinking for Valdemar Binder.
But is the
Yeah,
lap
he's
show?
leaving the pits.
No, not very recently. It was before the incident with the two.
Yeah. So
With the two
Interesting.
other cars. So I don't think so.
it must have just been an incident on track.
They probably lost a bit of time because of the incident with GT. Basically.
Yeah, presumably, but it was still showing after that incident was 35 seconds, although it might have just been the timing tower freaking out a little bit since we saw it with Mika just a moment ago.
Yeah, Sam, SDK won't do that.
Okay, yeah, so now we jump to this battle, and the timing tower jumps. Now, Maniti is in the pit lane, so I think we're going to see a change of lead here in LMP2 for sure. It's about a 40-second traverse of pit lane. Don't know where FTR Esports is on track, but I think they'll be coming through.
And we got the 27 Motorsport teams together here again.
Yeah, they have traded places, so now the AM car...
Joao. Oh, he's in the back again. Okay.
Yeah, Petrovic in the AM car has gone through on Joao. I guess we'll see. Yeah, we'll see a replay of this here.
Gomez, like, there he goes. Yep.
Yeah, outside 21, I think. And
Definitely.
Petrovic sails on through in the corner.
You take it for a while.
Yep. Yeah, it does seem Petrovic just has a little bit of pace, and he is working on closing in on. Well, both of these guys are trying to close in on Ariel Pacho in the WOSR iZone Performance car that is currently 5th in Pro.
I've gotcha.
And overall in GT. Maniti is out of the pits. They are behind the FTR Esports car. So that has changed hands with that drive-through penalty. About 10 seconds down the road is Jackson Lowry.
Yep, there he is. The two lights are still lit on the side of his car, but that'll change when he passes the start-finish line.
Yeah, so Backmarker Racing Blue is in for their regularly scheduled pit stop. That will, I believe, move Mika to the front for a bit, but now Mika is totally out of sequence with their pit stops after their damage repairs, so they won't maintain that lead for too long. But given the gap we saw was around about 50 seconds rather, and it's more than a minute of total pit lane time for
Peter
a normal
Elson.
stop. Yeah, he's getting out of the car. We're going to see a driver swap
Oh,
here.
that's it. Okay. That's
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, Sebastian back in the car for the Backmarker Racing.
Okay. Yep.
And there is the lead changing hands for the time
That's
being
right.
as
there goes
Nans goes through.
Yep. Yep.
So I imagine for most of the rest of this race, we'll just see that continue to change hands on the pit stops until...
Because Because they're off, yeah.
Right. One of them will presumably have a shorter pit stop than the other at some point towards the end of the race, which will shuffle things back to kind of what we would expect to see for the finish. This battle's still raging on between Stage 1 Racing GTE and Backmarker Racing Orange for 4th in GTAM. Vanderbroek seems to have dropped back just a little bit from Eicherman and not really able to make anything happen for the time being.
It hasn't totally lost it. It definitely has dropped back, you're correct.
This is probably the closest battle on track at the moment besides the 27 Motorsport cars. Kind of get the sense of working together. There they are. And you can see Mika coming through behind them. Smart by not to wait until they get through second to last corner. Hits one of them and get the other surely under acceleration here. Using that boost to great effect to quickly gap the 27 Motorsport and car. I tell you what, it's getting darker, but it's still sunny outside.
Yeah, it is. It's got to be close to sunrise or something.
It's been kind of that orange sky for a while.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has.
There is time progression in this, Sam, right? We're not crazy.
Supposed to be, yeah.
Oh, well, that's a nice slow-mo shot.
How stable that thing goes around a corner.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but when you're using the boost effectively, you can make the car essentially, unslidable. Because you power the front wheels out of the corner and you're not going to get any sort of oversteer.
And here's Jackson Lowry.
He, meanwhile, does have a little bit of oversteer through
does.
turn
Whoa,
5. That is lacking the benefit of the hybrid boost to the front wheels out of turn number 5. Wow. So a very, very nice demonstration there. Thank you, Sam, of the differences between the LMP1 car and the LMP2 car.
You definitely could see that.
Yeah, when I drove the LMP1 car for a bit, it's tough to get in the habit of using the boost as essentially a traction control device, but once you get it down, it's really fun to, feel the car start to slip away from you and just press the boost button and power out of it. This is Lucas de Vries, so we get a slow-mo shot of a GT car going through turn 5 as well. He is your GT Pro leader by about 10 seconds over Taj Edwards in the Fuga Simsport car. Kevin Vu in the Lithium Motorsports car, a further 6 seconds down the road behind Taj Edwards. So he's managed to hold on well despite his older tires.
Lucas used all that pad on the outside there.
Yes, he did. Yes, he certainly did. And you'd expect, what are we at on time?
We're almost we're almost coming up on the last hour to go.
Yeah, so GT cars have been stopping roughly on the hour, if
That's
a bit
right.
before. So you'd expect to start to see GT pit stops in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, yep. There's another slow-mo into the corner.
That's your GTAM leader, Petrovic Gomez, in the 27 Motorsports car. I imagine he is going to use all of the exit curbing as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look. I don't know who that is behind him. Of course,
that's the Maniti car, I believe.
Oh, is it?
LMP2.
Okay.
Yep. So P2 in P2 after their drive-through penalty.
I'll play on words. P2 and P2.
There is the Fuga Simsport car working their way through. So the next time the Fuga car goes by these drivers, he should be on the same lap as them, I think. Unless I am totally mistaken. No?
The Fuga is at 129 and
oh, yep, I see it now. Thank you, Sam.
So that's still quite a big gap.
I was looking at the wrong line. I thought he was the last of the 137 cars, but he is not. Yeah, Fuga's lap times are quite a bit slower than those of the LMP1 leaders, but you'd imagine that's because they're being extra cautious in traffic, given that they are not really in contention for anything.
Yeah, they just want to bring it home in third place.
Exactly.
And get their points. Still going faster than anything I've driven, I can tell you.
James Rivet on the chat says, "Please don't catch us, Maniti." So I'd assume that's, well, it's either the FTR Esports team or the 27 Motorsports team, because they are both being chased by Maniti Racing in second place. Also, Zenvo has asked if we can get some shots of the Sapphire car, which Sam has just done, I see. There is Thomas Johnson, so they are currently up in 4th place, which is where they have been for a little bit. We saw them battling at one point with the Chicane Online Racing car for 5th, I believe, before that car had its race-ending crash. So hanging on to that 4th place and not miles off of a podium. They're about a minute and a bit back from Tom Voss in the Team DRC red car, but as we know, anything can happen here, even with just an hour remaining in this race or so.
They've regularly picked up places, though. They were a lot further behind in the beginning of the day, so they've done a good job.
Yeah, well, that's endurance racing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You know, it's not so much passing people on track as picking up the spots as they come to you from people having issues. This is Lucas De Vries, so he is the first of the GTE leaders to make his pit stop in that Team DRC orange car. You'd expect to see Taj Edwards and Kevin Vu in before too long. I didn't catch when Lucas's last pit stop was, but Kevin in the lithium car last stopped at 1:13, which is pretty much the earliest of any of the GT cars yet to make their next pit stop. So with that in mind, you'd kind of figure that the Team DRC car is going to have to make a splash and dash before this race is over, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think you're right there.
About an hour and 50 to go. These cars are stopping just under every hour, so
Hour and 10.
Yes, yeah. So you wonder then if cars like the Fuga Simsport car, who last stopped 3 laps later than the Lithium Motorsports car, and presumably a little later than the Team DRC car, if they're going to be any closer to making this their final stop of the race.
Yeah, they might go for it. Yeah, it's a possibility, I guess.
And certainly, if you can save fuel effectively, why not give up the race lead, knowing that you're going to gain some 40 seconds from everyone around you making a splash, having to make a splash. Third place in Amazon RSR Esport.
The 40 seconds we were referring to is about a third of the time of the lap, so that's quite a distance.
It sure is, yeah. So saving a pit stop here is definitely going to be significant if anybody can do it. Lithium do seem to be going a fair bit longer than the Team DRC orange cars. They've stayed out another lap here. So it does seem like Team DRC might have been on the back end of the window. They might also be back timing this race, so maybe they think they can make it to the end from here. And we're just trying to get their last stop out of the way early.
It's kind of a stretch. Well, we'll see. Hey, you never know.
I don't think so. Yeah, I haven't seen any team doing 1 hour and 10 minutes on a stage.
No.
That's too long.
Yeah.
Some teams have been close to the 1 hour. But apart from that, I'm not quite sure. We'll see. Probably Kevin for the lithium. We get 2 stops, and the Fuga Simsport can play with 1. It will depend when we're speaking.
Yep.
But they're probably the closest one.
Very good. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah. To make it from there, you'd need a a big spinnaker and a lot of wind, downwind, I'll tell you, to make it.
Yep. Sapphire Simsport Alpha is in from 4th and LMP2, so is the Stage 1 Racing Senior car. This is the battle for the lead, I believe, isn't it? Yes, it is. So this is FTR Esports and Maniti. Maniti has quickly closed that gap that they lost during their drive-through penalty.
They're closing very quickly, too.
Yeah, he is on the hunt, is Waldemar Binder, wanting to make up the ground he lost. And there it goes. Simple enough. They're just now behind the GT Pro leader as well. I believe that's the Simsport GT car. Provide a further gap for Maniti Racing Team as they...
that was well timed, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. As he's able to put the GT car between himself and the FTR Esports car in turn 3. This is Lithium Motorsports in the pits and changing driver, maybe?
I'm not sure. I think that's a connection issue because
Gotcha.
I have the Kevin V to jump to the pits. Only times I saw that is someone reset to the pits or has been ejected from the session. So that's gonna be a bit sad for the Lithium.
Yeah, Lithium, who was hanging on to 3rd place. If Sam is right and they are towing back due to a connection issue, that is going to be really disappointing for them.
No, he's...
Now
He's
Kevin
back
Vu
rolling.
appears to still be in the car, huh?
Yeah, and they did not take tires based on their time in stall, which was about 38 seconds. So, fortunately for them, Sam was incorrect here.
I think there were some weird things going on, but they're
I would wager that he, given how much he's blinking, I would wager he was blinking as he crossed the pit entry line.
Yeah, probably.
And that's why it didn't register for us. Because I do have time install data for the car, so...
Yeah, same for me. I have 38 seconds.
Yep. So,
It's a
Lithium
bit
continues
longer
on.
than Lucas.
Yeah, yep. Could that have been the 2 left side tires we were talking about before?
Last time was 48 seconds, so I'm probably a bit more like damage repair or something. This one.
Gotcha.
Because yeah, it's only 4 or 5 seconds. That's not that much.
Yep.
The other guys.
Looking at the time, they exited the pits with about an hour and 5 minutes remaining. We're thinking they can't make that, Sam?
That's gonna be hard for them. I think for now, the only car that can make it in the lead battle, at least, it's the Vuga Simsport.
Gotcha.
I think it's the only one car that made it over the 1 hour mark in the GT lead battle.
That's true.
You good?
Yeah, I have very small pit stop for sports, very small splash. About a quarter of time for the Team DRC range. They got 30 seconds on the Lithium Motorsport, but they should be still ahead of the Lithium Motorsport. But yeah, that's gonna be tight with the Fuga Simsport. It really depends on they have to make 2 pit stops quickly. In the next 4 minutes, we will be full.
Yeah. So we saw on the previous stint they stopped 3 laps later than the Lithium Motorsports cars. So 3 laps from 5 minutes out. It's about a 2-minute lap here, so that would put them with about 59 minutes to go. I would say it's not comfortable, but doable, probably, if we're right about that.
Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think
keep an eye on it.
Till the end. There's only 1 stop for the Fuga Simsport now.
Yep.
If they do not pit this time, they are good to go to the end.
They're in good shape.
Yeah.
And they do not.
Wow,
So
look at
Taj
that.
Edwards
Woo!
getting some great fuel economy in that BMW. Stays out yet another lap. As he starts lap 166.
Could
No,
be
sorry. That's the leaders. He is on lap 144. that GTE car.
Yeah, and if you said that he made 3 laps more, he should have enough for 2 more after this one, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yes, yeah, right. You are saying that's what I was saying. So
yeah, they're very good to go to the end.
yep. Yeah, the previous stint, Lithium stopped on 113, Fuga stopped on 116. So
Without any crazy stuff, the checkered flag lap for GT Pro is going to be pretty interesting. Whoa!
ooh, that's the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car
Oh,
in the
Harry
wall.
Harvey.
That is at that turn. Oh, that's out of the carousel.
Carousel, yep.
It looks like they just got it wrong on the entry of the carousel.
Yeah, way wide.
Trying to lap
Whoa!
a GTE car
And
and just overestimated how much room there was before the grass.
Mm.
So that's Harry Harvey getting in the wall. I was going to say the interesting thing to look at might be the GT Pro podium, because there are several other cars in that GT kind of lead group who made their last stop 114, 115, 116. I'm looking at, Rui Fernando Quiros in 4th place. Although the fact that he's still in 4th place behind the other two who have already made their final or second to last pit stop tells me that he's probably not in with a chance.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long pit stop for him, so it will definitely be behind the other guys.
Yep.
There's
Okay,
surely
forget
some
what I
things
was
to-
saying.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
surely some things to play with them. The WSR, I don't maybe the 27 Motorsports the Pro just
Yeah.
bid it, so I don't think
Okay.
they're in the race to make it till the end. So they will probably have a splash, except if they can't save fuel enough. That's gonna be
Yeah,
tight.
so
And
so
Hashtag
the
is
interesting thing, thank you, Sam. So the interesting thing with the AM lead battle, 27 Motorsport last stopped 115, Maniti last stopped 116. So in theory, Maniti should be a lap better on fuel than the 27 Motorsport car that they are racing against. So we will likely have to see some saving from the 27 Motorsport car, who we see on screen right now. I do wonder if we'll see them in the pits this lap.
Yeah,
As
they
we
do,
wait.
they do. And we are
So-
just on the 5-hour mark, so it will really depend on when the leader crosses the finish line.
Right,
If
and
we
they will
go
be.
to 6 hours or 6 hours and 2 minutes, that will make a difference.
Well, Maniti is in the pits behind them, so they were not
Okay.
able to extend
Yep.
this one a lap longer. So it will be a straight fight between 27 and Maniti, whether one can save enough fuel over the other, or whether neither can save enough fuel, or both can save enough fuel. It's going to be a straight fight to the end between those two, it seems.
Yeah,
Both will be exiting the pits with about 58 minutes to go, I would say.
Yeah, more or less. That's probably the time they will
Is
come out.
Fuga in the pits? No, that's
Not
them right
yet,
there,
they're-
isn't it?
They're still
Yeah,
racing,
they're-
and that's probably a big win for them. If they
I
win
would
the
say so,
temporary
yeah.
Issue, that's a big win because that's not gonna. Yeah, not apart from the last one they will have.
Sorry, Sam. FTR is back ahead of Maniti in LMP2, I've just noticed. And Maniti had a slow lap, a 159 there, so that must have just happened. Gotcha. No, that was about 15 laps ago, Sam, or 17 laps ago. So something must have happened on that last lap for Maniti.
And it was me. But anyway, that's what happened.
Oh, and that's the Lithium Motorsports car.
Sure was.
Yeah, I was about to click on the lithium event, and yeah, that's the same one. And that rejoin was a bit sketchy as well.
Questionable. Yeah. So essentially looking at yet another penalty for the Maniti car.
Yeah,
That was
not great.
not great. Yeah, that's one way to put it. And
Yeah, that's right on the racing line.
yeah, that's. I would be having a look at that if I was one of the race stewards, I have to say. A shame for the Lithium car. Are they still in third? Yes, they are. So hanging on to that podium position is the Lithium car, but probably
Fuga
out
is
of
in the
contention
pits.
for.
Fuga is
Yes,
in the
thank you. In and out already.
Out
That
of
was.
the pits, yeah, already. So
pretty
what-
quick. So
normal
so-
pit stop,
no
35
tires
seconds.
on that one.
No tires.
yeah,
now.
so Taj will hold on to second place ahead of Kevin Vu. Lucas de Vries moves into the race lead, but we figure he cannot make it to the end of this race on fuel. So
Yeah, and there's only 10 seconds behind them, and I guess Simsport. That's I think job done for Simsport. If they
Yeah,
don't have
I
any
think-
issue, of course.
I think
Still 1 hour to go, so it's still a long race.
the question is now, do we see Team DRC go for some dramatic fuel saving to try and save the last stop, even if it gives Fuga the win, since they would
No.
already be giving them the win with
No,
the stop?
I
or-
think as the Lithium still have to pit, and Hashtag was behind them even with the pit stop, I would say just go flat out. They will have to pit. They cannot save 15 minutes of racing. That's not going to
Alright.
happen anyway. That's too much to save. So
Well, there you
only
go,
way
folks.
yeah, I think that's the only way to go for them. That's just flat out till the end and make their splash and dash and see how it goes. But Lithium will have to pit as well. I'm almost
Now, do you think that
95% sure. Go ahead, Pip.
do you think that Team DRC Orange, they're pretty sharp guys. Do you think they're aware that they're not going to make it? Do you think it would behoove them to stop a little bit earlier, take on fuel, and then make a charge from there rather than at the end of the game?
Yeah, definitely. They're 100% sure they know they have to pit again. And they're probably looking at the other guys on track. Looking at the level of these guys. They surely know what's going on around them. And
Yeah, as far as stopping early, Bill, I don't know that there's any inherent advantage to that. Obviously, you know, in terms of it gives you more time to make up ground, but at the end of the day, that doesn't really mean all that much. And, you know, you always want to be running as low fuel as possible in these
Yeah,
cars. So
And there's one other thing in that hour, something can happen too.
Exactly.
To the other guys.
so I would say
Oh, forget that. Okay.
And if they pit, no, they could be just behind the Lithium Motorsports, maybe a bit further away, but they
Yeah,
could have
but-
some
and-
traffics they don't want.
And
Yeah,
you don't, yes,
exactly.
you don't really want to inject yourself into a battle if you've got clean air. If they're, you know, majorly caught up in dirty air, then yeah, you know, maybe
That's
come
right,
in
yeah.
and get yourself out of it. But for the time being, I would expect them to stay on track.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
Okay, I'm back, gentlemen. Have I
Hey!
missed anything exciting?
Are you well fed?
Yes, I've
All
just had a large portion of Hunter's chicken.
Okay. Good.
I don't remember when you left, Clyde, but the LMP2 lead has changed hands a few times, and we're wondering if there might be another penalty coming for the Maniti racing car, who has just retaken the lead.
Okay, the last message I've got is that Valdemar Binder was black flagged.
Yes,
I
that
don't
was
know
the first.
how long ago that was.
That was for the contact we saw with one of the GT Corvettes in turn 6, which gave the lead to FTR Esports. They have since gotten the lead back. Then they had an incident with a Corvette in the final corner, which gave the lead back to FTR Esports. They've just taken it back, but we've yet to see if there will be a penalty for the incident in the final corner.
Okay, so they've obviously got a problem with Corvette. So are we
It
sure?
seems that
Bill-
way, yeah.
Are we sure Bill's not driving that car?
I was wondering, or at least giving the team orders.
Bill
And
has started his own team without telling us.
and Clyde. Oh, hey, look at this. Miniti's coming in, and Lowry,
Yeah, both in the pits.
FTR. And sadly, Clyde, Luxon has hung it up for the day.
Oh, that's a shame. That is a shame.
With all the journeys they had, it would have been earlier for me. I can tell you.
I'm not convinced that those two P2s that have just pitted from first and second can make it to the end.
Somebody's just got to receive throughput, and I think that's one of the 27 Motorsports drivers, but I don't know that he was in the car at the moment. No, he wasn't. So, yeah, that's Fabio Magalhaes, who I believe is a 27 Motorsports driver.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, but at the moment, still Petrovic Gomez and Nuno Carvalho behind the wheel of the two 27 Motorsports cars, so they're still going strong.
So I see the Lucas de Vries, Taj Edwards, Kevin Vutu still not that far away from each other.
No, but we think that Fuga has the win pretty much locked up on pit strategy. Team DRC stopped well before the hour mark. Lithium stopped pretty much right on the hour mark, and Fuga stopped a few minutes after the hour mark. So we think only Fuga can make it to the end on fuel of the top three.
Yeah, the longest run we see at the start of the race was 1 hour and 5 minutes from the GTs.
Yeah, I think Lithium would be borderline if they could make it that far. Team DRC definitely can't do it. They were about 15 minutes before the hour, so.
But yeah, if Lithium wants to make it like that, they will have to save fuel as hell because they have not been able to do it, to stretch the stints to 1 hour 5 minutes since the start. So let's see if Kevin can do this.
Yeah,
So P2 DRC Red has come out in front of Manatee.
They have not made a stop yet, and that was the case the last cycle too. Tom Voss stayed out a few laps longer
I see, yeah.
the other
He's
two.
on 140.
Yeah, so Tom should be in, and we should expect, I think, one more stop from all of the P2 runners. It's about a 35-minute stint in the P2 cars.
Between 35 and 40.
Yeah, now the question is... Oh, no, Tom Voss is in the pits, so he's not going to be able to make it on this one stop.
He will have the shortest pit stop.
He will, but I don't think he has much in the way of an advantage over second
maybe
place.
1 or 2 seconds, that's not that much.
Now, should Maniti get another penalty, which we still don't know if that's going to be the case, that might put him in contention, should his final pit stop be shorter. There is our current overall race leader, Sebastian Boester-Williams, back behind the wheel of the Backmarker Racing Blue car. So we've yet to see how it's going to play out between Backmarker and Mika. Obviously, totally out of sync on pit stops. Backmarker stopping about 10 laps before Mika the last time through. So the gap has been steadily closing for Mika, but whether that remains on pit strategy remains to be seen. It's about 35 seconds at the moment, so they will need, I think, a shorter pit stop to make that happen, which they will have, given how it's shaking out at the moment.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see Double R in the car, did we? Unless he's going to do the very final stint.
I don't think he's gonna race today.
No, it doesn't look like it, does it? So he abused me on the chat and then didn't race. So I didn't get a chance to get my own back.
Double R, he doesn't forget, okay? Just want to give you a warning.
He's a good lad.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He's a hell of an artist, too, I'll tell you. Okay.
So I don't think we're going to hit full darkness, are we? We've got 48 minutes left.
Okay, so incident between the Lithium Motorsports and the manufacturing pit lane penalty. 10 minutes for those spots. Well, that's complicated to read, guys.
What?
Right, what have we got here? So is that their third pit lane penalty?
Maybe. Yeah, they already got at least one. And
For every
probably
third pit lane penalty a team receives, they will be given a 10-minute stop and hold.
Oh, yeah, that's race over for them. Because 10 minutes, that's gonna bring them last of the running field. So in 8th position. But, yeah, it's what happened when you crash into someone else. And they're in for their penalty.
Yeah.
Wow. Man alive.
And
How things
thanks Tyler
change.
that is not with us right now in the booth. He's taking a ladies break, but still listening, and he confirms that this is their third penalty.
Yeah,
Wow.
okay, so that will drop them to the back of the P2 field. So it's now Jackson Lowry, followed by Tom Voss, followed by Hendrik van der Peer. Can Tom Voss do anything about Jackson Lowry?
He's got 26 seconds to close.
Their pit strategies are very, very similar, aren't they? So
Yeah, there's only one laps between them, so that's gonna be the same pit stop time basically.
It's getting a little dull out now here.
I was
Taking
about
a
to
while
say,
to
it's
get-
starting to get dark right now.
yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna happen real quick now.
It is finally getting dark. It's been almost dark for what seems like 3 hours now, but finally the headlights are really starting to do something.
Well, Tyler, you've discovered, as you know, the Nitty Racing ISRC disaster has struck.
Yeah, so the second pit lane penalty we saw was with the contact with
The Corvette.
yeah, the backmarker racing orange Corvette in turn 6. The first one was right after I got on, and it was the one that Sam thought was for the contact in the King, but it wasn't. But it happened right around the same time the penalty did, so that was the other two penalties for me. So definitely their third and final, presumably.
It's really too bad. They were the class of the field for a long time.
Yep. But it doesn't mean much if you can't keep yourself out of trouble, does it?
No, it's, how did you put it before, Tyler? It's multi-class endurance race, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's certainly more to it than just being fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's one thing to be able to set a good lap time, and it's another thing to be able to, pick up the pieces from the people around you,
Great in-car footage right here.
Yeah, fantastic. The Sebastian Williams. And that gap is pretty much stabilized for the last few laps, at least, since I left. About 35 seconds still back to Nans in the Mika Esports car. So definitely I think it's going to come down to the wire in that class, and really we won't know for sure until the pit strategy shakes out. Presumably one more stop left for the LMP1 cars at this point, right?
Yeah, that definitely darker on the screen than it is on my screen.
Interesting.
Must have my brightness way up.
What do they say when they're really like a broadcast on television, for example? The camera shows
Somebody off there.
Let's see who it was.
Oh, yeah,
Gotcha. So that is 4th GT AM. So they were eventually able to get that move done on the Backmarker Racing Orange car.
Mr. Lowry, I'm not going to say you got a gift, but you have a good opportunity handed to you, so...
Sure does. Here is what happened to the Stage 1 Racing GT car. Just ran a little wide there.
He wants to drift a little bit.
Yeah, no damage.
Got away
Gets
with it.
Yep, gets it back on track for the carousel.
So 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we are expecting pit stops from all LMP1 teams, all LMP2 teams, most of the GT teams as well. There will be some of the GT teams who can make it to the end, but I would say at least half the field is going to have to splash.
Yeah, it looks official. The Miniti Racing ISR LMP.
Yep, it does look like it. Has done an excellent job. Unfortunately, I just think it's the strategy that isn't going to go their way. That extra
see what happens. Yeah,
his pace has definitely been there, though, for sure. As has the whole team's throughout this race.
And we know after watching the last night, which we mentioned already, some slouch. He did a great job last night.
Yeah, third place GT Pro is in the bits. Kevin Mutu.
Yep, so Lithium for sure couldn't make it. They will be doing their splash here. So I'm going to stop in the box. Lengthy stop for a splash of fuel. I wonder if they're getting some damage repairs.
It's a long splash, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And
yeah, now the question I think is going to be is can Mika close that 35-second gap on difference in pit time alone? We know they've got about 10 laps more of fuel in that car. That's certainly not a 35-second difference, but I would say that could be, you know, a 10 to 15-second difference, and then the question is, can they make the rest of that time up on track? They've certainly been closing since they had their issue, but
here,
at the...
Sorry. Here comes Nons by start-finish to pass Backmarker Racing for the lead in LMP1.
Yep, so expect nons in sometime in the next 10 laps, which would bring them to about, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes left in this race, probably.
Yeah, probably. But a full pit stop is only 20 seconds, sorry.
Right, so they're not going to make
13.
up the whole time
No.
in the pits for sure.
And there's only 13 seconds between them right now. So they will have to go pretty fast in the Mega Sport to catch up with this backmarker Racing Blue.
Yeah, I agree with Sam there. I think Sebastian just needs to keep it safe and keep it on track.
Yeah, for sure. Although the Mika guys will certainly be pushing hard, and we know they have some pace. They've been rapid for most of this race.
They have to go really fast with absolutely no boo-boos either.
Well, yes, that is the key, isn't it? Their gap at the moment on track is about 13 seconds, and we know the pit stop time without the stop is already around 40 seconds. So they're certainly going to end up behind backmarker racing. We know that much.
Not a lot of time left either, probably.
Darkness descends rapidly.
It does indeed.
In the woody area of Wisconsin. That's it. Whoa! I can't believe how these things can change lanes.
Yeah, I don't think it's just the car, Bill. I think there's a bit of driver skill involved, which is probably why we can't do it.
I know I couldn't.
I change lanes because the car makes me, not because I'm in control of it.
I hear you. Can relate to that very well.
This is the Fuga Simsport GT car getting lapped by an LMP2 car. That is the race LMP2 leader, FTR Esports. Fuga we expect to be in the lead once Team DRC makes their final splash. That is... That is the 72. So that's Stage 1 Racing Junior. Third place, but a lap down on the LMP2 leader.
Yeah, and it might not be over yet because darkness does funny things.
Certainly,
Oh, yeah.
certainly. And here is one of those, the World of Sim Racing team LMP2 car, 4th place in class, going for a bit of a off-track excursion at turn 6.
Well, he didn't hit anything hard, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, just had a funny mid-corner bailout there.
Yeah.
So closing in on the 30-minute mark now, guys.
Okay, it's beginning to coming down to it.
So Lucas De Vries has stretched that gap slightly. nowhere near enough.
No, he'd need somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 seconds to be secure in that lead, and he does not have that in hand. A couple of LMP2 cars working their way through, including the
Oh,
World of Sim Racing
wasn't a
team
lot
car.
of room there.
No, there was not. Oh no, that's the race leader.
Mm.
Has something happened to him? Because he'd already gone by Team DRC, hadn't he? Or no, he'd gone by Fuga. Excuse me. That's my mistake.
Yeah, the 72 there, the second car in that little battle, is a lap down. And in third place, so the top two have lapped the whole field.
In GT-AM, it's still the 27 Motorsport car with the team car in between them and the second place Maniti Racing ISRC GTE entry. That gap has been pretty constant, around about 10 seconds or so, between first and second. And it's the same drivers who have been in those cars for a little while now, Petrovic Gomez and Stefan Kurtzman, in the 27 car and the Maniti car respectively. The 27 cars have actually been able to close, I think, if I'm looking at that correctly, on the 5th place GT Pro car, the WOSR performance car. No, I'm wrong. They're about 17 seconds down the road. So
Yeah, they've closed a bit the gap. I think it was
Yeah.
20s, but it's not good enough.
not going to make a change in position without some mistakes from the
Some
WOSR
outs.
car, I think. Yep.
Yeah, but sadly the Maniti P2 is not on the race anymore, so that's not gonna help.
You are absolutely correct, Clyde. The broadcast looks a heck of a lot darker than what we're looking at.
Yeah. This race, I think the last 15 minutes of this race is going to be in total darkness.
As I'm sure everybody has noticed, there's no night lighting at Road America.
No, there is not. It'll just be the headlights of these cars for the last half hour of this race.
Unlike Daytona.
Oh, that is
Uh-oh.
the Maximus Esports car.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the Aquiver
No, it's the
Motorsports Green.
Aquiver. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was 9th in P2, and they're going, or sorry, 7th in P2 rather, 9th overall. They're going to drop. Well, actually, no, they're probably not going to drop at all because the only car behind them within range is the Maniti car, who is out. So Aquiver will get back on track. It looks like something's happened to the Stage 1 racing car as well, unless they're just making their final pit stop. No. Well, the Aquiver car has gone by them, so probably something has happened to the Stage 1 racing senior car.
Now they are in the pits for.
This is just their pit
yeah,
stop?
It's a normal
Okay.
pit stop. Yeah.
Got it. Thanks, Sam. And
Yep,
there they
30
go.
seconds. Yeah. Normal pit stop. Meanwhile, the Mega Sports guys have extended the almost 80 seconds now. 18 seconds, sorry. It's still gonna be well enough. But they are extending the gap. Which means they are losing the gap.
Yes. Making it less work after the pit stop, but it is going to be difficult for Nons or whoever is in that car for the final stint to make the difference without some intervention from lap traffic, probably.
For the drivers in contention, this is the longest half hour of the whole 6 hours.
Yeah, exactly right. Although I think for the Mika guys, you're just pushing as hard as you can, and this is going to go by in a flash. But for backmarker racing, they just want this race to be over as soon as as Mika makes their pit stop. I think.
Sure. Sure. Be very careful not to make a mistake right now if you can help it.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, we'd expect Mika in the next, I would say 2 laps, probably, given how much later they pit than the backmarker racing car last time. Will certainly be a shorter stop as they'll only need enough fuel for about 20 minutes of this race, but as Sam has said a few times, it's not going to be enough to make the difference. To P1, I don't think.
No, depending on the storm sales. Of course, we know things can happen. The bewitching hours of fun. Clyde's very quiet. He doesn't want to have any commentator,
Commentator's curse.
No, to be fair, I was just catching up on the Discord chat.
No, that's okay.
Obviously, the Manatee P2 team are not very happy.
Yeah, I've read some of their comments. I've kind of kept them to myself. I know how they feel.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of opinions on the subject, and I've been trying to bite my tongue, but at the end of the day, they did get 3 penalties, and even if you think one of them was not your fault, you could have kept yourself out of the position by not getting the other 2, so...
And, on the surface, they had a spectacular performance, and I tell you, I know how they feel.
Yeah, I empathize. I've done a lot of P2 racing, and it can be tough to try and figure out how to overtake the GTE cars, but at the same time, you have to be observant, and you have to be thinking when you're racing, and you have to know, how the GTE cars race. And that just comes through practice and understanding, where these cars are going to be. We covered both of their incidents on camera, and I think we were pretty of the opinion that it was, on them to kind of back out of those moves, and they didn't. So,
to me, it's about racing smart. It's a 6-hour race, and if you get 3 penalties, you get a 10-minute stop and hold. So, if you're in a bunch of GT cars, lose 2 seconds a lap, because that's not going to add up to 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, and what I was kind of trying to say is, if you know the racing line of the GT cars, as we see Team DRC Orange off the track, that's Lucas De Vries. What's happened here? just ran wide in the carousel. Kind of a strange incident. Kept it out of the wall, looks like, but that's going to cost him any chance he had of maintaining that gap over Fuga once he made his pit stop. But yeah, you know, the best way to improve your life in traffic is to understand the traffic, you know, and know where they're going to be.
in.
Mika are in, so here is backmarker racing blue. We'll see where they come out relative to Mika. Certainly they're going to be ahead, we know that much.
There they are by the start finish line.
Yeah, Mika's not even in their box yet. They're still working their way down pit lane, so that's going to be a pretty substantial gap here, even with the short hold for Mika for fuel. And they are done and away. We'll see what the gap is once everything shakes out, but I get the feeling it's going to be at least 20 or 30 seconds. Showing 22 at the moment. We'll see if it settles there. That's a lot of ground to make up in 20 minutes.
It certainly is, yes.
And again, one little boo-boo by the other guys, though. He could be right on top of them, so gotta race clean now.
They made about 5 seconds in almost 20 minutes.
Yeah, so it'll take some trouble from backmarker to have any chance there.
Or nitrous and wings for Mika.
Yep.
Luckily, we have the lit up number boards, because otherwise we'd have no idea who anybody was.
Yes, that fleeting glimpse is super helpful in trying to figure out who these cars are. I go more by who's lit up on the timing tower as to who we're watching, I think, but we're still... We haven't had final pit stops for P2 yet, have we? No, they last stopped on 159, so would expect...
Yeah, I think we've had one in, haven't we?
Yes, the... What was that? The fourth place car of World Sim Racing Team has been in for their final stop. They might have a chance at a podium here, depending on how long the 72 car is stopped in the box for. Ooh, who's that off track? That was another prototype. I missed who it was. It was Hans Blanquart for the Stage 1 Racing Senior Team. They've had some issues today. Did he just send it a bit too deep? Yes, he did.
Oh.
Didn't see that rocket propelled grenade come by there when I came back on track.
There is Lucas de Vries, his lead down to 5 seconds and do a pit stop, so not the situation he'd want to be in, unfortunately. Does have a solid 2 minutes or so over Kevin Boo in Lifting Motorsports, with them having already made their final stop, so he should be comfortably ahead of them for second place, but as we've been saying, it's pretty sealed and done for the race win, unless unless Fuga runs into some trouble. Yep.
15 minutes, 20 minutes roughly, between 18, I guess. Puffs and dust. Why they like it. That's a hard corner to see coming in, isn't it? Wow. Reflective signs there.
I still think they should rename the kink to Code Brown. Code Brown Corner. That'd be a good one.
Not Code Brown Kink.
Well, I don't like well, yeah, is it a kink?
I would say so. Some cars can take it flat out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Who is that? That is
Stage one
stage
racing.
one again. They're having all sorts of trouble here.
It's the senior team. Maybe they're having trouble seeing at night or something.
Could be.
FTR are in.
Yeah, that's our leader in P2 at the moment.
Right. Are we going to get a battle somewhere?
I just noticed we had a report from the stewards that Lithium Motorsport and Team DRC Orange, their incident that they had together, no further action was needed.
Good to know.
So Tom Voss is now in.
Out of the lead in LMP2 because FTR Esports has already made their pit stop. So this will be the final stop for Tom. We expect him to come out back behind Jackson Lowry, who is just now working his way through the final corner. He'll definitely clear Tom before this is all over, and that'll probably be it for LMP2 unless Jackson runs into some trouble. Team DRC Orange has been passed. I don't think they've made their pit stop yet, but they have been passed by Taj Edwards in the Fuga Simsport GT car.
Wow.
So Lucas really seems to be struggling here.
Probably needs gas and balonies on that thing.
He let him go.
Let him go, didn't he?
Yeah, he knows that he's not going to be able to make it on fuel, so just facilitate the pass and, secure second place, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, take away the big points.
Or they try to prove I'm wrong, and they try to stretch it till the end.
It's possible.
Because they just lost 4 seconds on Fuga right now.
Wow.
Oh, they're in the pits now. Okay.
Yeah, I think if they were trying to make it to the end, they would have been saving from the get-go.
Yeah.
And they weren't, so.
I think it's more likely that they actually pitted a lap too late.
Oh, you think? And they
I think
were running
they were
out of fuel.
getting, very,
Maybe.
very bum nippy on fuel there.
They do seem awfully... No, never mind. I
It's
thought they were
that,
getting passed by the P2.
The tire
It might have
has
been-
gone.
They might have been sputtering or something. You
Yeah.
never know.
Regardless, they should be comfortably ahead of Lithium, who's just now going through turn 5. They won't need all that much fuel to go 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're already gone.
Hey, back
Yep.
underway. Yep.
Timothy Vanderbroek is in pit lane for Stage 1 Racing GTE. They've moved up to 3rd and 4th. Something must have happened at somewhere along there to the RSR Esport car. Because Stage 1 and Backmarker now find themselves battling for a podium position. Backmarker's just gone through, but Stage 1 is at pit exit, so presumably it's going to be around about 10 to 15 seconds in there between those two. So it was low fuel for the Team DRC car. It's been confirmed in the Twitch chat.
No doubt.
Yeah, it just seemed a bit weird, didn't it?
Fuga on Fuga. There we go.
Yeah, the LMP1. I guess I was wrong, and they've been a bit too slow to work their way back through the GTE field.
I
So
think
now they are only a lap back of most of the field, or most of the AM field at least.
Yeah, I think they're trying to hang in there.
Yep.
Just want to get their third place points and move on.
They did just do their fastest and the fastest lap of the race that last time through, though. So
Well, I guess I stand corrected. Okay.
by almost a second over Mika's fastest lap.
So under 8 minutes to go now.
There you can see the best laps of the race. Team DRC Orange currently holds the best lap in GT Pro. Stage 1 Racing holds the best lap in GT AM. And Maniti Racing holds the best lap in LMP2, but as we've discussed, they are out of this race.
Yeah, strong time by Manetti Racing ISRC for sure.
at the lap times for our overall leaders as well. Once again, Mika was quicker that last time through by about half a second, but that's not going to be nearly enough to get the job done before this race is over.
No, I don't think we're going to get any battles, are we?
No, the closest is actually probably that overall battle.
Whoa!
It's pretty similar to.
It's gonna be this P2 battle.
Yeah, yep.
That's the leader.
Seconds behind.
That is the leader, so he's got 20 seconds of buffer, but he's going to need to recover quickly here. There is second place, so they might come together on this straightaway, depending how long. Oh, he's just back on track, so this is going to be a change of lead here in LMP2 by the time they get to turn 1.
Yep.
A charging Tom Voss ahead of Jackson Lowry.
Wow.
So thank you, Clyde, for bringing that into fruition.
There you go.
FPSO, thanks from Tom Voss to Jackson Lowry.
Yep.
In the dark.
And Clyde Whiting.
I think Tom should be thanking me.
Yeah, right.
Evening to Chris Jackson on the chat.
Jackson.
So now we're going to have a battle.
You did that on purpose,
Yep. Go it.
That's a good broadcaster. Like, wow.
I pressed the crash button and it worked.
You mean you just released the jet up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Jackson Lowry's pulling away a little bit, though.
That is Tom Voss ahead of Jackson Lowry.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, so Jackson was the race leader by about 20 seconds before his spin. He'll want to get the tires back under him as quick as possible, but he'll also want to not lose that toe. It's almost a second gap now behind Tom Voss as they head into the kink. It didn't look like he got the wall, so he shouldn't really have much in the way of damage, but probably the tires just... Ooh, you can see the wiggle there through Canada corner. Here's the onboard from Jackson Lowry's point of view.
Oh, he's off
broke
the
on the
track
grass.
right there,
Yeah.
And she plowed
Missed
right
the corner.
over.
Oh, if he had kept it... Oh, if he had just managed to keep it straight, he would have been in much better shape, but unfortunately he spun it around. And then couldn't get it turned.
And then it was pushing, trying to go through the sand.
Yeah, working his way through the gravel trap.
So 3.5 minutes to go.
That gap now almost a second and a half, working their way past some GT traffic. So Tom Voss has taken the opportunity and run with it.
Fate looms its ugly head.
Yep.
Cougar Simsport LMP is in the pit lane. And he's back out.
Yeah, that was the target car, shall we say?
Yep. Certainly was today.
I think Tom Voss is pulling away.
Yeah, I do too.
It's not rapid, but he is pulling a couple of tenths here or there, and it's now up to almost 2 seconds. He's probably clear of the toe, which is significant around Road America.
Jackson Lowry's got to feel gutted right now. Wow.
Absolutely.
And I think we might just eke another lap.
gosh. So he's
that's
just
gonna be
going through
close.
turn.
It is going to be very close. If
Yeah,
I was him,
sure
I would
is.
slow down.
Well, if he was going to get the white, he would have already taken it.
Not if you slow down enough.
Right, but yeah, he slowing down now wouldn't do him any good because they can't retroactively throw the white flag.
Yeah, there's 45 seconds still, and they are halfway through the lap.
Yeah, he's got the fast part
And
of the
traffic,
track,
so
really, though,
careful.
hasn't he?
Well, I guess we'll find out when he crosses the line, won't we?
Yeah, sure.
Certainly, Mika's not going to be able to do anything, barring disaster for Sebastian Bosch-Williams. They're about 18 seconds back down the road, just now working their way through the kink.
And
Wow,
they just
Sebastian-
passed the P2 in hand, but not the P1. They will probably do right now, and we are 57 seconds. That's so close.
Awfully
That's
close. It is the checkered flag. So,
yeah, well done.
race over, Backmarker Racing Blue are your winners.
Wow.
And Team DRC Red, your winners in LMP2.
Well
So
done,
poor,
boys.
poor Jackson Lowry. That was.
Oh yeah, he's got to be
He's
good.
got to be gutting. Yeah.
Yes, you would expect his teammates now to pile around his house and beat the living crap out of him.
I don't know who you race with, Clyde, but
Just don't tell me where you live, Tyler.
yeah.
I save them all up for Bill for when I come over to the colonies.
There you go.
Just give him one big beating, get them all out of the way.
Yeah, here is your GT-AM winner, 27 Motorsports. And they finish ahead of the pro car, so
Yeah, Patrick
solid effort
Gomez.
for them.
They may
And bragging
switch,
rights for until the next round.
They may switch seats next time. You never know.
Yeah. Fuga Simsport, the last of our class winners yet to cross the line. Team DRC Orange has crossed the line, so it will be a win for Fuga Simsport. They're just working their way through Canada Corner.
Yeah, they have to finish.
Yes, if they don't finish, they don't get classified.
That's right.
unfortunately.
Looks like he's going to make it.
Think so. Up
well,
the hill,
Well done.
coast
well-
from here.
Well done to Fuga Simsport GT. Well done.
Yep, they are your race winners in GT Pro. Played the strategy perfectly.
Still got one car out there. Is this him here? Yep.
Yeah, we're waiting on the World of Sim Racing Team LMP2.
Yep, exactly. There he goes. He's across
No, that's Lithium. Those are a couple of GT cars there.
Oh, that's right.
That's Fuga. Well, now World Sim Racing has crossed the line, which should be everybody.
I
Cool.
think that is everybody, isn't it? Oh, excuse me.
So, your overall, your LMP1 results up on the screen. 4 starters, though, an early retirement for Toyota Kazoo Racing. Your race winner is Backmarker Racing Blue by 20 seconds at the end of the day over Mika Esport. Fuga Simsport LMP1 had some troubles, but battled through to finish the race 30 laps down ahead of the aforementioned Toyota Kazoo Racing.
Okay, and the Intercontinental Sim Racing P2 results. Team DRC Red, which is a privateer team, comes in first. FTR Esports is second. Third is Stage 1 Racing Junior. Fourth is World of Sim Racing Team. Fifth, Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Sixth, Equivir Motorsports Green. Seventh, Stage 1 Racing Senior. And they were... Okay, wait a minute. Okay, eighth is Medidi Racing ISRC LMP2. 24 laps down due to unfortunate situation. Ninth, NSR Bronze finished ninth, and they were off track. 10th was Chicane Online Racing LMP2, also off track. Team Bush Fink Racing Blue off track. RST Racing Team off track. Verve Racing Team Black also off track, finishing last.
Okay, so into your GT Pros. Your winners were Fuga Simsport GT with Team DRC Orange in second and Lithium Motorsports in third. Hashtag Racing came home fourth. WOSR iZone Performance Junior in fifth. And 27 Motorsport White in sixth. Not classified was Luxim 24 Esports Pro in seventh. Core Motorsports number 2, 8th. Team DRC Blue 9th. Core Motorsports 10th. And Aero Pigs Racing Team in 11th.
And in GTM, 27 Motorsport is your winner by 30 seconds or so over Maniti Racing ISRC GTE. Backmarker Racing Orange rounds out your podium ahead of RSR Esport AM, Stage 1 Racing GTE, and German Sim Racing Friends ISRC.
Excellent. So we have already got some people waiting to talk to us. I just need to find out what teams they are in, which is not helping me in the slightest. I don't think we've got any of our P1 drivers, have we? But we have definitely got our P2 winners. We have Tom Voss, who I shall now bring in, and Raymond Sheffers. Tom, Raymond, have I left any of your teammates behind?
No.
Excellent. So, guys, absolutely fantastic win for you. When you watch the broadcast back, you'll understand that I'm going to take credit for the win, because I basically said that we're going to have no more battles till the end of the race, and then Jackson Lowry decided to go off the track and let you guys through. So please feel free to thank me as much as you want.
Well, thank you, Clyde. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. No,
Oh my God.
yeah, mind blown. Yeah, we were like 1 second off the pace each lap. So, yeah, this win feels really great. Yeah, our setup was pretty darn shit. But yeah, we still finished P1, and that's all that matters, right? So, yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there in the end. Raymond, how was the race from your perspective?
Personally, it wasn't my best race, so I think most props goes to Tom for the massive carry today. And yeah, I mean, just a lot of silly mistakes from my end, and I spun like 2 times, I think, and we even got like a 40-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane because my pit limiter wasn't assigned for some reason. So yeah, so I'm just mind blown at the moment. I'm filled with adrenaline right now.
Well, yeah, but ultimately you couldn't have been that bad because Tom couldn't have done it on his own.
That's true.
You've got to claim, well, a third of the credit. Is it a third to you, a third to Tom?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair share.
Yeah, most definitely. Tom, a question on towards the end of the race. Obviously, no lighting around Road America. How did you find it in the dark?
Well, I practiced like 2 laps in the dark, and I thought, it will be easy. But yeah, after the sun was going off, yeah, it was pretty difficult. But yeah, I could still see the apexes, and yeah, quite easy after like 2 laps. Then you get confident, and yeah, you can keep going. So.
Excellent. So, look, before we let you go, guys, let's start with Raymond. Any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, like last time, thank you to Team DRC for the opportunity to drive for them, our sponsors as well, and just the group of guys helping us out. Even because we had to make a last-minute setup change to do the patch. So yeah, we got some help with that, but it was still pretty bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
and Tom, any shout-outs from you?
Yeah, I want to thank Team DRC for this opportunity, and yeah, great team. So I'm happy with it, with their performance, or yeah, with the help.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your win in the P2 class. Tom Voss and Raymond Sheffers from Team DRC Red.
Thank you.
Yes. We win. Yes.
Okay, let's stop that celebrating right now.
See, Sebastian Bosher-Williams is...
Sebastian is there, but he looks like he's muted at the moment. Come on, Sebastian. Here we go. Let's get in. I'll leave him in Tyler's capable hands. Winner of P1 class, Sebastian Bosher-Williams.
Hi.
Yeah, Sebastian, it seemed to kind of all fall your way there today. Obviously, you had the pace to back it up, but certainly you kind of seem to benefit quite a bit from your competitors making mistakes. Was it just a matter of keeping it clean out there today, or were you pretty confident on your pace alone?
No, definitely just keeping it clean. I think, and my teammate would agree, I don't think we had the pace out there. I think Fuga, if they didn't have their issues, they would have walked away with it. But yeah, we just kept it clean. I can't think. I've driven for like 5 hours today. We just kept it clean. And then everybody seemed to sort of just fall around us, really.
I've just seen Peter appear in the waiting room,
save
so I'll
me.
drag him in here. Peter, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. I was just congratulating Sebastian on your win there. Really, just a solid effort. Of things kind of falling your way, but having the pace to back it up. You mentioned that you think Fuga would have walked away with it, but really, it came down to you and Mika towards the end. And once Mika had their incident, you guys were able to hold on there. Did you? Now, with Fuga out of the picture, did you think you had something to compete with Mika on strategy, or were you relying on their mistake, I suppose?
So at the start of the race, Seb built quite a nice gap to Mika, which helped. But he obviously lost connection, which was pretty sad to see. We lost almost a lap to them. But I think my stint was the biggest part in that, because I saved 2 laps, which helped us with the last 2 stints. So Seb did not have to save that much. Yeah, but the pace was the same. It's just luck and staying on track. That was the most important part for us.
Yeah, we definitely saw you pretty strong out there in traffic. Did you feel like the traffic was pretty helpful for you today? Did you have much trouble, more trouble, less trouble than Sebring perhaps, or was it on the whole pretty similar?
I mean, some people, because Road America is pretty like curvy. The straights are not all straight, so these slower cars tend to take the shorter route. So they hover over the track, and it's pretty hard for us because we always pick one side and hope that they don't move. But was a lot more movement on the straights than Sebring. But once you see the pattern, it's easier to get past them. But that's my strongest point in this car is the traffic. Not really pace, but mostly traffic. So that worked out for me in the end.
Yeah, makes sense. Congratulations again. Do you guys have any shout outs you'd like to give before we let you go here?
Shout out to Backmarker Racing and Backmarker Racing Orange that finished, I think, 3rd in class. they didn't have. Yeah, they had a really good race. They were just a bit unlucky. So well done, you guys too.
Yeah. Yeah, same. And our sponsor, obviously. Cause...
Oh yeah, GRM, go GRM.
Yeah, get
Excellent.
that one in.
Yeah, well, congratulations once again to your overall race winners from Backmarker Racing Blue, Peter Elson and Sebastian Boscher-Williams. See you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow, that was
so-
a double clicker. Whoa.
Yeah, about that, eh? So next up, I believe we have got, if I can get my button working, we have Taj Edwards and Make Vicecop Seeker. Hey, how
Right.
good was that?
That's what good.
Was
All
it
right.
spot on?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
look, we like you then. So, gents, you brought your Fuga Simsport GT car home in first position in GT Pro. Taj, tell us about your race.
The result is good, but we made it as difficult as possible. I must apologize to Mike because I loaded the wrong setup. So the setup wasn't very good for the track, but we adapted our driving to it and we worked with our strategy and came away with the ring.
Excellent. And Mike, at the end there, was you confident with the win because it was first and second place was going backwards and forwards because you guys were on slightly different fuel strategy, wasn't you?
Yeah. We were on a different fuel strategy. We knew that it's not easy, but in the end, we knew that they had to pit again, so it was safe. But we don't know how long the pit stop is, so that was, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
there's
easy.
always that little bit of doubt in your head, isn't there?
But no, if
And,
you win the race or not.
So Taj, tell us about any. Did you have any code browns in that race?
Beside at the start when we realized it was the wrong setup, I had an incident off and almost clipped the wall there in that turn 5, 6, I think turn 7. Otherwise than that, it was pretty rudimentary stuff.
Excellent. And Mike, any worrying moments for you?
Yeah, I think in my first stint, I was in the grass once. I lost 3 or 4 seconds, but not too bad. Everything else was okay.
Excellent. So a walk in the park for you guys. Before we let you go, Mike, any shout outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, thanks to Taj for loading the wrong setup. Thanks to all my teammates from Fuga Simsport. It's Patrick, Rick, and Marius, and all the others. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
also shout out our livery maker, Aesthetics, and our sponsor, Craig Setup Shop.
Excellent. And you need to go and give your LMP1 team a very, very big cuddle because they certainly had a target on their car today and lost most of the parts at most of the corners. So, yes, but at least they finished. And I've just seen Marius has joined the chat as well. So, guys, congratulations on bringing your Fuga Simsport GT car home first in GT Pro. Taj Edwards and Mike, I'm not even going to bother saying it again because I was fairly close the first time.
All right, thank you, and thank you guys for the broadcast as
Yeah,
well.
thanks for the
Not a
broadcast.
problem. Our pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Have a good one.
Okay, so who else have we got? So Marius, I definitely want to have a talk to. I'll tell you what, Tyler, I'm going to bring in for you a very good friend of ours, Kevin Vimont, second place in LMP1.
Yes. Hello, guys.
Hi, Kevin. Probably not the result you were hoping for when it was looking rather strong for you there, but all in all, a solid effort to come home second. We saw trouble for pretty much all of the LMP1 cars, and I think it's fair to say that you guys were no exception.
Yes, it's a very good race for us. It's me and Nance is first race in LMP1. The target for this race is finish the race. Don't crash the car, but don't crash the car. Is not okay for me. It's a trouble mistake for my parts. Rookie mistake, but it's very good race. Finish P2 for first race, and I think we lose a lot of time first 2 hours because we were not confident in traffic, and lap after lap the confidence is okay, but it's race. We are we are happy for this result.
Yeah, we did see your crash on the broadcast. You'll be sad to know, but I think you can take some solace in the fact that you were far from the only driver to make a similar mistake. And as you mentioned, your first time out in a race in the car, certainly
Yeah.
easy to make a little mistake here or there. And you guys certainly recovered well. Did you think you were going to have a chance to fight for the win at the end? You were certainly seemed to be a bit quicker than the backmarker racing car towards the end, but obviously with the time in the pits for repairs, it didn't quite work out. Did you think you maybe had a chance, or were you just content to settle for your second place after the crash?
Yes, yes. But it's and this crash arrived not at good moment because I'm in middle to my stints, and we know after the repair we have two stop, and the leader have just one stop. It's difficult to catch him because my teammate has the same pace to the leader, and just the race at the race at the end it's so awesome because we have just 20 seconds at 20 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but as we've said, still a very solid result for you guys, and good on you for finishing your first race. Do you have anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yes, I would like to thank all team Mecha Sport, my teammate Nance for for training a lot of for training this week. My other teammate Romain Rato for spot me and Nance, and a new sponsor Naruto Guadeloupe for for support the team.
Well, excellent. Congratulations again on your second place overall finish, Kevin Vimont from Mika Esports.
Thanks. Goodbye.
So Kevin Vimont there. So next up into the booth, we have from Lithium Motorsports our third place finishers in GT Pro, Mikel Dubois, and the man I have declared my undying love to, Kevin Vutu.
You come up with anything new? You had a break. Come on. You had a break, and this is what you come back with.
Be nice, Kevin.
So you have a break, and then your mind goes blank, and you just have to revert back to what you were saying before. Guys, on a serious note, third place in GT Pro. Considering the competition, you guys must be very happy with that result.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially with moving into the pro class this year. Yeah, considering that, we made a huge leap, and we're taking like full advantage of that right now.
Yeah.
So what we're doing here is, not something we didn't expect, but we were aiming to do off of our previous season.
Yeah, I think we struggle with the car choice. Also, we should maybe have had stayed in the Beamer because it's a car we know, and also we think, or at least I think that the Corvette has some issues compared to the other cars, like dropping pace rapidly within like 2 or 3 laps. But I mean, I think we showed that we had good pace, and being in first place when I pitted in after my 3 stints was like nothing I'd ever experienced. Even though we got pole position, I knew that I'm really good at 1 lap pace, but just keeping that pace throughout the race is just not possible. And I feel, to be honest, really pressured being in the front leading. I'm better at catching. I was just doing my own thing, so it was really stressful. And I just think that both me and Kevin we achieved the maximum result we could in our car.
Oh, that's always good to hear, because if you can walk away from a track knowing that you've not left anything on the table, and you've got the best result you possibly could, that is certainly something worth doing. Did either of you guys have any code browns whilst you was on track?
Yes. Yeah, multiple times.
Come on then, tell us about it.
It was just like after the getting hit in the rear. That was mainly, I thought we were down on power, and I was like, oh no, I'm just not going on full throttle. Okay, and then it was fine. Other than that,
yeah.
everything else was something we trained for, or we had planned in mind.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to pull out a really clever tire strategy, but in the end we just found out that we needed to pit one more time, so we just threw it in the bin because we could see that we were not going to be able to get further up the field. But yeah, you asked about code browns as well. I would just say each time you see a LMP2 in your mirror, that's like where I'll just have a little one in my pants. And I'm happy I will have a shower after this one, to be honest.
They are like that, aren't they? There's nothing there, and then all of a sudden they're there.
No. It's like a moving part. It's like a moving part of the track, which will hit you. You cannot avoid it.
Brilliant. So, guys, let's start with Mikkel. Any shout-outs you'd like to give before we let you go?
Well, this is for Michael. He has his birthday today.
It's his birthday. We did this for him. We did this for you, Michael.
Yeah. And also, once again, it's a tradition. I'll just give shout-outs to my girlfriend. She gave me time to practice once again.
Well, I think you've got a keeper there, mate.
Yeah.
And Kevin, shout-outs from you?
Michael, because it's his birthday. He got older, so congrats to him. He made it another year.
Are you going to tell us how old he is?
He didn't say. He just suggested a birthday, and in response, I just sent him back an emoji of beer. So
let's just say 62 then.
Yeah, something.
Okay,
yeah,
guys,
the team in general. Yeah, everyone at the team. So
absolutely brilliant to get you in the booth. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your third place in GT Pro, Mikel Dubois and Kevin Vu 2. And there they was gone. Right, so our last driver interview of the evening, by the looks of it. And I'll hand it over to you, Tyler, and you can talk all about the targets on the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car.
Well, I certainly can, Marius, if you're there, although I think most of that happened before I woke up this morning, but certainly by the time I got in, you guys were pretty well delayed, but good on you for sticking with it. What was the start of the race like for you?
We prepared quite a lot for this race, and quali was alright, and then we just put our head down, went on like it was planned, and yeah, I don't know who of you guys in the commentary box all saw the incident, but yeah, that was pretty much race ending for us.
Which one? You got hit about 9 times today, Marius. Come on.
Well, the first one, it was just a small incident. A P2 clipped the grass on the braking and hit me, sadly. I was going fully to the right of the track as far as I can get away from him. He still managed to hit me, but that just happens sometimes, and it was just like 3 minutes repair. But what really got us down today was the second hit. Till that point, we ran a completely flawless race. I was at 0x till that point, like completely flawless. Not even been off the track once. Not even had one sketchy situation, like running like a Swiss clock basically. And then we got it taken away from us. It's a bit sad. Like, it was not in our hands today at all.
No, it wasn't your day for sure. The one thing I couldn't believe, the one incident you had, you didn't have a panel left on that vehicle. The front was gone, the back was gone. I'm thinking, oh cow, that was a bad one.
Yeah, he put us in the wall good time, sadly. He just went on like nothing happened, and then he got the penalty, and then he parked it as well. So 2 races ruined with that. It's just sad, but I jumped here to tell you all guys thanks for the broadcast, and of course we will be back next time even stronger and hopefully even faster.
And my apologies to Tyler for stealing that. I'm sorry, Tyler.
No worries, Bill. As I said, I missed most of the action, so most I saw was you guys working your way from 30 laps down up through the GT cars. But
well, Marius, I guess all of us have our day, but you guys are usually the standout of the group, and I'll tell you, you got. I hope you got all your bad stuff out of the way today, because you had a lot of it. I have to tell you.
Yeah, you just as I said, we got taken it away from us today. Nothing in our hands. So yeah, there is a good chance the next race something like this will not happen.
Hey,
we talked about it with the guys, so.
Yeah. You still got 3rd place points. That's nothing to sneeze at. So hey, what the heck?
No, we didn't get points because we were 30 laps back. So.
Oh really? I thought if you finished, you got them. No, huh?
No. That's a bit sad. We still wanted to finish for you to have something on the broadcast.
Well, I'll tell you, you guys, you've done that before. I know. One time we saw you racing. You were the only car out there, and you still finished. And
exactly.
We give you a lot of credit for sticking it out the whole way.
Yeah, we will have nothing else to do. Otherwise, we would watching the broadcast. So why not be part of it?
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, sure.
Marius, any shout outs you want to give before we let you fly?
Well, the biggest shout out, of course, to our GTE team. They showed what our team is capable of doing today. Sadly, we couldn't really, only in like the first 2 hours till the incident happened. But otherwise, yeah, thanks to the broadcast again. Thanks to Rick. He drove with me today. And as I said, we will be back next time. Huge thanks to the league. We enjoyed quite a bit. And looking forward to the next one.
Okay, thanks for stopping by. Marius Danhausen, LMP1, Fugu.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Okay, so guys, last but not least, let's bring our series organisers in, Isaac Barkley and Martin Pearson. Welcome back to the booth.
Hello again.
I think probably the less we talk about Martin's driving, the better. I think we did have a few slow motion moments on there, but yeah, let's gloss over that. Guys, we normally do a race summary at the end of the race, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Isaac to do a race summary of the first half of the race and Martin to do a race summary of the second half of the race, please.
Okay, now throwing us into the deep end there. I like it. Start of the race, we got off really well off the start. It was really nice and clean. I think we got through the first 10 laps without any incidents, and then we had then there's a small incident for the Aero Pigs car going into the wall, I believe, going into turn 5. And then after that, we were okay, clean racing for the next hour or so while everything was settling down. And then things started to spice up in the LMP1 category after the Toyota Gazoo racing car had an accident, followed shortly by the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car getting taken out by a slower class LMP2 car. After that, that put the Backmarker racing car up in the lead, followed by the Mecha Esports car as well, after the Mecha Esports got away to a slightly shoddy start in the first stint or so. Further down the field, it was really close racing through the GT categories. The AM cars were separated by no more than 10 seconds in the first 3 hours of the race, and constantly changing 4 positions. And it was similar once again in the front end of the GT field as well. And then we got through to the 3-hour mark with it was the Mecha car just past the Backmarker Racing LMP1 car in the lead, and in the GT field, I couldn't tell you, but it was close.
And Martin, let's see if your race summary is better than your driving. Tell us about the second half.
Unfortunately, I think it might be worse. What happened? What did I see? I didn't actually see that much because I was trying to babysit our drivers in the millions of off-tracks and incidents that they had as well. So I saw some good driving at the front of the LMP1 field. An unfortunate accident for the Mecha car. Had a bit of a bash at exit of turn 1. That was that looked brutal after they'd had a reasonable race after a slow start. LMP2, yeah, Manatee, I think, didn't have the best day, did they? 3 incidents which all caused drive-throughs or worse, and yeah, that's that 10-minute stop-go rule is there to not, to try and keep the racing safe. So unfortunately, they fell foul of that today, but I'm sure they'll be back next round stronger.
Yeah, and we spoke about that on the broadcast, and I fully endorse that. I think it's a good rule. It's Tyler said in the broadcast, they could possibly argue that one of those wasn't their fault, but the other 2 were. So if they hadn't have got one of the other 2, then they wouldn't have got to 3, and then they wouldn't have done a 10-minute stop and go, which ultimately I think they just quit and then complained a lot on Discord. But I'm sure the guys will calm down. We got towards the end of the race there, guys, and we was trying to find battles, and we wasn't sure that we wasn't sure we was going to get a battle near the end. So we did the famous commentator's curse and said that there won't be any battles. And with that, Jackson Lowry and his P2 went off, and lo and behold, we got a change of lead. But on the whole, it is one of those tracks that doesn't really allow you to make mistakes in most parts of the track. And then normally we see cars, just dipping a wheel off the grass and snapping loose, and they smash into somebody else, and then there's a big pile up and other cars go into it. But on the whole, I think that was a very, very clean race. Would you agree, Isaac?
Yes, it was. Instant-wise, it's the least the stewards have had to do in a race, which is, very nice for once. And, the battling as well that's been going on track was so close and wheel-to-wheel and tight. We were certain that at some points there's going to be some massive accidents, but the drivers were able to keep it clean, and it was some of the best racing that I've seen anywhere, to be honest with you, in the race. And it was, really incredible to watch everyone out there having fun. And I imagine there's some people have got a bit of taste in their mouth, but it looked like everybody had an awesome time doing it along the way. So it was awesome to watch.
Yeah, I think a lot of viewers that have never experienced multi-class racing don't actually realise how difficult it is because of the speed differences in the cars. But these guys seem to handle it fairly well. Martin, you must be pleased with the the standard of driver that you've got in the league?
Yeah, absolutely. There aren't my experience of driving. I don't see too many people sending it down avenues which aren't big enough for their car and the other one. Yeah, everyone gives reasonable space. I think we've come a long way since our first rounds, and we've educated our drivers a little bit, and we've got some better teams in as well along the way. We've attracted them with our stewarding improvements and everything. So yeah, it's really nice to drive. Everyone's making, for the most part, they're making clear manoeuvres early, showing signs that this is the side I'm going to stay at for that corner, etc. So yeah, it's really good, and with that, most of the mistakes are all genuine. So no, it's really nice to be a part of.
Awesome. And Interlagos up next, Isaac. That's another track that breeds fantastic racing.
Yeah, the nature of the track, I think the way that every long straight leads into a heavy braking zone, and there are a lot of them, that it means that you've got a change of position every other lap, and then through the midfield you'll be having, or through the middle sectors, you'll be having people making these incredible moves and sticking things you didn't even know that cars are capable of doing. So I'm really looking forward to that race, and the strength of field and everybody's ability seems to be increasing every time that I see them out on track. So I imagine coming to Sao Paulo, it's going to be one of the closest, if not the closest race that we've seen so far in ISRC, and I reckon it's going to be an absolutely incredible one to watch. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, I've always found with the track, you can either set your car up for the fast bits or the slow bits, but not both. So yeah, it could be a lot of differences setup-wise as well as tactic-wise. Well, I'm sure we'll be talking at some point about broadcasts for Interlagos, but before we let you go, first off, Isaac, any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, once again, for the stewards this race, it was really amazing to see the reception that we had after last round. Ed has kindly been trying to find us some more stewards, and he's pretty much doubled the size of our stewarding team. And up until the 4-hour mark, we had more stewards in call than we had incidents. And yeah, that was really nice. But everybody was really enthusiastic and energetic, and it was really awesome to see everybody working really hard. Then again, you got to thank all the teams and drivers for making this happen, because the league wouldn't be a thing if it wasn't for them. So I'd like to thank all of them for coming into the race today, and it's really incredible to see what they're doing with the league, and hopefully we can take this further and make it a really, really awesome place to be.
Yeah, and any plans for another season in the pipeline yet?
Oh, couldn't tell you. I don't know. I can't think like tomorrow, let alone a month's time.
Couldn't tell me because it's top secret, or couldn't
Exactly,
tell because your mind is mashed?
I'd have to, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. So
yeah, that's fair enough. That's all right. I've died loads of times. It don't matter. Martin, any shout outs from you?
Just to the Sapphire Simsport team, really. It's good to put a race together and come out top 5. I think we were.
Not apologies.
Well, a bit of both. And naturally my girlfriend for putting up with me whilst I sit in a room all day in front of a screen and a steering wheel.
Yeah, talking to pretend people.
Indeed.
So, yes, guys, always a pleasure to get you in the booth, especially after the race, to see it from your perspectives. Congratulations on another successful round, and let's hope for more success in the future. Isaac Barkley and Martin Pearson.
You're here. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy. Bye.
Okay, so that's it for this round, gentlemen.
Okay, Clyde, you got rid of them. What's next?
Right. So we've had the race summary from them. I thought I'd put them on the spot because it's nice to see you know how the organisers think that the race went. And you know, sometimes organisers try to gloss over some of the less wanted parts of the race, and these guys don't pull any punches. They say it how it is, and I'm sure everybody in the league appreciates that.
They are straight shooters, no doubt about that.
Yeah, Sam. I always ask you about the work on the cameras. It was not that stressful, was it? But there was certainly some good accidents to watch.
Yeah, sure. There were some pretty exciting incidents, sadly for the teams, but that always put good show on the broadcast. Some great battles all over the place, and of course, in these endurance races, we don't have much to show at some point of the race, but there's still this strategy aspect, and we saw even one small mistakes can cost you the lead, which we saw in the LMP2, and probably for the mecha guys in LMP1, but we could also probably say that for the Fuga Simsports guys even earlier in the race. So yeah, interesting. I like this aspect in the endurance races.
Yeah, I do agree that it can keep you guessing all the way till the end, which is always good. So, what have we got coming up for you next week on Backfire Simsport TV? We've got a fairly quiet week for us, to be honest. We come back on Wednesday with season 3, round 6 of the EDF Motorsports GT4 TCR Challenge from Twin Ring Motegi. And then a week on Sunday, we are back in VRA GTCC action with round 10 from Circuit of the Americas. It just leaves me to say thanks to all the drivers, thanks to all the viewers, thanks to Sam, Bill, Tyler, and Pete for his brief cameo appearance. Make sure you like this stream. Make sure you subscribe to us on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on Facebook, and then you'll never miss one of our races again. I will say good night. Let the guys say good night, and then we'll close the broadcast. So good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Kudos to everybody. Great job. Nice performance, and looking forward to the next one. And we'll see you on Wednesday.
Yep. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.
And I guess I'm the last one because Pete is not there. So I'm going to say goodbye from me and from Pete as well. Really enjoyed this race.